Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Takahashi999 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Parents and their quirks. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Midoriya, known as Inferno, was a top 20 pro hero with the ability to breathe intense flames, controlling their temperature and intensity. His wife, 𝗂𝐭𝐚𝗲 Midoriya, also a pro hero ranked in the top 30, possessed the quirk of telekinesis, allowing her to manipulate objects with great dexterity and strength. Their twin children were Izuku Midoriya, who was diagnosed as quirkless, and Izumi Midoriya, who could generate and control powerful shockwaves. Izuku, often neglected and bullied for his lack of a quirk, faced harsh treatment from his family and friends, particularly from his twin sister Izumi and Katsuki Bakugo. One fateful day, while locked outside his home, Izuku was kidnapped and taken to a secret location. There, he endured cruel experiments and was given an artificial quirk known as One Above All. This quirk granted him several extraordinary abilities, including super strength that far surpassed normal human limits, incredible speed for rapid movement, enhanced durability to withstand physical damage, rapid healing from injuries, the ability to adapt to various combat situations, control over energy blasts and force fields, and sharpened senses. Izuku's signature moves included Void Smash, a powerful punch that created shockwaves upon impact, Shadow Step, which allowed him to move at blinding speeds, Dark WHP, Energy WHPS that could ensnare multiple enemies, Eclipse Beam, a concentrated beam of dark energy, Dark Aegis, a protective shield, Phantom Strike, a series of rapid energy-infused attacks, Oblivion Wave, an energy wave that affected all enemies in its radius, Nightmare Grasp, which projected dark energy claws, Chaos Burst, powerful energy disruption, and Fallen Star, a devastating leap that created a shockwave upon landing. Izuku's appearance was striking, with dark green hair and eyes, various scars from experiments, and a lean yet muscular build. He wore a dark mask resembling a skull, a tattered black hoodie, dark reinforced armor, fingerless gloves, heavy combat boots, and a symbol on his chest that resembled shattered glass. Despite his formidable abilities, Izuku had simple likes such as reading, learning, training, ramen, solitude, and occasionally video games. He disliked his old family, villains, the scientists who experimented on him, and sleeping. The doctor adjusted his glasses, his expression somber as he addressed the Midoriya family. The diagnosis was conclusive: Izuku was quirkless. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the powerful hero, stood in disbelief, while 𝗂𝐭𝐴 and their daughter Izumi looked equally stunned. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's anger filled the room as he questioned how it was possible for his son to be quirkless, given their family's legacy of strength. Izuku, tears streaming down his face, looked up at his father with a mix of hope and fear, wishing to be a hero like his parents. The doctor explained the science behind the diagnosis, mentioning characteristics often found in quirkless individuals. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 interrupted, his harsh glare directed at Izuku, causing the young boy to whimper under the weight of his father's anger. 𝗂𝐭𝐴 attempted to calm her husband, expressing hope that at least Izumi would have a quirk. The doctor reassured them that Izumi had a powerful quirk called Shockwave, capable of generating powerful blasts. Izumi's excitement filled the room as she proclaimed her ambition to become the best hero in the world. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's expression softened with pride for Izumi, but when he turned back to Izuku, it was filled with disappointment. Izuku forced a smile for his sister, but his heart ached with the fear that his family would never accept him as he was. Upon returning home, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 announced a celebration for Izumi's quirk. 𝗂𝐭𝐴 agreed, expressing her pride in their daughter. However, when Izuku timidly asked about his own future, 𝗧𝗵𝗲's response was cold and dismissive, reminding Izuku of his quirkless status. Izuku's heart sank further, but he clung to the hope that he could still find a way to be a hero, despite his father's harsh words. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 questioned how Izuku planned to be a hero without a quirk, suggesting that he would only bring disgrace upon himself. He ordered Izuku to his room, not wanting to see him near the family. Izuku's vision blurred with tears as he turned to his mother and sister for support, but 𝗏𝐽𝐻 looked away, her expression indifferent, and Izumi didn't even glance at him. Retreating to his room, Izuku's small frame shook with sobs, feeling the weight of his family's rejection. His dreams of becoming a hero and making his parents proud seemed to shatter. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐻𝗄's words echoed in his mind, leaving a burning mark on his soul. Izuku cried himself to sleep, the darkness of the room enveloping him. A few days later, Izuku sat alone on the playground swing, shoulders slumped and eyes filled with sadness. Beside him were his sister Izumi, Katsuki Bakugo, whom he called Kaken, Katsuki's twin sister Katsumi, Shoto Todoroki, and Shoto's twin sister Shirori. Katsuki grinned, his hands sparking with energy as he proudly announced his quirk, which allowed him to create explosions from his sweat. He demonstrated, causing several sparks to crackle in his palms. Izumi exclaimed how cool it was, her eyes shining with admiration. Katsumi chimed in, revealing her own quirk that allowed her to create flames from her sweat, igniting her hands as she spoke. Shirori introduced her quirk, Frost Fire, showcasing blue flames flickering from her fingertips. Shoto followed, demonstrating his ability to release ice from one side of his body and flames from the other. Izumi smiled brightly, sharing her quirk called Shockwave, and expressed how powerful they could all be as heroes when they grew up. Katsumi then turned to Izuku, asking about his quirk. Izuku hesitated, looking down at the ground, struggling to find the words. When he finally admitted that he didn't have one, the group fell silent, shock evident on their faces. Katsumi exclaimed in disbelief, while Katsuki sneered, calling him pathetic. Shoto coldly remarked that Izuku was just a loser, and Shirori questioned how he could be a hero without a quirk. Feeling the pressure, Izumi joined in, asking how he thought he could keep up with them. Izuku's voice trembled as he tried to smile, expressing his belief that he could still be a hero. Katsuki's laughter was harsh and mocking, insisting that Izuku was foolish for thinking he could be a hero without a quirk. Shoto scoffed, and Shirori dismissed him, while Izumi looked at him with disdain, stating he would never be like them. In a fit of anger, Katsumi hurled a fireball at Izuku, who cried out in shock as it struck him, the heat searing his skin. Katsumi taunted him, questioning how he would fare against stronger villains, and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. The others finally intervened, pulling Katsumi back, but the damage was done. Izuku lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face, trembling from the pain and betrayal. From that day on, everything changed. His friends, including his sister, began to distance themselves from him. They no longer included him in their games or conversations, instead ridiculing him with words that cut deeper than any physical wound. Katsuki often called him a useless Deku, while Shoto would remind him that he would never be a hero. Shirori taunted him to give up, and even Izumi joined in, saying he was an embarrassment to their family. Their words stung, but what hurt more was how they began to use their quirks against him. Whenever Izuku tried to join their hero games, they would attack him, knocking him down and laughing at his pain. Through it all, Izuku's parents did nothing. Hisashi glared at him with disdain, and 𝗏𝐽𝐻 looked away, unable to face her son. Izuku felt utterly alone, his dreams of becoming a hero fading with each passing day. In his room, he cried himself to sleep, the weight of his family's rejection and his friends' betrayal crushing his spirit. The once bright and hopeful boy was slowly being broken by the harsh reality of his quirkless existence. 3 months later, Izuku's feet pounded against the forest floor, breath coming in ragged gasps as he ran, tears streaming down his face. The shouts and laughter of his friends and older sister echoed behind him as they played a twisted version of tag, using him to test their quirks in a cruel manner. Katsuki called out, taunting him that he couldn't run forever, while Katsumi added her own mockery. Izuku's heart raced as he pushed himself harder, dodging trees and leaping over roots, feeling the heat of Katsuki's explosions and Katsumi's flames closing in on him. Shoto's mocking voice rang out, urging him to stop running, while Shirori added that it was a game he couldn't win. Izuku glanced back, his vision blurred by tears, seeing their grinning faces ready to unleash more pain. Even his sister, Izumi, was among them, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she encouraged him to stop, claiming it was fun for them. Izuku tripped over a root, falling hard to the ground. He scrambled to get up, but Katsuki was already upon him, sneering as he unleashed an explosion just inches from Izuku's face. The force of the blast sent Izuku tumbling back, pain radiating through his body. He pleaded for Katsuki to stop, but Katsuki only laughed, finding joy in the torment. Katsumi stepped forward, igniting her hands with flames, insisting Izuku should be grateful for being included in their games. Desperation filled Izuku's voice as he questioned how he could be grateful for this treatment. Shoto smirked, reminding him that he was the perfect target because he couldn't fight back. Shiori's blue flames flickered ominously, and Izumi stood beside them, her shockwaves vibrating the air as she called him a punching bag. Izuku struggled to his feet, aching all over, insisting they were supposed to be friends. Katsuki scoffed at the idea, dismissing him as a quirkless loser. Tears filled Izuku's eyes as he expressed his longing to still be a hero. Katsuki's laughter was cruel as he mocked Izuku's aspirations, calling him nothing but a quirkless Deku. Katsumi hurled another fireball at him, emphasizing that he couldn't even defend himself. How do you expect to save anyone? Izuku barely dodged the fireball, the heat singeing his skin. He felt lost, unsure of how to respond, but he was determined to find a way. Shoto's ice shot out, freezing the ground around Izuku's feet, urging him to give up. Izumi's shockwave knocked him off his feet, and she echoed the sentiment, suggesting he was better off quitting. Izuku lay on the ground, his body battered and bruised, looking up at his friends and sister, their faces filled with contempt and amusement. He pleaded for them to stop. Katsuki stepped forward, his hand crackling with energy, questioning why he should stop when Izuku was there to entertain them. Izuku closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable impact, expressing his longing to be a hero. Katsuki's explosion struck him square in the chest, sending him flying back. He hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of him. Pain surged through his body, but he forced himself to get up and keep running. Katsumi sneered at him, calling him pathetic for still trying to run. Shoto's ice shot out again, tripping Izuku up, while Izumi's shockwave sent him sprawling once more. Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he struggled to his feet, vowing not to give up. Katsuki's laughter echoed in his ears, promising they would keep knocking him down over and over again. Izuku's vision blurred as he stumbled forward, his body protesting with every movement. He could hear their laughter and taunts, but he refused to stop. He had to keep running, even if it meant enduring this torment. The forest seemed to close in around him, shadows deepening as he gasped for breath, his legs feeling heavy. But he couldn't stop. Katsuki taunted him, promising they would catch him eventually. Izuku stumbled home, his body covered in bruises and burns, clothes torn, and skin marred with cuts. His legs trembled with each step, and he felt the sting of a gash on his forehead. His eyes were red and swollen from crying, but he forced himself to move forward, one painful step at a time. He opened the front door, barely able to lift his arms. Inside, his father, Hisashi, glanced up from the couch, a scowl forming on his face, commenting on his lateness with disdain. Inko, busy in the kitchen, didn't even turn around, instructing him to clean himself up in a flat tone devoid of warmth. Izuku's heart sank further, the cold reception cutting deeper than any physical wound. He mumbled an acknowledgement and dragged himself toward his room. He reached his room, a small, cramped space at the end of the hallway. The walls were bare, peeling paint exposing the worn plaster underneath. A single window let in a sliver of light, casting long shadows across the floor. His bed, a thin mattress on a rickety frame, sat in the corner, covered in threadbare sheets. The only decorations were posters of heroes, especially All Might, that Izuku had painstakingly hung up. His action figures, worn from years of play, were lined up on a small shelf. He had discarded the ones of his parents long ago, unable to bear the sight of them. Izuku collapsed onto his bed, his body aching with every movement. He stared at the ceiling, replaying the day's events in his mind. The pain, the taunts, the indifference of his parents weighed heavily on him. He whispered to himself, tears streaming down his face, questioning why they wouldn't see him and why they couldn't just care. At school, things were no better. Izuku walked the halls with his head down, trying to avoid the sneers and whispers of his classmates. The teachers treated him with thinly veiled contempt, their eyes cold and judgmental. One student mocked him, calling him the quirkless wonder, while another questioned what he was even doing there. The laughter echoed in the classroom, but Izuku tried to ignore them, focusing on his work. During class, the teacher glanced at Izuku with disdain, questioning his presence and reminding him that he would never make it in this world without a quirk. Izuku, barely above a whisper, expressed that he was trying his best. The teacher snapped back, insisting that trying wouldn't get him anywhere and that he was wasting everyone's time. Izuku's heart sank further as he attempted to defend himself, but the teacher's cruel laughter echoed in his ears, crushing his spirit. After another long day, Izuku found himself back in his room, staring at his All Might poster. He whispered to the hero, asking what he would do if he were in his position and how he would keep going. The room offered no answers, only the silent judgment of his own doubts. He curled up on his bed, hugging his pillow tightly, reminding himself that he had to keep trying, even as a part of him wondered if it was all in vain. The pain, the loneliness, and the constant rejection felt overwhelming, yet a tiny spark of hope refused to die. Izuku sat at the far end of the classroom, his nose buried in his notebook filled with detailed notes about various heroes and their quirks. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice Katsumi and Izumi approaching. Katsumi's voice broke the silence, laced with amusement and cruelty. Izuku flinched, looking up to see Katsumi towering over him, with Izumi standing beside her, arms crossed and smirking. Katsumi checked on him mockingly, asking what he was scribbling in that stupid notebook. Izuku swallowed hard, clutching his notebook tightly, and explained that he was taking notes on heroes and their quirks. Izumi snorted, questioning the usefulness of his efforts since he was quirkless. Despite the sinking feeling in his heart, Izuku insisted that it helped him learn and kept him focused on his goal. Katsumi rolled her eyes, dismissing his dream of becoming a hero as ridiculous and urging him to give it up. Izuku's grip tightened on his notebook as he declared that he couldn't give up, it was his dream. Izumi leaned in closer, her smirk widening, reiterating that everyone knew his dream was a joke. Even you should know it by now. Katsumi laughed, a cruel sound that echoed in the classroom. She felt a sense of superiority as she looked at Izuku, reminding him that he was fortunate she hadn't allowed anyone else to bully him. But she made it clear that he was still hers, and that he should not get any ideas. Izuku's eyes flickered with a mix of fear and determination as he questioned why she even cared and why she kept him around. Katsumi's smile turned cold as she explained that it was entertaining to watch him struggle, like a little toy always trying hard but never getting anywhere. Izuku felt a lump form in his throat, realizing the harshness of her words. He expressed that her behavior was cruel, to which Katsumi responded with a sneer, welcoming him to reality and stating that no one cared about his dreams or about him. Tears blurred Izuku's vision, but he refused to let them fall, insisting that he cared and would not give up. Izumi shook her head, her expression almost pitying, telling him he was delusional and that he would never make it because he didn't have what it took. Katsumi leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper as she told him to face the truth. He was destined to be a nobody, a quirkless loser, and he should accept it. Izuku's hands trembled, gripping his notebook tightly as he declared that he couldn't accept that and had to try. Katsumi's eyes narrowed, and she encouraged him to keep trying and keep failing, as it only made things more entertaining for her. Izumi laughed softly, chilling Izuku further as she added that they would watch him fall every step of the way. She even suggested that if he wanted a quirk so badly, he should take a leap off the roof and hope for a better life in the next one. Izuku's heart ached with the weight of their words, but he refused to let them see him break. He vowed that one day he would prove them all wrong. Katsumi straightened, a cruel smile on her lips, wishing him good luck as he would need it. As they walked away, Izuku felt a tear slip down his cheek, quickly wiping it away as his resolve hardened. He returned to his notebook, trying to focus on his notes, but their words echoed in his mind, gnawing at his spirit. He couldn't shake the feeling of hopelessness that had taken root in his heart. The dream that once burned brightly now seemed like a distant, unreachable star. Yet, even as doubt clouded his mind, a small part of him clung to hope. He had to keep trying, no matter how impossible it seemed. Izuku glanced at the calendar on the wall, counting down the years until the UA Academy entrance exams. It was his chance, his one shot at proving everyone wrong. But the weight of their disdain and constant ridicule made it feel like an insurmountable mountain. He closed his notebook, staring at the cover with a mix of determination and despair, whispering to himself that he would show them and that he had to. Deep down, he wondered if he was just fooling himself, if his dream was nothing more than a cruel illusion. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Izuku gathered his things and stood up, his legs feeling heavy. He walked out of the classroom, head down, avoiding the sneers and whispers of his classmates. One student muttered about him still chasing that stupid dream, while another added that he was pathetic. Izuku kept walking, his heart heavy. He couldn't let their words break him, but each day it became harder to hold on to hope. As he made his way home, he glanced up at the sky, the weight of his burden pressing down on him. He had to keep going, even if the path ahead seemed impossibly difficult. He had to prove them wrong, to show them that even a quirkless boy could become a hero. But as he reached his house, the doubts gnawed at his resolve, threatening to consume him. Izuku opened the door, stepping into the cold, indifferent silence of his home. His parents barely glanced at him as he walked past, their lack of acknowledgement cutting deeper than any insult. He entered his room, the familiar sight of his posters and action figures offering little comfort. Sitting on his bed, he stared at the All Might poster on the wall, whispering to himself that he would keep trying no matter what. It had been a few days since the incident where Izumi, his own sister, had suggested he end his life. The wound was still fresh in his heart, and with their birthdays approaching, he knew the celebration would be for her alone. Doubt about his dream of becoming a hero had taken root deep within him. As he walked through the city, his mind raced. Only 20% of the world's population was without a quirk, most of whom were elderly, from an era where such discrimination was unheard of. But what about people like him? He was fortunate that his parents still provided for him, unlike countless quirkless children abandoned the moment their condition was discovered. Even those whose families tolerated their existence often didn't live past 13, succumbing to despair. Izuku found himself walking under a bridge, lost in thought when he suddenly heard a strange, sloshing sound. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what was happening and if someone was there. The sound seemed to be coming from a manhole. Before he could react, a slime-like creature emerged, grabbing him with a viscous appendage. The slime villain remarked that Izuku looked pathetic but would do for now, tightening its grip around him. Izuku called for help, his voice filled with desperation. The slime villain taunted him, saying it only needed his body to escape from All Might. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the tunnel, declaring that there was no need to fear because All Might was there. A powerful punch followed, creating a gust of wind that separated Izuku from the slime villain, sending it flying but leaving him unharmed. All Might wondered aloud if Izuku was Hisashi's son as he scooped the villain into a water bottle, sealing it securely. He thanked Izuku for the assist and prepared to leave. Izuku blinked, still processing what had just happened. He couldn't let his idol leave without asking the question that had been burning in his heart. Scrambling to his feet, he grabbed All Might's arm and asked if it was possible for someone without a quirk to be a hero. All Might's face softened, but his smile faded slightly as he looked at Izuku with a mix of pity and regret. He explained that it was not possible to be a hero without a quirk. While it was good to have dreams, such dreams were unrealistic. He suggested that Izuku could become a doctor or a police officer instead. After giving Izuku a reassuring pat on the shoulder, All Might leaped away into the distance. Izuku stood there, frozen. The words from his idol, his hero, hit him hard. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he felt his spirit shatter. The one person who had always inspired him to keep going had just told him his dream was impossible. The weight of those words pressed down on him, and he felt a profound emptiness wash over him. Izuku whispered that this couldn't be happening, tears streaming down his face. If All Might said he couldn't be a hero, then what hope did he have? It felt as though the ground had been pulled out from under him, and his legs gave way as he collapsed onto his knees. The bridge above him seemed to close in, casting long, dark shadows over his small, trembling form. He clutched his chest, the pain of his shattered dream making it hard to breathe. All those years, all that time, was it all for nothing? His voice was barely a whisper, choked with despair. Izuku's mind spiraled into darkness. Every cruel word, every mocking laugh, every time he was pushed down by Katsumi and her friends replayed in his head. His sister's betrayal, his parents' indifference, and now this, it was too much to bear. He thought of the countless nights he spent studying heroes, the endless pages of notes he had filled with determination and hope. They felt meaningless now, just scribbles of a foolish boy who dared to dream. Why did he even bother? His voice echoed through the empty tunnel, questioning why he thought he could ever be like All Might. The tears flowed freely, mixing with the dirt and grime on his face. His hands trembled as he clutched his notebook to his chest, the only thing that still connected him to his dream. All Might had been his light, his hope. How could he go on if even All Might didn't believe in him? He wanted to scream, to rage against the unfairness of it all, but he felt so small, so powerless. The world had crushed him, and there was nothing left. No fight, no hope, just a broken boy in a dark tunnel, clinging to the last remnants of a dream that had been torn to shreds. As he sat there, consumed by despair, he realized that the darkness in his heart was even more suffocating than the grip of a villain. He felt utterly alone, abandoned by everyone he had ever looked up to. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, but Izuku didn't move. He didn't care anymore. Let them come, let them laugh, let them see the quirkless boy broken and defeated. For the first time in his life, Izuku Midoriya felt truly hopeless. The light that had once burned so brightly within him was now extinguished, leaving only a hollow shell of the boy who had dreamed of becoming a hero. The next day, it was early in the morning as Izuku walked into the living room, his heart heavy with a mix of hope and dread. He knew it was unlikely, but a small part of him still wished for a miracle. Hisashi exclaimed with a broad smile, wishing his daughter a happy birthday. Inko added her own wishes, her voice filled with pride. Izuku stood there, his eyes wide, waiting for his turn. But the words never came. He felt invisible, a ghost in his own home. He muttered under his breath, questioning where his birthday wishes were. When his parents finally noticed him, the atmosphere grew cold and tense. His presence felt like an unwelcome intrusion. He turned and left, his heart aching. At school it was no different. Katsumi, Bakugo, Shoto, and Shiori surrounded Izumi, showering her with gifts and birthday wishes. Katsumi handed her a beautifully wrapped present, and Bakugo grinned, wishing her a happy birthday. Izuku stood on the sidelines, watching with hollow eyes, receiving nothing but scorn and indifference. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's shirt, his face twisted in a sneer, questioning what was wrong with him. Izuku looked up, feeling like a shell of his former self. Shoto wondered aloud if Izuku was deaf, his tone mocking. Izuku felt defeated, expressing that he didn't care anymore. He declared that he didn't want to be a hero, that they were right about him. Katsuki and the others were taken aback by his words, their taunts momentarily silenced. But the moment passed, and Katsuki dropped him, suggesting they leave because he was bored. Katsumi and Shiori held a present meant for Izuku but decided now wasn't the time, seeing the dead look in his eyes. As Izuku walked home, his mind was a whirlwind of despair. Today was his and Izumi's birthday, but no one had wished him a happy birthday. It was the same routine of neglect and indifference. Approaching his house, he heard a familiar voice. All Might spoke, expressing admiration for Izumi's potential. Hisashi chimed in, noting her quirk could be among the strongest, and Inko added her pride. Izuku's heart twisted. They were talking about Izumi, of course. It felt like a cruel joke. All Might continued, wanting to bestow a quirk upon Izumi, explaining the power of one for all and the responsibility that came with it. Izumi felt conflicted, wondering if Izuku needed something like this. But when she looked at her parents and saw their pride and expectation, she felt a surge of pressure. All Might asked if she accepted, his eyes full of hope. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, wanting to scream for All Might to reconsider, but his voice was trapped in his throat. Izumi hesitated for a moment, then smiled, agreeing to accept the quirk. All Might instructed her to eat a strand of his hair to possess the power of one for all. Izumi was surprised but trusted her father, taking the hair and consuming it. Her body reacted, green sparks appearing across her skin, signaling the transfer of power. Izuku watched, his heart shattering into pieces. He couldn't bear it anymore. Without a word, he turned and ran, tears streaming down his face. He didn't know where he was going, but anywhere was better than being in the same house as them. He ran until his legs gave out, collapsing in an alleyway, gasping for breath. His body was bruised and battered from years of neglect, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the torment inside his heart. He clutched at his chest, feeling like he was falling apart. He whispered to the empty air, his voice breaking, questioning why he couldn't be enough and why he was always left behind. His mind was a whirlwind of despair, and he felt like he was drowning in it. Looking up at the sky, he searched for a glimmer of hope, but all he saw was darkness. As he sat there, broken and alone, he knew his dreams were completely dead, and there was nothing he could do. His sister had once again stolen the spotlight and ruined his life. Meanwhile, Izumi paced around her room, biting her nails anxiously. It had been a week since Izuku disappeared, and the guilt gnawed at her. For the first time, even her father, Hisashi, seemed genuinely worried. He muttered to himself, questioning where his son could be, his tone laced with suppressed anger. Inko was frantically making phone calls, her face pale and drawn. She dialed Fuyumi Todoroki's number, hoping for any news. Fuyumi picked up the phone, her voice filled with concern, stating that Izuku hadn't been at their place lately and expressing her sorrow over the situation. As Fuyumi tried to console the distressed Inko, Rei Todoroki entered the room, overhearing the conversation. When the call ended, Rei's face was etched with shock, and she asked what had happened. Fuyumi, her eyes brimming with tears, informed Rei that Izuku had been missing for more than a week. Rei's shock turned into urgency as she stormed to the twins' room, demanding Shoto and Shiori to come out. Shiori grumbled, clearly annoyed, while Rei insisted they needed to know about Izuku's disappearance. The twins exchanged uninterested glances, with Shoto dismissing the concern, suggesting Izuku had just run off like he always did. Fuyumi cried out, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation, and questioned their indifference. Rei continued, expressing her fear that if Izuku truly ran away, he would have returned by now. She worried about the dangers he might face, especially being defenseless and without a quirk. Shiori's facade cracked at the thought of something terrible happening to Izuku. Endeavor entered the room, his expression a mix of annoyance and concern, stating they had searched everywhere and that Izuku might have been kidnapped. Meanwhile, at the Bakugo household, Mitsuki called for her twins, Katsumi and Katsuki, who trudged out of their room, clearly irritated. Katsuki questioned the reason for being woken up, his annoyance evident. Mitsuki slapped the back of his head, and he grumbled about her problem. Mitsuki then revealed that Izuku was missing, her voice tense. Katsuki scoffed, suggesting Izuku must have run off as usual, earning another slap from Mitsuki. She insisted that he had been missing for more than a week and questioned where he could have gone. Katsumi's face paled at the news, and Mitsuki continued, her voice shaky, stating there was a high chance Izuku might have been kidnapped. Several weeks passed with no sign of Izuku. The once dismissed fear settled into a grim reality, shaking everyone who knew him. Izumi sat on her bed, staring at the ceiling, her thoughts a chaotic mix of worry and guilt. She whispered to herself that she didn't mean for this to happen. Hisashi paced the living room, anger simmering beneath the surface, questioning how this could happen under their noses. Inko, barely holding it together, kept her phone close, hoping for any news and praying for Izuku's safety. Fuyumi, overwhelmed with guilt for not noticing earlier, reached out to her friends and contacts, hoping someone had seen Izuku. She believed he had to be out there somewhere. Rei tried to keep the family together, her heart aching for the boy she barely knew yet deeply worried about. She declared they would find him. Shoto and Shiori, their earlier indifference replaced with gnawing fear, couldn't shake the image of Izuku's lifeless eyes. Shoto wondered what if they never saw him again, while Shiori, usually tough, was ridden with guilt, expressing her regret for not thinking things through. At the Bakugo household, the tension was palpable. Mitsuki berated herself for not noticing sooner, questioning why she didn't see the signs. Katsuki, though he hid it well, was haunted by his last encounter with Izuku, wondering where he had gone. Katsumi, a mess of nerves and regret, replayed every moment in her head, trying to find a clue, fearing they might never find him. Days turned into weeks, and the hope of finding Izuku grew dimmer. The once lively boy, full of dreams and determination, had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that no one could fill. More than a month had passed since Izuku's disappearance, and the Midoriya household was a shell of its former self. Izumi frantically searched through Izuku's room, desperate for any clue that might lead to her brother. His room was bare, except for his treasured hero analysis book. Her father's voice boomed from the hallway, but she didn't stop. This time it was her mother, 𝗵𝗄, her voice trembling with grief. Izumi ignored her parents until 𝗵𝗄 entered the room and wrapped her arms around her, sobbing. 𝗵𝗄 pleaded with her to stop, her tears soaking into Izumi's shirt. Izumi insisted she couldn't stop until she found a clue, expressing that Izuku couldn't be gone and that she had failed him. Meanwhile, Hisashi Midoriya stood in his hero costume, a sleek red and gold suit with dragon motifs that symbolized his quirk, Dragon's Breath. He was speaking to Detective Neomesa Tsukachi and All Might, who had joined the search efforts. Hisashi expressed his frustration and worry over how a child could vanish without a trace. Detective Tsukachi, known for his sharp deductive skills and empathy, nodded sympathetically, stating they had been following every lead but hadn't found substantial evidence. All Might, in his towering form, exuded a rare solemnity as he shared that he had been scouring the city, but it was as if young Midoriya had disappeared into thin air. Hisashi clenched his fists, his flames flickering slightly, insisting that Izuku was out there somewhere and that he wouldn't just leave. Detective Tsukachi placed a hand on Hisashi's shoulder, offering support. Detective Tsukachi expressed understanding of their pain, assuring them that the entire police force was on high alert and that they had increased patrols. They would find him. All Might nodded, determination shining in his eyes, vowing not to rest until Izuku was found. Hisashi took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, expressing his gratitude but also his struggle to remain hopeful as each passing day felt like they were losing Izuku more. All Might's voice softened, reminding Hisashi that hope was all they had and that young Midoriya would not want them to give up. He was a fighter, just like Hisashi. Detective Tsukachi added that they would keep looking, no matter how long it took, and urged Hisashi to share anything that came to mind, no matter how small. Hisashi nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, promising to do so and asking them to contact him immediately if they heard anything. Back at the Midoriya household, Izumi sat on the floor of Izuku's room, clutching his hero analysis book. 𝗵𝗄 knelt beside her, trying to offer comfort despite her own heartbreak. Izumi whispered, expressing her fear of never finding him, her voice breaking. 𝗵𝗄 hugged her tighter, insisting they would find him and that they had to believe Izuku was out there, needing them to stay strong. Izumi looked at her mother, her eyes red and swollen, wishing she could have done more for him. 𝗵𝗄 stroked her hair, reassuring her that she had done her best and that none of them could have predicted this would happen. They could not give up hope. In another part of town, Hisashi, still in his hero costume, stared at a picture of Izuku on his phone, his heart aching. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice All Might approach. Hisashi asked if All Might thought Izuku was okay, his voice barely above a whisper. All Might placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, expressing his belief that Izuku was resilient and that they would find him, not stopping until they did. Hisashi nodded, his resolve strengthening, thanking All Might and expressing his deep longing to have his son back. All Might replied that they all felt the same way and that together, they would find him. In a cold, dark laboratory, Izuku Midoriya lay on the icy concrete floor, his body battered and bruised. His clothes were in tatters, and he shivered uncontrollably, his mind teetering on the edge of consciousness. Bruises and cuts covered his skin, and several unknown fluids trickled from his mouth. He weakly whispered for help, calling out for his parents and anyone who could save him. The heavy door creaked open, revealing two men in black suits with cold, emotionless eyes. They grabbed Izuku roughly, forcing pills into his mouth. One of them commented on Izuku's terrible state, while the other remarked that he was about to get worse, hoping he would survive the first phase unlike the last ones. Izuku mumbled about the last ones, clinging to a faint hope that his dad, All Might, or even Uncle Endeavor would come to his aid. They dragged him to a metal table, strapping him down with tight restraints that bit into his already tender skin. The door opened again, and a crazed scientist entered the room. His wild, unkempt hair and manic gleam in his eyes made him look grotesque, and his lab coat was stained with unknown substances. His name was Dr. Kuroki, infamous for his inhumane experiments. He grinned sadistically, commenting on Izuku's survival of the pills and revealing that this was only the beginning. He claimed that Izuku would no longer be quirkless by the end of the experiment. Dr. Kuroki brought out several vials filled with different colored liquids, explaining that they were designed to force the body to develop and survive the power of an ultimate quirk by accelerating evolution. He acknowledged the high chance of perishing but insisted that sacrifices must be made for progress. Without hesitation, he began injecting the enhancers into Izuku's body. The sharp needles pierced his skin, and the fluids burned as they entered his bloodstream. One of the suited men expressed concern about the danger, but Dr. Kuroki dismissed it, insisting that danger was irrelevant for the sake of evolution. He ordered the man to be quiet and observe. Izuku's body convulsed violently as the enhancers took effect, the pain searing through every nerve and muscle. His vision blurred, and he felt trapped in agony, unable to scream. Izuku's mind was a whirlwind of torment, each pulse of pain striking at his consciousness. He tried to scream, but his voice was lost in the suffering. His muscles felt like they were being torn apart, and his heart pounded erratically, struggling to keep him alive. Faces of his family flashed before his eyes. His father, stern but once caring. His mother, loving but now distant. His sister, conflicted and confused. And All Might, his hero, telling him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Those words echoed in his mind, breaking him further. The pain intensified, and he felt his body rejecting the enhancers. His skin burned, his veins felt like they were going to burst, and his muscles twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to escape this torment, yet his body clung to life with a stubbornness that matched his spirit. Dr. Kuroki watched with unsettling fascination, urging Izuku to endure the pain, claiming he would be the pinnacle of his work. As Izuku's vision darkened and he slipped in and out of consciousness, he could barely hear the muffled voices around him. One of the suited men warned that Izuku's vitals were dropping, but Dr. Kuroki ordered them to increase the dosage, eager to see the results. Another wave of pain crashed over Izuku, more intense than before. He felt his body breaking down, yet somehow he remained conscious, enduring the unimaginable. In that moment, as he teetered on the edge of existence, a flicker of something else stirred within him. A spark, faint but persistent. It wasn't a quirk, but a raw, untamed energy, born from his unyielding spirit and relentless will to survive. Dr. Kuroki's eyes widened in manic delight as he observed the transformation unfolding before him. He exclaimed that it was happening, that this was the breakthrough he had been waiting for. Izuku's body continued to convulse, but amidst the pain, that spark grew, feeding on his agony and desperation. He wasn't sure if he was dying or evolving, but in that moment, he realized one thing: he wouldn't give up. He couldn't give up. For the sake of his family, for the sake of his dreams, and for the sake of his own survival, Izuku Midoriya would endure. And in the depths of that dark laboratory, surrounded by cold-hearted men and a mad scientist, the spark of his indomitable will began to blaze. The suited men watched in awe and fear as Izuku's body underwent a transformation. Dr. Kuroki's laughter echoed through the room, a twisted symphony of madness and triumph. He welcomed Izuku to the future, whispering with dark satisfaction that he was his greatest creation, the herald of a new era. In that cold, dark laboratory, the cries of a boy on the brink of transformation echoed through the walls, marking the beginning of a terrifying new chapter in his life. Izuku reflected on the month that had passed since he was taken to this place, a hellish nightmare he couldn't escape. His body felt foreign, as if it belonged to someone else. They had injected him with countless chemicals, enhancers they called them, but he felt anything but enhanced. He felt like a puppet on strings, ready to snap at any moment. He had heard whispers of Dr. Kuroki before, in the dark corners of the city where heroes rarely tread. A mad scientist, a ghost story parents told their children to make them behave. Except he was real, and he was the one turning Izuku into something else, something monstrous. Dr. Kuroki announced that they would test a new serum that day, claiming it would increase Izuku's muscle mass significantly. His voice was always calm and matter-of-fact, as if what he was doing wasn't wrong. He assured Izuku that this wouldn't hurt as much as the last one, that he was getting stronger and would soon be the perfect weapon. As the serum was injected into his arm, the pain surged through him like wildfire. He wanted to scream, but he held it back. Screaming only made them smile, and he wouldn't give them that satisfaction. Dr. Kuroki observed as Izuku's body reacted to the serum. Strapped to the table, he felt the pain intensify. His muscles felt like they were tearing apart, reforming, stretching beyond their limits. His skin felt like it would split open, but it never did. He survived because that was what they had programmed him to do, survive. Days blurred together, or perhaps it was weeks. Time didn't exist in that place. They woke him up, injected him with something new, watched him writhe in pain, and then put him back to sleep. They wanted to make him into a weapon, a tool to kill All Might, the very person he had looked up to. The irony was not lost on him. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night when the lab was still and they thought he was unconscious, he allowed himself to dream. He dreamed of his family coming to save him, of his dad smashing through the walls with his quirk, fire blazing. He imagined his mom holding him, assuring him that everything would be okay. He even dreamed of All Might, his smile shining like the sun, telling him that everything would be all right because he was there. But those dreams always shattered when he woke up. He was alone. No one was coming. They had made sure he knew that. Dr. Kuroki's voice snapped him back to the present, asking how he was feeling that day. Standing over him with a clipboard, his eyes gleamed with curiosity, or perhaps pride. Izuku managed to croak out that he was fine, though he was anything but. Complaining wouldn't stop them, it never did. Dr. Kuroki expressed his satisfaction with Izuku's adaptation to the treatments, admitting he had been skeptical at first but was now impressed by Izuku's resilience. He mentioned the one above all quirk, something Izuku had heard them discuss but didn't fully understand. All he knew was that they were going to put it inside him, and then he wouldn't be himself anymore. He would be something else, something dangerous. A small, broken plea escaped him, asking them not to do this. Dr. Kuroki paused, tilting his head as if considering his words. He explained that this was bigger than Izuku, that he would be part of something incredible, with a power unlike anything the world had ever seen. Wasn't that what he wanted? To be powerful. To be special. Izuku had only wanted to be a hero. His voice cracked as he spoke, tears welling up, but he held them back. Tears wouldn't help him here. Dr. Kuroki laughed softly, shaking his head, dismissing the notion of heroism. He claimed that heroes were just tools for the powerful and that Izuku would soon see that he would be more than a hero. He would be a god among men. Left alone with his thoughts, pain, and the knowledge that there was no escape, Izuku felt the weight of despair. They had broken him. When they realized his body was adapting to their twisted experiments, their demeanor shifted. They no longer saw him as a subject. He had become something worse, a pet, an animal to be trained, tested, and broken down further. One of the men commented on how quickly he was adapting, while another sneered at his broken state, claiming he would do anything for the pills they provided. Their words washed over him, but he barely registered them. He was on his knees, trembling, the hunger for those pills gnawing at his insides. He needed them. They had forced him to take them at first, making him choke on the bitterness, but now he couldn't live without them. He couldn't think of anything else. They discussed doubling the dosage, a sick grin spreading across one of their faces. They tossed a handful of pills in front of him, far more than usual. His body moved on its own, hands scrambling against the cold floor, shoving the pills into his mouth. He didn't care about the taste, the bitterness that made him want to retch. He just needed them. The men observed him with a twisted sense of amusement, as if he were a circus animal performing tricks. One of them delivered a sharp kick to his stomach, but he barely flinched. The pain was insignificant compared to the desperation that consumed him. One of the men sneered, commenting on how he was already hooked. Another hand gripped the back of his head, forcing him to look up at them. Through his tears, he stretched out his trembling hand, trying to reach the remaining pills scattered on the floor. He pleaded for them to let him have the pills, his voice weak and broken. The man holding him tilted his head, pretending not to hear. He begged again, offering to do anything. Their laughter echoed harshly in his ears, but he didn't care. The moment they released him, he dove to the floor, shoving the rest of the pills into his mouth and swallowing them without hesitation. The relief washed over him, the chemicals coursing through his veins like a twisted form of comfort. One of the men, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, remarked that they would see how far he could go. They dragged him to another room, a place he had become all too familiar with, their torture chamber. This room was designed to break him, to push his body beyond its limits. They strapped him down to a cold, metal table, the restraints digging into his wrists and ankles. He didn't resist. He had learned that resistance only made things worse. They began with electricity, attaching wires to his chest and arms, sending shockwaves through his body. His muscles seized, convulsing uncontrollably as the volts surged through him. The pain was intense, but he held it in, burying it deep down where it couldn't hurt him anymore. They increased the voltage, watching as his body jerked against the restraints. He could feel his heart racing, the rhythm erratic and painful, but it didn't give out. They had ensured he was too strong to die easily. One of them expressed a longing to see if he could handle more. Next, they brought out the knives, razor-sharp blades that they dragged across his skin, cutting deep enough to scar but not enough to kill. They wanted to test how quickly he could heal, how much pain he could endure before he finally broke. They cut into his arms, legs, and chest, leaving jagged scars in their wake. He felt the warmth pooling around him, but the pain felt distant, as if it belonged to someone else. One of them remarked on his consciousness, sounding almost impressed, and suggested they see if they could change that. They moved on to fire, using a blowtorch aimed directly at his skin. The flames seared him, burning away any remaining humanity he had left. The smell filled the room, but he couldn't react. His body was too numb, too broken. One of them taunted him, urging him to scream, promising that it would stop if he did. But he couldn't scream. The pain was overwhelming, yet he held it in, biting down on his lip until he tasted BLD. They wouldn't get that satisfaction from him. One of them expressed annoyance at his resilience, suggesting they would have to step it up. They injected him with another serum, making his BLD feel like it was boiling. His vision blurred, and his body spasmed violently as the serum coursed through him. The pain was indescribable, but he didn't pass out. They wouldn't let him. They weren't satisfied until he was a broken mess on the table, his body covered in burns, cuts, and bruises. They left him there, strapped down and unable to move or think. All he could do was breathe, shallow breaths that hurt with every inhale. But this was just the beginning. The real torture was yet to come. He was nothing more than a plaything to them, something to be used and experimented on until there was nothing left. They were determined to break him down, piece by piece, until he was nothing more than a weapon for them to wield. And the worst part was that he was starting to believe them. He was starting to believe he was worth nothing, that he deserved this. The only thing that kept him going, the only thing he was given, were those pills. He understood their purpose. They weren't just keeping him alive but making him dependent, ensuring he couldn't function without them. He could see the smug satisfaction in their eyes every time he scrambled for another dose, knowing they were turning him into their 𝗧𝗏. And it was working. They had stopped bothering with food, he was fed purely on those pills, and his body craved them more each day. They had become his lifeline, the only thing that dulled the pain and made the experiments bearable. It was a 𝗧𝗵𝗲, pain followed by relief, relief followed by more pain. Each time, he needed more pills to get through it. But this time was different. They had entered a new phase in their experiments. A third phase, they called it. Whatever hope he had left of escaping was slipping away, drowned by waves of agony and desperation. One of the scientists announced that it was time to push his body to its absolute limits. He was strapped down to the table again, his wrists and ankles secured by thick metal restraints. They had learned that his strength was increasing, that he was becoming more dangerous and unpredictable. But he was still nothing compared to them. They began with the injections, using larger syringes filled with a sickly green fluid that glowed faintly in the dim light. They didn't bother to numb the area. They simply plunged the needles into his veins, one after another, until he lost. The fluid burned as it entered his bloodstream, making his skin feel like it was on fire from the inside out. He clenched his teeth, biting down on his lip until it bled, but he didn't scream. He couldn't give them that satisfaction, no matter how much he wanted to. The pain was excruciating, as if his entire body was being ripped apart and put back together in a way that didn't make sense. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably, his back arching off the table as the fluids worked their way through him. One of the scientists remarked with a sick amusement that he was still holding on, which was impressive. But they weren't done. The injections were just the beginning. Another scientist approached with a new set of tools, thick metal rods, hammers, and clamps. His heart pounded in his chest, dread coiling in his stomach. He had no idea what they were planning, but he knew it was going to hurt. They started with his legs, clamping down on his thighs to hold them in place as one of the scientists positioned a metal rod over his knee. Without warning, the hammer came down, striking the rod against his kneecap. The pain was instant, a white-hot explosion that shot up his leg and into his brain. He couldn't hold back the scream that tore from his throat, his entire body convulsing against the restraints. The scientist muttered in approval, adjusting the rod before bringing the hammer down again and again. They shattered his kneecap, leaving him a sobbing, broken mess on the table. Next, they moved on to his arms, repeating the same brutal process. Metal rods, hammers, and an unending 𝗬𝗧𝗟 of pain shattered his elbows, wrists, and even the bones in his fingers. Each hit sent shock waves of agony through his body, but he was helpless, trapped in a nightmare that had no end. The worst part was hearing them talk, calm and clinical, as if what they were doing was just another day at work. One of the scientists noted that he was healing faster, almost with a hint of admiration, while another suggested they needed to push him harder to find his breaking point. They weren't satisfied with just breaking his bones. They wanted to test his entire body, his organs, nerves, and brain. They brought out electricity again, attaching wires to his chest, head, and spine. The shocks were more intense this time, jolting through his nervous system with a force that made his vision blur. His heart stuttered, and his breathing became shallow and ragged as the volts coursed through him. He could feel his brain scrambling, neurons misfiring as they overloaded his senses. They cranked up the voltage, watching as he convulsed on the table, his muscles seizing up in uncontrollable spasms. He couldn't even scream anymore. His throat was raw, and all he could do was gasp for air as they continued their torment. One of the scientists noted that his brain waves were spiking, almost with excitement, while another suggested they see if they could push him into a seizure. The electricity surged again, and his body went rigid. His vision darkened, and his thoughts scattered as the pain became overwhelming. He was teetering on the edge of consciousness, barely aware of the world around him. But they wanted to see more. They wanted to break him completely. They injected him with more chemicals, flooding his system with toxins designed to shut down his organs, testing how long it would take before his body began to fail. His heart struggled to keep up, the rhythm faltering and becoming more erratic with each passing second. His lungs burned, each breath a battle as the toxins took their toll. They moved on to his nerves next, testing his pain threshold with a series of injections targeting his spinal cord. The pain was beyond anything he had ever experienced, sharp and burning, as if his entire body was being torn apart from the inside out. Every nerve was on fire, every inch of his skin ached, and yet he couldn't pass out. They wouldn't let him. One of them said they would see how his mind held up, bringing out a new device. A helmet strapped onto his head, wires connecting it to the rest of the equipment. The moment they activated it, a sharp pain shot through his skull, like someone had driven a spike into his brain. His thoughts scattered, memories flashing before his eyes in rapid succession, too fast for him to grasp. It felt like his mind was being ripped apart, dissected piece by piece, until there was nothing left but raw, primal fear. One scientist observed that he was resisting, his brain trying to fight back, while another turned up the intensity. The pain doubled, tripled, until he couldn't think anymore. All he could do was scream, the sound echoing in his mind as the device tore through his memories and thoughts, everything that made him who he was. They were breaking him down, reducing him to nothing more than a shell, an empty vessel for them to control. He could feel himself slipping away, his sense of self fading with each passing second. He was losing himself, becoming something else, something they had created through pain and suffering. But he couldn't stop it. He was powerless, helpless to resist as they stripped away everything he was, leaving nothing but the raw, broken remnants of a boy who had once dreamed of being a hero. In that moment, he realized he wasn't a hero. He wasn't even a person anymore. He was their weapon, their creation, their SLV. And there was no escape from it. More than a year had passed since he was taken, since he was dragged into this hellish nightmare. Time had become meaningless, a blurred haze of agony and despair, punctuated only by the experiments that twisted his body and mind beyond recognition. He wasn't even sure if he was still human. Whatever spark of life, whatever sense of self he had left, was hanging by a thread. The person he used to be, Izuku Midoriya, was nothing more than a distant memory, a ghost haunting the hollow shell he had become. I was a zombie, a walking corpse, moving through the motions of existence with no purpose other than to endure. My mind was barely holding together, fraying at the edges as the relentless torture chipped away at my sanity. Today was different. Today, I was strapped down tighter than usual, my wrists and ankles bound so securely that I could barely move. My heart pounded in my chest, fear coiling in my stomach like a serpent ready to strike. I didn't know what they had planned, but I knew it was going to be bad. And then he walked in, the man responsible for all of this, the architect of my suffering, Dr. Kuroki. His cold, calculating eyes swept over me, a twisted smile playing at the corners of his lips. He referred to me as Subject 13, his voice dripping with false warmth, and he remarked on the memories we had made together, the progress and pain we had shared. He chuckled, the sound sending a chill down my spine, and announced that today marked the beginning of the main experiment. My mind raced, trying to process his words. The main experiment? What could possibly be worse than everything I'd already endured? Kuroki stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with a sick excitement. He explained that in order to create the ultimate weapon to kill the symbol of peace, his master, All for One, had given him an idea. Why settle for the quirks we already knew? Why not create something new? Something superior? He threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing through the sterile, cold room as he proclaimed the creation of the one above all. The name sent a jolt of fear through me, deeper than anything I'd felt before. What was he talking about? Kuroki's eyes were wild, his grin manic as he continued. After nearly 20 years of research, trials, errors, failures, and breakthroughs, he claimed to have created a unique quirk. A gene crafted by splicing the cells of the most powerful quirks, evolving and perfecting them to create a supreme one. My breath caught in my throat. A supreme quirk. It couldn't be possible. The idea itself was insane, but then again, so was everything else about this place. Kuroki paced back and forth, his excitement growing with every word. He revealed that there was a problem. A quirk this powerful was too much for the human body to handle. Every subject he tested it on had perished. Their bodies couldn't take the strain. They all shattered. My heart pounded in my ears, fear turning my blood to ice. I could barely comprehend what he was saying, but the implications were terrifying. He didn't give up, though. He created a sequence of experiments, brutal but necessary, to force the growth and development of the human body, pushing it beyond its limits to create a vessel that could adapt. He leaned in closer, his eyes locking onto mine, and revealed that even then, they had died. Every single one of them. The power was too much, even for those with quirks. He paused, letting his words sink in, before a dark, twisted smile spread across his face. That's when it hit him, the theory that changed everything. They all had quirks, and their bodies were attuned to specific powers, which was what killed them. But what if he tried it on someone quirkless? My stomach dropped as the realization hit me like a freight train. They had targeted me because I was quirkless. That was the reason I was here, why I had been put through this hell, not because of who I was or my potential, but because I was born without a quirk. Because I was Inferno's son. Kuroki's smile widened as he saw the understanding dawn on my face. He confirmed that I, Izuku Midoriya, was chosen because my body was a blank canvas, ready to be shaped and molded into the ultimate weapon. Ready to inherit the one above all. A weak, desperate denial slipped from my lips, but it was too late. Kuroki wasn't listening. He was already too far gone, lost in his mad vision of power and destruction. He declared that it was time for me to inherit it, to become the one above all and kill all might. He pressed a button on the console next to me, and the pod I was trapped in began to move. It extended upwards, the restraints tightening around my limbs as it locked into place. A hissing sound filled the room as the pod began to fill with a thick, viscous fluid, cold and suffocating. I could feel it seeping into my skin, an uncomfortable sensation spreading through my body. Then I saw it, the machine that would change everything. A massive, hulking device with a glass tube at its center, filled with a glowing liquid. The one above all. The culmination of all my suffering, all my pain, all the horror I had endured. Kuroki stood back, watching with wide, eager eyes as the machine whirred to life. He muttered about super strength, super speed, reflexes, energy manipulation, invulnerability, and the unique ability to adapt. The perfect being. The ultimate weapon. I wanted to scream, to cry out, but my voice was gone. I could only watch in helpless terror as the machine moved into position, the glass tube aligning with the pod that held me. Kuroki declared that this was the moment I would become the one above all. With a final, triumphant laugh, he pressed the button, and the machine activated, injecting the glowing liquid into my veins. The sensation was instantaneous, a fire that coursed through my body, overwhelming me. It felt like my very DNA was being unraveled, torn apart and rewritten in an instant. My cells burned, twisted, evolving into something new and terrifying. My bones felt like they were shattering and rebuilding themselves over and over again. My muscles stretched and tore, only to knit back together stronger. I was screaming, my mind drowning in a sea of agony, but there was no escape. The pain was endless, relentless, pushing me to the brink of madness. But beneath the pain, beneath the fire consuming my body, I could feel something else. Something dark and powerful, taking root deep within me, growing stronger with every passing second. It was the one above all. And it was changing me. My vision blurred, my thoughts scattered as the pain reached a crescendo. I could feel myself slipping away, losing everything that made me who I was. And then, there was nothing. No pain. No fear. No Izuku Midoriya. Just darkness. In that darkness, an overwhelming power surged through him, filling every cell, every fiber of his being. It was both terrifying and exhilarating, as if he stood on the edge of an abyss, staring into the void, which stared back at him. He was no longer Izuku Midoriya, a boy with dreams of being a hero. He was something else, something more, something beyond, the one above all. As the darkness enveloped him, he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He was becoming a weapon. When the pod finally released him, he stumbled forward, gasping for air. His body felt different, stronger, faster, almost alien. He looked down at himself, barely recognizing the figure he saw. His skin was taut, muscles rippling beneath the surface with an unnatural power. Dark green energy crackled around him, sparking off his body like living lightning, the sheer force of the one above all coursing through his veins. But even as the energy surged, pain lingered, a reminder of the nightmare he had just endured. It felt as if his entire existence had been rewired, transformed into something monstrous. He was no longer the quirkless boy who dreamed of being a hero. That part of him was buried under the weight of this new power. The one above all was not just a quirk. It was something far more terrifying, something that felt too immense for any one person to control. His vision blurred as he took a step forward, every movement radiating a power he didn't know how to contain. Dr. Kuroki stood before him, a twisted smile on his face, his eyes gleaming with triumph. He had created his ultimate weapon. But the thing about creating weapons is that they tend to turn on their creators. A surge of rage tore through him as he realized what Kuroki had done. Everything he had endured, the pain, the suffering, the experiments, had led to this. He had been turned into a monster, and Kuroki was proud of it. No more. Without thinking, he lunged at him, his fist crackling with dark energy. He wanted to make Kuroki pay for everything, for every moment of agony, for every twisted experiment. But just as suddenly as he had moved, he crumpled to the ground. His body felt drained of strength, his limbs refusing to obey him. The power that had raged through him moments ago vanished, leaving him weak and trembling on the cold floor. He struggled to push himself up, but it felt as if his body was made of lead. Kuroki's laughter echoed through the room, cold and cruel. He stepped closer, looking down with mock pity. He revealed that while they had given him those pills, they were not just enhancing his body, they were doing something far more interesting. His heart sank as the truth dawned on him. Mind control elixirs mixed with the pills. He had taken more than 100, maybe even close to 1,000 by now. Horror flooded through him as Kuroki explained that he had been under his control for a long time. Every time he took those pills, he surrendered more of his will. Now, he was completely Kuroki's. Kuroki stood over him with a mixture of glee and disdain, declaring him a puppet, his puppet, and it was time for him to dance. He wanted to scream, to cry out, but his voice was gone. All he could do was lie there, helpless, as the realization sank in. He was not just a weapon. He was a SLV, controlled by the very man who had created this nightmare. Kuroki walked over to a nearby console, his fingers flying over the keys as he brought up a series of screens. He announced that they had a lot of work to do. The one above all was still new to him, raw and untamed, but they would fix that. Kuroki turned back to him, eyes glinting with sadistic pleasure. He explained that now that he had this power, they would train him, push him to his absolute limits, break him down, and build him up until he could control it perfectly. By the time they were done, he would be the ultimate weapon. He managed to croak out a protest, but Kuroki's smile didn't waver. He assured him that he would comply because he had no choice. Kuroki pressed another button on the console, and the restraints that had held him down suddenly released. His body slumped to the floor, weak but free. For a moment, he thought he could still fight, still resist, but the moment he tried to move, the same paralysis overtook him. Kuroki expressed satisfaction as he commanded him to get up. He tried to resist, but his body moved on its own. Slowly, painfully, he pushed himself up to his feet, every movement stiff and unnatural. He was no longer in control. His body belonged to Kuroki now. Kuroki watched with a pleased expression as he stood there, swaying slightly, the dark green energy still crackling faintly around him. Kuroki declared that he would be magnificent, the one above all, the perfect being. But first, they needed to ensure he was prepared, which meant brutal, relentless training. They were going to test every aspect of his new abilities, his strength, speed, and reflexes. They would push him until he felt like he might break, and then they would push him even further. The doctor stepped back, his grin widening. He mentioned that the best part was that he would love it. Every time he pushed past his limits and grew stronger, he would receive another dose of those enticing pills, just enough to keep him going and hooked. The thought made his body shudder, the craving gnawing at the edges of his mind. He hated it, he hated himself for it, but he couldn't stop. He needed those pills more than anything. The doctor turned away, motioning for one of the guards to step forward. He ordered the guard to take him to the training room and ensure he received the full experience without holding back. The guard nodded, grabbing him roughly by the arm and dragging him toward the door. His legs moved on their own, following the command, even as his mind screamed at him to stop and fight back. But it was no use. He felt like a puppet, dancing to the doctor's twisted tune. As they left the room, the doctor's voice echoed after him, cold and triumphant, welcoming him to his new life, the life of the one above all, the life of the perfect weapon. As the door closed behind him, sealing him into this new reality, he realized with a sickening certainty that he was right. This was his life now, a life of pain, suffering, and endless torment. A life where he was nothing more than a tool, a SLV to the power he never wanted. And there was no escape. The training regimen they put him through was beyond anything he had ever imagined, brutal, relentless, and utterly inhuman. It wasn't just about pushing his body to its limits. It was about breaking him down completely and reshaping him into something else, something more. Every day was a new kind of hell, designed to test the full extent of the one above all and force him to endure it, no matter the cost. The first part of the training focused on raw strength. They locked him in a reinforced chamber, the walls lined with dense, unbreakable metal. His task was simple: destroy everything in the room. But the catch was that the walls were constantly closing in on him, the ceilings slowly descending. He had to punch, kick, and smash his way out before he was trapped. The void smash became his lifeline. Every punch he threw sent shockwaves reverberating through the room, shattering the walls, but it wasn't enough to stop the relentless advance of the chamber. He had to hit harder and faster, pushing the energy within him to its absolute limit until he could finally break free. His knuckles were torn, but he kept going, the dark energy from the one above all flooding his veins, driving him to keep fighting. Next came speed. They strapped him into a suit lined with sensors and dropped him into a labyrinth filled with automated turrets, lasers, and traps. The goal was to make it to the center in the shortest amount of time. The moment he stepped inside, the walls shifted, the floor gave way, and the traps activated. It was a death maze, designed to eliminate anyone who wasn't fast enough. That's when he developed the shadow step. The first time he used it, it felt like his body was tearing apart, the speed too much for his muscles to handle. But he had no choice. He had to keep moving, faster and faster, until he became nothing but a blur, slipping past the traps, dodging the lasers, and outrunning the turrets. By the time he reached the center, he was barely standing, his muscles screaming in agony, but he had done it. He had survived. But speed and strength were just the beginning. They wanted to test his control over the dark energy coursing through him. They put him in an arena, surrounded by robotic enemies, each programmed to attack relentlessly. That's when he created the dark 𝗕𝗏𝗃. The energy 𝗕𝗏𝗃 lashed out from his hands, crackling with power as they tore through the robots, ensnaring and immobilizing them. But the robots kept coming, wave after wave, faster and stronger each time. He had to keep fighting, string the energy so that it obeyed his will without hesitation. The eclipse beam came next. They placed him in a chamber with a towering target, a massive robot designed to withstand even the strongest attacks. His task was to destroy it. He focused all the energy within him, channeling it into a single, concentrated beam. The first time he fired it, the recoil nearly knocked him off his feet, but the beam pierced straight through the robot's armor, leaving a smoking hole in its chest. They weren't satisfied with just one target. They kept sending more, each one tougher than the last, until he could fire the beam at will, controlling its power and intensity, making it stronger and more destructive. For defense, they introduced the Dark Aegis. They pitted him against enemies that were faster, stronger, and more vicious than anything he had faced before. His only chance was to protect himself. The first time he activated the Aegis, the dark energy formed a barrier around him, absorbing blows and deflecting attacks. But they kept pushing, forcing him to strengthen the shield until nothing could break through it. They wanted to see how far he could push his combat abilities. That's when the Phantom Strike was born. They made him fight multiple opponents at once, each one skilled and deadly. He had to be faster than them, striking before they could react. The Phantom Strike allowed him to deliver rapid, high-speed attacks in quick succession, each one infused with energy, each one more powerful than the last. It became a blur of motion, until his enemies were nothing but remnants. The Oblivion Wave came next, designed for crowd control. They dropped him into a pit filled with enemies, all coming at him from every direction. He focused, drawing the energy from within, and released it in a wide-area wave that knocked them all back, sending them flying and damaging everything within its radius. But the enemies kept coming wave after wave, and the protagonist had to keep unleashing the Oblivion Wave over and over until it became second nature. They learned to control the intensity, direction, and force of it. Then came the Nightmare Grasp. They placed the protagonist in scenarios where they had to manipulate objects from a distance or crush enemies with sheer force. Dark energy extended from their hands, forming large claws that could slash, crush, and manipulate anything in their path. It became an extension of their will, allowing them to reach out and eliminate anything in their way. The most challenging part of the training was the Chaos Burst. The protagonist faced enemies with abilities that could disrupt their own. They had to find a way to break through, to disrupt their powers before they could disrupt theirs. The Chaos Burst became their answer, a powerful burst of energy radiating from them, disrupting the enemy's abilities, shattering their defenses, and causing significant damage. It was a desperate move, a last-ditch effort to survive, but it worked. Finally, there was the Fallen Star. The protagonist had to face enemies that were too strong to defeat with conventional means. That's when they developed the Fallen Star, a move that allowed them to leap into the air and come crashing down with immense force, creating a massive shockwave upon impact. It was devastating, leaving destruction in its wake. Even as they mastered these abilities, the protagonist noticed something. The pills they were given were no longer working as they used to. Initially, they had been a lifeline, keeping them going and sane. But now, the effects were becoming dull. It felt like their body was adapting to them, building a resistance. The more they thought about it, the more they realized what was happening. Their body was changing, evolving, becoming something more than just a puppet. If the protagonist bided their time, played along, and pretended to be their obedient weapon, they could turn this to their advantage. They could wait until the right moment, until they had complete control over the one above all, until they had fully adapted to the pills, until those pills no longer had any hold over them. And when that moment came, they would destroy this place, tearing it apart brick by brick, ensuring that everyone inside would pay for what had been done to them. Every day, the training grew more intense, more brutal, as if they were being pushed to the breaking point. But something had changed. Where once they struggled, now they excelled. Where once they feared, now they dominated. The power of the one above all was no longer a burden or a curse. It was theirs. They could feel it coursing through their veins, resonating with every fiber of their being. It was no longer an external force trying to break free. It had become an extension of themselves. The first signs of adaptation came during one of the usual combat sessions. They were pitted against one of the newest creations, an enhanced combat droid designed specifically to counter their abilities. It was faster, stronger, and more agile than anything faced before, programmed to exploit weaknesses. But as the fight began, something inside clicked. Their movements became fluid, instinctive. They didn't just react to the droid's attacks, they anticipated them. They dodged with precision, countered with devastating force, and unleashed a phantom strike so fast that the droid couldn't register the attacks before it was in pieces on the ground. The technicians watching from above seemed stunned, their expressions hidden behind reflective visors, but the protagonist could feel their shock. They had expected a struggle, but instead, the protagonist dismantled the creation in seconds. The next test involved endurance, a marathon of challenges disguised as a training session. They activated the chamber's gravity field, increasing it to 5 times the normal level. The pressure was immense, but instead of being overwhelmed, the protagonist stood tall. The weight that should have forced them to their knees felt like a minor inconvenience. With each step, they grew more accustomed to the pressure, their muscles adapting, their bones reinforcing themselves. Waves of drones were sent in to attack, but they were nothing. With each punch and kick, the protagonist sent them flying, void smashes tearing through their ranks as if they were made of paper. As the gravity continued to increase, the protagonist felt their body adjusting in real time, compensating for the added stress. Their bones hardened, their muscles strengthened, and the energy within surged, fueling them and pushing them beyond any limits imposed. By the time the gravity reached 10 times normal, they were still moving, still fighting, while the drones fell one after another, unable to keep up with the relentless assault. The most telling moment came when they decided to test the limits of energy manipulation. The protagonist was placed in a chamber surrounded by reflective panels, each designed to redirect energy attacks back at the source. They were ordered to unleash the eclipse beam, knowing it would bounce back and hit them from all sides. But as they channeled the dark energy into their hands, they felt the difference. The energy was no longer a chaotic force to be tamed, it was a tool, a weapon that responded to their will. They released the eclipse beam, but instead of letting it scatter, they controlled it, guiding the beam through the maze of panels with pinpoint precision. The energy bent to their will, avoiding the reflective surfaces, twisting and turning until it found the target at the center of the chamber. The explosion was spectacular, the target obliterated in a burst of light and dark energy. When the technicians came to inspect the chamber, they found not a single scratch on the panels. The protagonist had controlled the energy so perfectly that it had passed through without leaving a trace. From that point on, the changes became increasingly apparent. The pills, laced with mind control elixirs, had almost no effect now. The protagonist could feel their body filtering out the toxins, neutralizing them before they could take hold. The small doses that had once bent their will were now nothing more than a nuisance. They could play the game, pretending to be under control, while slowly but surely regaining autonomy. Their speed reached new heights. Shadow Step became more than just a burst of speed, it was a way of moving through space itself. They could feel the fabric of reality bending as they moved, allowing them to traverse distances in the blink of an eye. The drones sent after the protagonist struggled to keep up, even the most advanced models were left flailing as they appeared behind them, striking with lethal precision before any could react. The dark 𝗕𝗏P had evolved as well. The energy 𝗕𝗏Ps used to control were now extensions of themselves, responsive to thoughts and emotions. They could be manipulated in length, shape, and density. They could become solid, slicing through steel, or intangible, passing through obstacles before striking their targets. These 𝗕𝗏Ps were used to snare enemies, to pull them apart, to destroy everything in their path. Then there was the Chaos Burst. What had once been a desperate move became a tactical advantage. Energy built within, a storm waiting to be unleashed. When released, the burst disrupted everything around, machines short-circuited, drones fell from the sky, and even the air seemed to crackle with energy. Technicians scrambled to find new ways to counter it, but nothing worked. Mastery of the Chaos Burst meant any attack or defense could be disrupted, leaving enemies vulnerable and exposed. Perhaps the most significant change was in control over the one above all. The dark energy that had once threatened to consume was now fully integrated into their being. The power was felt at all times, a steady, endless source of strength that could be drawn upon at will. There was no longer fear of losing control, it was firmly in control. The energy responded to every command, allowing it to be channeled into attacks, defenses, and even the very body itself. Void Smash became an extension of that control. The shockwaves created were no longer random bursts of power, they were precise and targeted, capable of tearing through anything in their path. Energy could be focused into a single point, creating an explosion of force that could level entire structures. The impact of punches sent shockwaves through the ground, cracking the very earth beneath. With every training session, it became clear that the body was changing in unexpected ways. The pills, the experiments, the rigorous training had all been designed to break down and mold into a weapon. Instead, they had made it stronger, more resilient. The body wasn't just adapting, it was evolving. Every challenge thrown only made it more powerful, more dangerous. But the protagonist couldn't let them know that. Keeping up the act was essential, they had to think they were still in control. Pills were taken when offered, obedient behavior displayed during training sessions, and true strength kept hidden. If they realized how far progress had come, drastic measures would be taken. They would see a threat instead of a subject to control. So time was bided, waiting for the right moment. Every day brought more strength, every day honed skills, perfecting the abilities forced upon. They had become everything desired, no more than desired. Expectations had been surpassed, designs exceeded. Soon, when the time was right, that strength would be used to dismantle them all. Dr. Kurokiri, the technicians, the guards, each would pay for what had been done. The place would be torn apart, brick by brick, until nothing remained but ruins. Then, a way back to the surface would be found, back to the world taken away. But not as the same person captured months ago. No, something more had emerged. They were the one above all. Nothing would stand in the way. The guard's body crumpled to the ground, the hand slick as it was pulled free from his chest. His lifeless eyes stared up, wide with shock, as the light faded from them. There was no emotion, no regret or hesitation, just cold, calculated resolve. This moment had been waited for, the perfect opportunity to unleash the monster created. The key card was swiped from his belt, and the exit was turned toward, the mind racing through the plan crafted over the past year. The hallway stretched out, dimly lit by sickly fluorescent lights overhead. This place had been a prison, a torment, but now it would become a playground, the stage for vengeance. As the first step toward freedom was taken, alarms blared to life, their shrill cries echoing off the walls. Red lights flashed, bathing the corridor in a hellish glow. They knew something was wrong. They knew something was coming. The air hissed as toxic gas began to seep from the vents above, filling the corridor with a thick, green mist. It was the same gas used countless times during training sessions, an insidious mix of chemicals designed to weaken and subdue even the strongest users. But that was before adaptation, before becoming the one above all. A deep breath was taken, feeling the gas invade lungs, but instead of coughing or gasping for air, there was nothing. The body had already neutralized the toxins, rendering them harmless. A grin formed, savoring the moment while walking forward, the mist parting like a curtain. At the far end of the corridor, the first wave of guards appeared, faces hidden behind gas masks and helmets, bodies clad in heavy armor. They carried weapons, energy rifles, batons crackling with electricity, and even a few enhanced combat tools. These were the elite, sent in when all else failed. One shouted a command, muffled by the mask, insisting that the protagonist stand down and that escape was impossible. A death glare was given in response, but there was no need for words. They weren't there to talk, they were there to be defeated. Shadow Step was activated, the body blurring as it surged forward, closing the distance in an instant. The guard in front had no time to react before a fist collided with his chest, the force of a void smash exploding outward in a shockwave that sent him and two others crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. Their armor cracked and splintered under the impact, their bodies rendered incapacitated. The remaining guards opened fire, energy rifles spitting out beams of concentrated light. Movement through them was like a phantom, dodging and weaving between shots with inhuman speed. Their aim was precise, but it didn't matter. The protagonist was faster, better. One guard managed to get behind, swinging an electrified baton in a wide arc aimed at the head. The baton was caught mid-swing, hand crackling with dark energy as it was crushed in the grip. The guard's eyes widened in fear, but before he could react, a dark WHP was unleashed, energy tendrils snapping out to ensnare him and his comrades. The WHPs coiled around their bodies, tightening until the sounds of bones cracking and armor breaking echoed in the air. I pulled the 𝗕𝗲𝗃 back, dragging their incapacitated forms toward me before letting them fall in a heap at my feet. Another group of guards appeared, flanking me on both sides, attempting to box me in. They fired their weapons in unison, but I had already anticipated their move. With a quick burst of energy, I activated Dark Aegis, a barrier of dark energy forming around me. The energy beams struck the shield and scattered, harmlessly deflected as I walked forward, the barrier expanding and pushing the guards back. The ones on my right tried to regroup, forming a line to block my path, but they didn't stand a chance. I lowered the barrier and unleashed an oblivion wave, the energy radiating outward in a powerful blast that knocked them off their feet, their bodies slamming against the walls with tremendous force. The walls themselves cracked under the pressure, chunks of concrete raining down as the entire corridor trembled. One guard, his helmet cracked and blood seeping from the edges, attempted to raise his rifle again, but I was already upon him. I grabbed him by the throat, lifting him off the ground with ease. His hands clawed at mine, trying to pry my fingers loose, but I squeezed harder, feeling his windpipe collapse under the pressure. He gasped, struggling to speak, but I simply stared into his eyes with cold indifference. Without hesitation, I snapped his neck and, with a flick of my wrist, threw him against the far wall, his body hitting with a dull thud, before crumpling to the ground. I didn't bother looking back as I continued down the corridor, the fallen guards lying in my wake. As I rounded the corner, I encountered the next obstacle, an automated turret, its barrels spinning as it locked onto me. The turret unleashed a hail of bullets, each one designed to pierce through even the toughest armor. But I didn't need armor. I raised my hand and unleashed an eclipse beam, the concentrated energy tearing through the bullets and striking the turret head-on. The machine exploded in a shower of sparks and debris, the molten remains sizzling as they hit the ground. The deeper I went into the facility, the more resistance I encountered. They were throwing everything they had at me, more guards, more drones, more traps. But it didn't matter. I had adapted to their tactics and weapons. Nothing they did could stop me. At one point, they activated the facility's security protocols, sealing the doors and flooding the corridors with high-voltage electricity. The current arced through the air, crackling with lethal intensity. But instead of retreating, I stepped forward, the electricity dancing harmlessly across my skin. My body absorbed the energy, converting it into raw power that fueled my next move. I activated Phantom Strike, my fists blurring as I delivered a rapid series of blows to the reinforced door blocking my path. Each strike was infused with the electricity I had absorbed, amplifying the force of the impacts. The door groaned under the assault, the metal buckling and warping until it finally gave way, flying off its hinges and crashing to the floor. Beyond the door was the control room, the nerve center of the facility. The technicians inside scrambled to activate the emergency lockdown, but I was already inside before they could hit the button. I moved through them like a storm, tearing through their ranks with brutal efficiency. Dark 𝗕𝗵𝗄𝐻𝗵𝗔 lashed out, tearing through consoles and equipment, while void smashes sent bodies flying across the room. One of the technicians tried to run, but I caught him with a nightmare grasp, the dark energy claws extending from my hand to grab him by the throat. I lifted him off the ground, his legs kicking helplessly as I stared into his terrified eyes. I demanded to know where Dr. Kuroki was, my voice cold and devoid of emotion. The technician choked out a response, revealing that Dr. Kuroki was in the main lab down the hall, pleading for his life. I tightened my grip, feeling his struggles weaken. I had no intention of showing mercy. The main lab, that was where he was hiding. The mastermind behind all of this, the man who had taken everything from me, who had turned me into this weapon. He was the final piece, the last obstacle between me and freedom. I left the control room in ruins, the bodies of the technicians strewn across the floor like broken dolls. The corridor leading to the main lab was eerily quiet, the only sound the hum of the facility's systems as they struggled to maintain operation after the chaos I had unleashed. As the dust settled from my chaos burst, I stepped into the main lab, the faint smell of burning metal lingering in the air. Dr. Kuroki stood at the far end of the room, his face illuminated by the cold, clinical light of the monitors around him. His grin was the same twisted expression I had seen countless times before in my nightmares, a sickly, self-satisfied smirk that ignited my anger. I addressed him, my voice low and filled with the venom of years' worth of hatred. My eyes locked onto his, and I could feel the power of the one above all crackling beneath my skin, begging to be unleashed. I had been waiting for this day for so long, dreaming of it. He tilted his head slightly, his grin widening as if I were some amusing sideshow. He commanded me to stand down, but I didn't budge. Instead, I laughed, a sound filled with the sheer hatred that had festered within me for years. I reminded him of my ability to adapt. It didn't make sense that someone as smart as him would make such a mistake. Perhaps he knew this day would come. I didn't care if he knew, I didn't care if it was some foolish scheme. He needed to pay. For the first time, his confident facade cracked. His eyes widened slightly, and for a fleeting moment, I saw fear. I continued, taking a step closer, revealing that when he had given me the one above all, my adaptive ability had evolved too, along with my regeneration. I could adapt to any known phenomena. His hand twitched, and I saw him snap his fingers. Two figures stepped out from the shadows, and I immediately recognized them as the real threats in the room. They were monstrous, bioengineered warriors, an abomination of flesh and steel. Their bodies were gaunt and skeletal, the pale skin stretched tight over muscle and sinew that seemed far too dense for their frames. They moved with a jerky, unnatural grace, like puppets being controlled by an unseen hand. Their eyes glowed a sickly green, devoid of any emotion or humanity. They were more machine than human, their limbs reinforced with cybernetic implants that hummed with the energy of powerful quirks. Kuroki sneered as he introduced them, referring to them as his predecessors, subjects 11 and 12, or at least what remained of them. He commanded that they restrain me, even if it meant tearing me limb from limb. The two bioengineered warriors lunged at me without hesitation, their movements eerily synchronized. One moment they were standing several feet away, and the next they were right on top of me. Subject 11 raised its arm, transforming it into a massive blade glowing with ominous purple energy. At the same time, Subject 12's hand morphed into a cannon, charging up a blast of energy that crackled with volatile electricity. I barely had time to react. I activated Shadow Step, my body blurring as I dodged the blade by a hair's breadth. The force of 11's swing cleaved through the air, and I could feel the raw power behind it as it cut through the reinforced metal floor effortlessly. I countered with a void smash, my fist crashing into 11's side, creating a shockwave that would have shattered bones if it had been human. But 11 merely staggered back, its torso dented but otherwise unharmed. Before I could press the attack, I was forced to dodge again as 12 unleashed a blast of energy from its cannon. The beam tore through the lab, obliterating everything in its path. I ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding being caught in the blast. The heat from the explosion singed my skin, but my adaptive ability kicked in almost instantly, and the pain subsided. I sprang to my feet, raising my hand and firing an eclipse beam at the concentrated beam of dark energy seared through the air, striking 12 in the chest. But instead of going down, 12 absorbed the energy, its body glowing brighter as it converted the attack into raw power. I unleashed Dark WHPS from both hands, the energy tendrils lashing out and wrapping around 12's limbs, pulling it off balance. At the same time, I flicked my wrist, sending another WHP toward 11, coiling it around the blade arm. I yanked hard, pulling 11 off its feet and slamming it into the two subjects crashed into each other but quickly recovered, moving with a disturbing fluidity despite their bulk. 11's blade arm shifted, morphing into a massive hammer-like appendage that crackled with purple lightning. It swung the hammer down at me with incredible speed, but I activated Dark Aegis just in time, the barrier absorbing the impact. The ground beneath me shattered from the force, but the shield held strong. 12, now fully charged from absorbing my attack, fired another blast from its cannon. The energy bolt struck my shield, causing it to flicker and crack, but I held firm. I couldn't let them overpower me. With a roar, I pushed back, expanding the Dark Aegis outward and sending both 11 and 12 stumbling back. I dropped the shield and immediately countered with Phantom Strike, my body blurring as I delivered a flurry of high-speed punches and kicks. Each blow landed with tremendous force, but 11 and 12's reinforced bodies absorbed the damage, their cybernetic enhancements allowing them to endure my assault. They retaliated with brutal precision. 11's hammer arm swung in a wide arc, forcing me to duck, while 12's cannon shifted into a clawed hand, swiping at me with lightning-fast strikes. I dodged and weaved, using Shadow Step to stay one step ahead of them. But their attacks were relentless, their movements perfectly coordinated as they tried to overwhelm me. I needed to break their rhythm, to disrupt their synchronization. I activated Oblivion Wave, sending out a wide-area shockwave of energy. The wave hit them hard, staggering them and creating an opening. I focused on 12 first, unleashing Nightmare Grasp. Dark energy claws extended from my hands, slashing through the air and tearing into 12's cybernetic limbs. Sparks flew as I ripped through wires and circuits, severing its cannon arm from its body. 12 screeched, a horrifying sound that sent a chill down my spine, but I didn't relent. I leaped into the air, summoning all the power I could muster for my next move. I came crashing down with the force of a meteor, creating a massive shockwave that tore through the lab, shaking the very foundations of the facility. The ground cracked and splintered beneath me, and 12's body was crushed under the sheer force, its once formidable form now a mangled heap of metal. Seeing its comrade fall, 11 lunged at me in a berserk frenzy. Its arm morphed back into a blade, swinging wildly as it tried to cut me down. But I was ready. I dodged the first few swings, then caught its blade with my bare hand, the dark energy of 𝗓𝗏 surging through me. I declared that it was finished, tightening my grip on the blade. 11 struggled, but it couldn't break free. I unleashed a chaos burst, the concentrated energy ripping through 11's body, tearing it apart from the inside out. The once unstoppable warrior convulsed, its cybernetic systems short-circuiting as the energy consumed it. With a final, desperate lunge, it tried to attack, but its body gave out, collapsing in a heap of smoldering metal. I stood there, breathing slightly, my fists clenched as I surveyed the destruction around me. The lab was in ruins, the walls scorched, and the floor littered with debris. But I wasn't done yet. I turned my gaze to Kuroki, who was now backing away, his eyes wide with fear. He screamed for me to stay back, fumbling for something in his coat pocket, insisting that he would kill me. I didn't respond. I simply raised my hand, dark energy crackling around it as I prepared to end this once and for all. Kuroki shouted that I couldn't do this, claiming he created me and that I was nothing without him. I took a step closer, narrowing my eyes as I looked at the man who had caused me so much pain. I told him he had made me a monster, but now it was time for him to face the consequences. With a final burst of energy, I unleashed an eclipse beam, the concentrated dark energy shooting from my hand and striking Kuroki square in the chest. He let out a strangled cry as the beam tore through him. And just like that, it was over. The man who had tormented me, who had tried to control me, was gone. I stood in the midst of the destruction, the dark energy still crackling around me, as the reality of what I had just done sank in. I had won. I was free, or so I thought. Kuroki's body twitched, and the chilling sound of his laughter filled the air. My blood ran cold as I watched the hole in his chest begin to regenerate, flesh knitting back together with sickening ease. I whispered in disbelief and horror, unable to comprehend what was happening. I had unleashed everything I had against him, yet he stood there as if untouched. Before I could react, Kuroki's figure blurred, and he was suddenly in front of me. His hand transformed into a massive fist, a grotesque blend of flesh and bone, pulsating with dark energy. He swung with all his might, and before I could activate 𝗓𝗏, the fist connected with my chest. The impact was catastrophic. I felt the force crush my ribs and the air escape my lungs as I was propelled through the facility. Walls crumbled, steel beams bent, and debris rained down around me as I hurtled through the structure. Pain surged through every nerve in my body as I was thrown like a rag doll. When I finally crashed into the ground, the force left a crater in the reinforced concrete floor. My vision blurred, and I could feel my consciousness slipping away. Yet, even as my body lay broken, the 𝗓𝗏 surged within me, activating my regenerative abilities. Bones snapped back into place, organs mended, and the blood loss slowed as my body fought to repair the damage. I staggered to my feet, breath ragged but resolve unbroken. Kuroki had experimented on his own body, just as I had suspected. He had transformed himself into something far more monstrous than I could have imagined. I could only guess how many quirks he had stolen and grafted onto himself. The fight was going to be tougher than I had anticipated. Just as I regained my footing, the ground shook violently. A figure slammed into the ground in front of me with enough force to crack the earth. I leaped back just in time to avoid being crushed, only to see Kuroki standing there, holding the bodies of subjects 11 and 12 by their necks. 𝗂𝐻𝗄𝐻 sneered, his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure, stating that these would do nicely. Before I could comprehend his meaning, his hands morphed into something beyond grotesque. His fingers elongated into sinewy tendrils of flesh, writhing like a mass of serpents. The tendrils snaked around the bodies of subjects 11 and 12, piercing their skin and burrowing deep into their flesh. The sight was disturbing, a horrific fusion of man and monster. 𝗂𝐻𝗄𝐻's arms became living nightmares, designed for one purpose: to absorb and consume. The tendrils pulsed and contracted, drawing the life force and quirks from the bodies into 𝗂𝐻𝗄𝐻's own. I could see the energy transfer, their bodies shriveling until they were little more than husks. 𝗂𝐻𝗄𝐻's own body began to convulse, the influx of power causing his form to bulge and twist in unnatural ways. His transformation began with a series of sickening cracks as his bones shattered and reformed. His muscles swelled grotesquely, tearing through his skin as they expanded beyond human limits. His spine elongated, shifting into a hunched, predatory stance. The skin covering his arms and legs split open, revealing thick, jagged spikes of bone that protruded from his body like natural armor. His hands morphed into massive claws, each one tipped with razor-sharp talons. 𝗂𝐻𝗄𝐻's face, once human, had become an abomination. His mouth stretched wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth, each designed to rend flesh. His eyes glowed with pure malice, casting eerie shadows across his grotesque features. His flesh had taken on a dark, metallic sheen, a twisted mockery of the human form. 𝗂𝐻𝗄𝐻 was no longer recognizable as the man he once was. He had become a monster in every sense of the word, a hulking behemoth of muscle, bone, and raw power. His transformation was complete, and he now towered over me, a living weapon designed for destruction. 𝗂𝐻𝗄𝐻's voice was now a guttural growl, barely recognizable, as he declared that the first quirk he used was shock absorption. He explained that combined with muscle amplification, he absorbed the shock waves from my battle with subjects 11 and 12 and charged them with his own power. I wiped the BLD from my lip, meeting his gaze with defiance, asserting that whatever form he took, I would still defeat him. He roared with laughter, a deep sound that echoed through the ruins of the facility, challenging me to see how long I could last. With that, he lunged at me, his monstrous form moving with terrifying speed. His claws slashed through the air, each swipe carrying enough force to cleave through solid steel. I activated 𝗓𝗏𝗏, enhancing my reflexes and strength to their limits, narrowly dodging his attack. But the sheer force of his swing created a shockwave that sent me flying back, crashing into a wall with enough impact to crack the concrete. I barely had time to recover before 𝗂𝐻𝗄𝐻 was on me again, unleashing a barrage of attacks, each more devastating than the last. His claws tore through the air with blinding speed, forcing me to stay on the defensive, dodging and blocking with everything I had. I countered with a chaos burst, unleashing a concentrated beam of dark energy at point-blank range. The blast struck him in the chest, but instead of being repelled, 𝗂𝐻𝗄𝐻 absorbed the energy, his body glowing with a malevolent light. He retaliated with a powerful punch to my midsection, his fist smashing into me with incredible force. The impact shattered my ribs, and I gasped for air, BLD spilling from my mouth as I was thrown back, crashing through the remnants of a wall. My body crumpled to the ground, the pain overwhelming. But I couldn't afford to stay down. My regeneration was working overtime, knitting my broken bones back together. I forced myself to stand, my body screaming in protest. 𝗂𝐻𝗄𝐻 charged at me again, his massive form barreling towards me like an unstoppable force. I had to think fast. I activated Nightmare Grasp, dark energy claws extending from my hands as I met his charge head-on. Our claws clashed with a deafening roar, sparks flying as our attacks collided. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the ground, cracking the earth beneath us. 𝗂𝐻𝗄𝐻's strength was overwhelming. Each of his strikes carried immense weight, and even with 𝗓𝗏𝗏 enhancing my abilities, I could feel the strain on my body. His claws tore through my defenses, leaving deep gashes before my regeneration could catch up. He was relentless, a living juggernaut that wouldn't stop until I was defeated. but I refuse to give up. With a surge of determination, the protagonist unleashed a flurry of attacks, dark energy claws slashing at Kuroki's torso, aiming for the weak points in his armor. Several hits landed, tearing through flesh and drawing BLD, but Kuroki barely flinched. His regeneration was just as potent, his wounds closing almost as quickly as they were inflicted. Kuroki countered with a devastating blow that caught the protagonist off guard, his fist crashing into their side and sending them flying through the air. They slammed into the ground with bone-crushing force, the impact leaving them dazed and disoriented. Struggling to push themselves up, their vision swam as pain threatened to overwhelm them. Before they could fully recover, Kuroki was on them again. His claws wrapped around their throat, lifting them off the ground with ease. He squeezed, cutting off their air supply. The protagonist gasped for breath, hands clawing at his arm in a desperate attempt to free themselves. Kuroki growled, a terrifying mix of man and monster, declaring that they were nothing, that they had always been nothing. With a roar, he threw them across the lab, their body crashing through steel beams and skidding to a halt on the cold, hard floor. Gasping for air, the protagonist's vision swam with spots. The pain was unbearable, but they forced themselves to stand, their body regenerating as fast as it could. They could feel the 𝗓𝗏𝗋𝗄 coursing through their veins, urging them to keep fighting. Kuroki charged again, his massive form moving with terrifying speed. The protagonist activated Dark Aegis, raising a barrier just in time to block his attack. Roaring, dark green energy pulsed through their veins, igniting every fiber of their being. The energy lines glowed like molten lava beneath their skin, tracing patterns of old scars and battle wounds that marred their flesh. The scars, once symbols of weakness and suffering, now radiated with the raw, untamed power of 𝗏𝗏𝗏, each mark a testament to their endurance and adaptability. The energy surged through them, filling them with a primal strength that made the air crackle with anticipation. Kuroki, now fully transformed into his monstrous form, bared his jagged teeth in a savage grin as they clashed once more. The impact of their collision sent shockwaves tearing through the lab, disintegrating anything caught in the crossfire. The walls crumbled, the ceiling buckled, and the ground beneath them shattered under the force of their blows. This was no longer just a fight, it was a battle of titans, each pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. As the protagonist's mind raced, they repeated the mantra that had kept them alive for so long: adapt, adapt, adapt. Their body responded, rapidly adjusting to the brutality of the battle. Every punch, every slash, every brutal attack was met with an equally devastating counter as they adapted to Kuroki's monstrous power. They unleashed a volley of energy ball, each crackling with destructive force, aimed directly at Kuroki's center mass. But he absorbed them with ease, the dark energy swirling into his massive frame. He retaliated with a crushing punch that hit the protagonist with the force of a freight train, sending them flying through the air. Their body crashed into the remains of a steel beam, bending it around them like a cage, but they tore free, flesh already knitting back together even as pain threatened to overwhelm them. Kuroki's claws slashed through the air, aiming to tear the protagonist apart, but they were ready. They funneled energy into their legs, the dark green power concentrating in their muscles as they prepared their counter. With a mighty leap, they shot forward, driving their foot into his jaw with all the force they could muster. The impact was cataclysmic, staggering Kuroki back momentarily. This was their new fighting style, the shoot style, designed for moments when their hands were too damaged to fight. Their legs became primary weapons, each kick powered by the overwhelming force of 𝗏𝗏𝗏. The satisfaction of feeling Kuroki's monstrous form recoil under their attack was short-lived, however. He wasn't done yet. His eyes burned with hatred as he recovered, the flesh on his face beginning to mend. He raised his arm, firing a barrage of bone spikes, each crackling with immense energy. The spikes whistled through the air, each one aimed at the protagonist's heart. Reacting instantly, they surged with power, launching themselves into the air. Twisting and turning midair, their legs became blurs of motion as they kicked away spike after spike. Each kick detonated the spikes on contact, sending shockwaves through their body. The pain was excruciating, But their regeneration worked to heal the damage, knitting together flesh and bone even as it was being destroyed. But they weren't just surviving, they were adapting. Each spike kicked away made them faster, stronger, more precise. Their body was learning, evolving with every second that passed, and soon they were kicking away the spikes with ease, sending them flying back toward Kuroki with enough force to make him stumble. He snarled in frustration, his monstrous form twitching as he prepared another attack. The protagonist charged forward, legs a blur of motion as they closed the distance between them. Spinning in midair, their foot connected with the side of his head in a devastating roundhouse kick that sent him crashing to the ground. They followed up with a series of rapid-fire kicks, each delivering a bone-crushing impact to his body. His flesh tore under the assault, but he fought back with a fury that was almost primal. He swung his claws wildly, creating miniature shockwaves. One claw caught the protagonist in the side, tearing through flesh and bone, sending them skidding across the ground. They felt their ribs shatter, but their regeneration kicked in immediately, knitting the bones back together as they gasped for breath. Staggering to their feet, they saw Kuroki launch himself at them, his body a blur of motion. He crashed into them like a freight train, driving them through the remnants of the facility with enough force to shatter concrete. I felt my bones strain as I was slammed into the ground, my vision blurring. Yet I fought through the pain, forcing my body to move despite its protests. With a surge of energy, I lashed out with a powerful kick that caught Kuroki in the gut, sending him staggering back. I followed up with another kick to his head, the impact spinning him around and sending him crashing into a wall. He snarled, his monstrous form beginning to heal, but I didn't give him a chance to recover. I channeled all my energy into my legs, the dark green power surging through my veins as I prepared my final attack. With a roar, I launched myself at Kuroki, my legs a blur of motion as I unleashed a flurry of kicks that struck him with relentless force. Each kick was a shockwave, the impact resonating through the air. Kuroki roared in pain and fury, his monstrous form buckling under the assault, but I didn't stop. I pushed myself harder, faster, each kick fueled by the overwhelming power of one above all. My legs moved with blinding speed, each strike a powerful blow that battered Kuroki's defenses. His monstrous form began to falter under the relentless onslaught, his regeneration struggling to keep pace with the damage I was inflicting. But Kuroki wasn't finished yet. With a snarl, he unleashed a wave of energy that sent me flying back, crashing into the ground with enough force to create a crater. I felt the impact resonate through my body, my vision blurring as pain threatened to overwhelm me. But I couldn't give up now. With determination, I forced myself to stand, my body recovering as quickly as it could. Kuroki was already preparing another attack, his claws crackling with energy as he charged at me. But I was ready. I activated one above all, my body surging with power as I prepared my final attack. With a roar, I launched myself at Kuroki, my legs a blur of motion as I unleashed a devastating kick that broke through his defenses and sent him crashing to the ground. I followed up with a series of kicks, each one a powerful blow that struck him with unyielding force. Kuroki roared in pain and fury, his monstrous form collapsing under the relentless assault. But I didn't stop. I kept kicking, each strike a powerful impact that reverberated through the air. I could feel his body beginning to falter under the onslaught, his regeneration failing to keep pace with the damage I was inflicting. The city lights flickered beneath me as I stood on the edge of a skyscraper in Tokyo. The air was cold, biting against my skin, but I barely felt it. 2 years had passed since I left everything behind, 2 years of surviving on my own in a world that had shown me nothing but pain. I was 15 now, no longer the weak, quirkless boy I once was. I had evolved into something darker, something that heroes and villains alike would come to fear. My name was Nemesis. My suit reflected the battles I had fought and the life I had lived. It was a rugged patchwork of materials, barely holding together but still functional. The once bright green fabric was now faded and torn, covered in scars from countless encounters. The boots were reinforced with metal plates, heavy and worn from running through the grimy streets. The cape, once long and flowing, was now tattered and frayed, fluttering in the cold wind like a banner of war. My mask was the most menacing part, black as the night, with jagged, dark green lines running across it like veins. The lines pulsed with the same dark energy that flowed through me, highlighting the cold, emotionless eyes beneath. I sat down on the edge of the building, my legs dangling over the side, and slowly pulled on my mask. As it clicked into place, I felt a familiar calm wash over me. This was my true face now, the face of someone who had been pushed too far, who had seen too much. My true self had been hidden away for too long, and this mask was my way of showing the world what I had become. Standing up, I looked out over the city, my eyes narrowing as I focused on my next target. The gang I was after was known as the Crimson Serpents, a group infamous for human trafficking, smuggling, and a host of other atrocities. They operated in the shadows, far from the reach of the so-called heroes who were too busy parading around in their flashy costumes to care about the real issues. The police, those corrupt individuals, turned a blind eye to their activities, likely on the gang's payroll. Disgusting. Activating 𝗏𝗏𝗏, I leaped off the building, dark energy crackling around my form. With a flick of my wrist, I fired 2 dark 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗔𝗂𝗵𝗏 from my palms, attaching them to nearby buildings. The 𝗕𝗏𝗂𝗵𝗏𝗧 pulled me forward, propelling me through the air with blinding speed as I soared over the city. My target was their base, a rundown, fortified warehouse on the outskirts of Tokyo. They thought they were safe, hidden away from the eyes of the public, but they were wrong. Tonight, I would show them the price of their crimes. I landed silently on the roof of their base, crouching low as I surveyed the area. The guards were scattered around the perimeter, their eyes scanning for any signs of intruders. I didn't give them a chance to spot me. I moved with the speed and precision of a shadow, slipping through their defenses unnoticed. They were just obstacles, and I had no time for obstacles. With a flick of my wrist, I dispatched the first guard, a quick, clean strike that left him incapacitated. The second guard went down just as easily, my fist striking him with enough force to take him out of the fight. I didn't spare any of them. They were criminals, some who preyed on the innocent, and they deserved no mercy. Inside the warehouse, the air was thick with the stench of sweat and fear. The walls were lined with crates, most likely filled with illegal goods, and the sound of muffled cries could be heard from deeper within. My fists clenched in anger. These individuals had taken so much from so many, but tonight, they would pay for their sins. I moved forward, my senses on high. Alert, the dark energy of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 thrumming within me. It wasn't long before I encountered the first of the gang members with powerful quirks. The first one to step into my path was a man with muscles bulging unnaturally, his skin hardened to the consistency of steel. He sneered at me, cracking his knuckles as he advanced, challenging my presence. I didn't respond. Instead, I activated Shadow Step, my body blurring as I moved at incredible speed. Before he could react, the figure was behind him, a hand crackling with dark energy. A pulse of energy surged through his body, overwhelming his steel-hard skin as it tore through him. He fell to his knees, struggling to breathe, but the figure didn't relent. With a swift motion, they grabbed his head and twisted sharply, leaving him slumped to the ground, lifeless. The second gang member, a woman with the ability to control flames, unleashed a torrent of fire. The figure reacted instantly, summoning the Dark Aegis, a shield of dark energy that absorbed the flames, leaving them unharmed. As the flames dissipated, the figure lowered the shield and charged at her. She attempted to summon more fire, but the figure was too fast, closing the distance in an instant. A powerful punch collided with her chest, sending her crashing into the wall, where she slumped to the ground, unconscious. The third gang member, a man who could manipulate electricity, fired a bolt of lightning. The figure dodged effortlessly, moving with inhuman speed. They countered with an eclipse beam, a concentrated blast of energy that slammed into him with tremendous force, sending him flying back. The figure followed up with a rapid series of punches, leaving him bruised and defeated on the floor. But the battle was far from over. More gang members poured into the room, each one more dangerous than the last. One of them, a giant of a man who could manipulate his size, charged forward, swinging his massive fist. The figure ducked under the blow, moving with fluid grace. They countered with a void smash, their fist enveloped in dark energy as it struck his stomach, causing him to double over in pain. Without giving him a chance to recover, a swift kick sent him crashing to the ground, shaking the floorboards. Another gang member, a woman who could manipulate metal, attempted to ensnare the figure with chains of iron. The figure dodged the chains, using Shadow Step to evade her line of sight. They reappeared behind her, unleashing a burst of dark energy tendrils that wrapped around her, tightening like a vice before slamming her into the ground with enough force to crack the concrete. She lay there, groaning in pain, but the figure pressed on, determined to stop the monsters before them. As the battle raged on, the warehouse transformed into a war zone, the air thick with the sounds of conflict. The figure moved like a blur, adapting to the onslaught of attacks, their mind focused solely on defeating their enemies. One gang member after another fell before them in a display of power and precision. One of the last gang members, a man who could create shockwaves with a clap, tried to blast the figure off their feet. But they were ready, planting their feet firmly on the ground and channeling dark energy into their legs. As the shockwave hit, they absorbed the impact, using it to fuel their next attack. Leaping into the air, their fist crackled with energy as they brought it down in a devastating void smash. The impact shattered the ground beneath them, sending shockwaves through the warehouse, and the man was overwhelmed by the force of the blow. The warehouse lay in ruins, walls scorched and crumbling, the floor littered with those who had dared to stand against the figure. But they weren't finished yet. Faint sounds of movement indicated that some gang members were still attempting to flee. They would not escape, justice would be served. The figure tracked them down one by one, using enhanced senses to follow their scent and fear. The last of them, a man who could manipulate shadows, tried to hide in the darkness. But the figure was now the 𝗕𝗫 of shadows. They stepped into the darkness, becoming one with it, and emerged behind him. He had no time to react as the figure struck, dark energy overwhelming him. As the last gang member fell, the figure stood amidst the chaos, their chest heaving with exertion. The warehouse was a testament to their power, the air thick with the remnants of battle. But it was over. The Crimson Serpents were no more. They had done what the heroes and the police could not or would not do, they had brought justice. Time passed, and Detective 𝗬𝗁𝗓 stood amidst the ruins of the warehouse, the remnants of a fierce battle evident in every shattered wall and damaged floor. The air was thick with the aftermath of chaos, a grim reminder of the violence that had unfolded just hours earlier. The scene was a nightmare, a grotesque painting of destruction that even the most hardened officers found difficult to bear. 𝗬𝗁𝗓 had witnessed many things in his years on the force, but this was different. He adjusted the brim of his hat, eyes narrowed as he surveyed the scene, trying to piece together what had happened. Rumors of a vigilante known as Nemesis had circulated for some time, a figure shrouded in mystery, instilling fear in both criminals and authorities. But this was the first time he had seen the aftermath of one of Nemesis's actions firsthand. A voice called out, pulling him from his thoughts. 𝗬𝗁𝗓 turned to see one of his officers approaching, a young man with cat-like features, his tail flicking nervously behind him. His name was Officer Yukihiro, one of the newer recruits, sharp and reliable. In his hands, he held a thick file, the official report of the incident. 𝗬𝗁𝗓 crossed his arms, preparing for the details. Yukihiro nodded, flipping open the file. His expression was grim as he began to read from the report. At approximately 0200 hours, an anonymous tip-off had alerted them to unusual activity at this location. Upon arrival, they found the entire building in a state of severe destruction. Initial assessments indicated that the battle involved numerous individuals with powerful quirks. The level of damage suggested a combatant of extreme power, potentially on par with All Might in terms of sheer destructive capability. 𝗬𝗁𝗓's eyes flicked to the walls, which were scorched and cracked, some barely standing. He had already noted the crater in the center of the floor and the way the concrete had been shattered, as if by a force beyond human comprehension. He inquired about casualties, though he already knew the answer would be grim. Yukihiro's ears flattened against his head, a clear sign of his discomfort. He reported that there were 23 confirmed dead, all members of the gang known as the Crimson Serpents. Their bodies showed signs of extreme trauma, broken bones, internal injuries, burns, and what appeared to be severe energy-based injuries. A majority of them had been incapacitated before their demise, which aligned with Nemesis's known methods. 𝗬𝗁𝐺𝐻's expression remained stoic, though his jaw tightened slightly. Nemesis's actions were precise and ruthless. No one was spared. The vigilante had made a habit of leaving no survivors among the criminals he targeted. It was a brutal method but effective, sending a clear message that no one was untouchable. He asked about the wounded. Yukihiro sighed, glancing at the report. He explained that 12 individuals had been found in critical condition, all of whom had been transferred to the hospital under heavy guard. Their injuries were severe, but most were expected to survive. Their accounts were currently being documented, but initial interviews suggested they were victims of the Crimson Serpent's human trafficking operations. It seemed Nemesis may have spared them, though they were all in a state of shock, terrified not just of the gang but of Nemesis as well. 𝗬𝗁𝐺𝐻 nodded slowly, understanding. Nemesis didn't just kill, he terrorized. The survivors were likely more afraid of the vigilante who saved them than the criminals who had enslaved them. It was a twisted irony, but one that 𝗬𝗁𝐺𝐻 had come to expect in this line of work. He sensed there was more to the report and asked what else there was. Yukihiro hesitated, his tail flicking nervously before he continued. He mentioned significant quirk-related incidents. Several members of the Crimson Serpents had powerful quirks. One could manipulate metal, another could generate shockwaves, and a third had the ability to grow to immense sizes. Based on the damage, it was clear that Nemesis had fought and defeated all of them. The precision of the attacks suggested a high level of combat training and experience. The survivors mentioned seeing dark 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 of energy and a figure moving at incredible speeds, taking down their captors one by one. 𝗬𝗁𝐺𝐻's mind raced as he processed the information. Dark 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 of energy. He had heard rumors about those, whispers of a quirk or perhaps some modification of one. But the speed and efficiency were beyond what he had imagined. Whoever Nemesis was, they weren't just a vigilante, they were a force of nature, a hurricane that swept through the underworld, leaving destruction in their wake. He then asked about the building itself, gesturing to the walls. Yukihiro nodded, stating that the structural integrity of the building was compromised. There were deep cracks in the foundation, likely caused by some form of energy attack. The central area of the warehouse was completely destroyed, with evidence of a massive impact, possibly from a quirk or a weapon. The damage was so extensive that engineers would need to assess whether the building could be salvaged or if it needed to be demolished. It was clear that whoever did this was not concerned with collateral damage. 𝗬𝗁𝐺𝐻 looked around, his gaze lingering on the remains of the building. It looked like a battlefield, as if a war had been waged here, and in a way it had. But this was no ordinary battle, it was a massacre, one that left no doubt as to who the victor was. He let out a long breath, his thoughts churning. He expressed his frustration, noting that they had missed Nemesis. There was concern in his voice. He had been tracking Nemesis for months, but the vigilante always seemed to be one step ahead, striking with surgical precision and vanishing without a trace. It was as if they were a ghost, haunting the underworld and eluding the law at every turn. 𝗬𝗁𝐺𝐻's gaze fell on the shattered ground, the craters that dotted the warehouse floor. He muttered that the level of destruction was almost like All Might himself had come through here. The thought was unsettling. All Might was a symbol of peace, a beacon of hope. But Nemesis? Nemesis was something darker, a reflection of the world's ugliness. He turned back to Yukihiro, a question forming in his mind. He mentioned that there was something he had been wondering. They had been gathering intel on Nemesis for a while, and one thing didn't add up. There was a chance that Nemesis was actually still a child. Yukihiro blinked in surprise, his cat-like ears perking up. He expressed disbelief, and 𝗬𝗁𝐺𝐻 continued to explain his reasoning. He pointed out that the way Nemesis moved, the height, and the descriptions given by the survivors all pointed to someone younger than they had been assuming. A kid, maybe 15 or 16 at most. If that were the case, Yukihiro's eyes widened as the realization hit him. He understood that if Nemesis was indeed a child, then he was a child soldier, someone who had been through hell and emerged as a weapon. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 nodded grimly, acknowledging the implications. This wasn't just someone out for revenge, this was someone who had been trained and conditioned to kill. But there was more to it than that. Nemesis wasn't just a killer, he was also a victim. That made him even more dangerous, as he was fighting for something deeper than just justice. He was fighting to survive. Yukihiro swallowed hard, the weight of the detective's words sinking in. He asked what they should do if Nemesis really was a kid and how they could stop someone like that. Tsukachi's gaze was distant, his mind racing through the possibilities. He admitted that he didn't know but emphasized that they couldn't let this continue. If Nemesis kept going down this path, more people would die, and eventually he would cross a line he couldn't come back from. Yukihiro nodded slowly, understanding the gravity of the situation. He wondered if they would ever find the real Nemesis, the person behind the mask. Tsukachi sighed, running a hand through his hair, expressing his hope that they would. Because if they didn't reach him in time, they might be looking at a future where Nemesis wasn't just a vigilante, he could become something much worse. The two men stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their conversation hanging heavily in the air. Around them, the ruins of the warehouse creaked and groaned, a grim reminder of the battle that had taken place there. Nemesis had struck again, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. But this time, Tsukachi felt the chill of something else, a growing realization that Nemesis wasn't just a threat to the criminals of Tokyo. He was a threat to himself, a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Kuroki got up unexpectedly, moving with a speed that caught him completely off guard. Before he could react, Kuroki grabbed him and hurled him across the room with incredible force. The impact sent him crashing through several reinforced walls, each one collapsing under the sheer power of the throw. I gritted my teeth as pain surged through my body, but my regeneration quickly kicked in, healing my injuries as I staggered to my feet. I glanced down at my hands, realizing they had fully healed. In the heat of battle, I had almost forgotten the extent of my own power. A cold smirk crossed my lips as I prepared to strike back. With a barely audible whisper, I activated my ability, vanishing in an instant and moving faster than the eye could see. I attacked Kuroki from all sides, delivering a series of rapid kicks and punches. He managed to block one of my kicks, but I only smirked, knowing I had more in store. With determination, I drove my foot into his face with enough force to send him flying backward. As he hurtled through the air, I raised my hand, dark green energy gathering at my fingertips. I unleashed a concentrated beam of energy that spiraled into a drill-like form, aiming for his chest. The impact left a significant mark, but to my dismay, Kuroki got up again, laughing as the wound in his chest began to close. I muttered to myself, realizing that his body was breaking down yet still healing. There was something unsettling about this, something that nagged at the back of my mind. His laughter echoed through the destroyed facility as he taunted me, revealing the truth of his quirk, body modification. He grinned, his eyes wild with madness, explaining his relentless pursuit of true evolution, despite being laughed at for his methods. I looked at him emotionlessly, knowing the truth of his words. He shook his head, his grin widening as he acknowledged my strength, claiming that I could even kill All Might. I dodged an attack from behind, barely catching the movement out of the corner of my eye. It was a body double, a trick he had used to distract me. I retaliated with a powerful kick, shattering the double's form and sending it flying. Our battle raged on, an epic clash of power and will. Both of us were taking damage, but neither was willing to back down. Kuroki's body was slowly deteriorating, unable to keep up with the strain of his quirk and the injuries I was inflicting, yet he refused to give in. His hand grew immensely larger, grotesque and swollen, crackling with chaotic energy. The flesh rippled and distorted, barely able to contain the raw power within. Dark green lines gathered around my fist, the energy surging through my veins until it was almost unbearable. My hand began to release steam, the heat of the power I was generating causing the air around me to warp and shimmer. This was going to be my strongest attack yet, a final move that would decide this battle once and for all. 𝗂𝐁𝐴 sprouted bat-like wings from his back, each one covered in spikes. He leaped into the air, gathering energy for his own final attack. With a roar, I unleashed my ultimate move as he descended upon me with tremendous force. I met his attack with a more powerful version of my own strike, pouring every ounce of energy and strength I had left into the blow. The dark green energy swirling around my fist intensified, steam billowing out in thick clouds. My muscles tensed to their breaking point as I moved my fist forward, meeting 𝗂𝐁𝐴's attack head-on. When our attacks collided, the resulting explosion was cataclysmic. The power clash was unlike anything I had ever experienced, releasing energy that threatened to tear through reality itself. The shockwave expanded outward, ripping through the facility and everything in its path. For a brief moment, time seemed to stand still, the only sound the deafening roar of our combined forces. The energy swirling around us was a mix of dark green and crimson red, intertwining in a violent dance that illuminated the ruins of the lab. The ground beneath us cracked and splintered, unable to withstand the sheer force of our power. Then, with a final, earth-shattering blast, the energy erupted in a massive explosion. The shockwave tore through the remains of the facility, disintegrating everything in its path. It was an explosion of immense yet terrifying beauty, a brilliant flash of light followed by a cloud of debris that rose high into the sky. The entire facility was obliterated in an instant, reduced to a smoldering crater. When I regained consciousness, I found myself among the rubble, my body broken and battered. My regeneration was working overtime, struggling to keep up with the damage I had taken. I could feel my bones knitting back together, my flesh slowly healing, but the pain was overwhelming. As I slowly regained my senses, I saw what was left of Dr. 𝗂𝐁𝐴. His body was a twisted wreck, barely recognizable as human. His wings were torn, and his limbs were bent at unnatural angles. Even in his broken state, he was still alive, his eyes flickering with the last remnants of his will to survive. I staggered to my feet, trembling with exhaustion. I reflected on my past, recalling how I had been quirkless, neglected, and bullied by those around me. I had faced pain that no one my age should endure, only to be experimented upon by villains. I had endured so much suffering, yet I had emerged with a quirk, possibly even the strongest quirk ever. Looking down at 𝗂𝐁𝐴, I felt a strange emptiness inside me, a hollow, aching void that no amount of power could fill. I wondered why I had these feelings, even after everything I had endured. I remembered having a family, remembered being happy. I stretched out my hand, longing for that happiness. Though I was free, it felt like I had fallen from grace. Struggling to my feet, every muscle in my body screamed in protest. The pain was unbearable, but I forced myself to stand, knowing that if I stayed down, I might never get back up. My lungs burned as I coughed, the metallic taste filling my mouth. I was alive, but just barely. The facility around me was nothing more than a smoldering ruin, the remnants of our battle scattered across the ground like the debris of a forgotten war. Everything was gone. I turned my head slightly, my gaze falling on the broken figure of Dr. 𝗂𝐁𝐴. He was still alive, barely, his body a shadow of what it once was. His flesh was peeling away, revealing the bone and muscle underneath, his once terrifying form now crumbling into dust. He struggled to speak, his voice barely audible over the crackling flames that surrounded us. I fell to the ground, my strength finally giving out. I landed hard, too exhausted to even feel the impact. My vision blurred as I looked at him, my mind struggling to make sense of everything that had happened. He had been trying to kill me. No, more than that. He had been trying to push me, to force me to adapt, to become something more. I realized this was all part of his plan. He had combined body modification with an imperfect version of the one above all, supplemented with other quirks, hoping it would slow or stop his demise. He had been slowly dying the whole time, hoping that the next experiment would work. Once it was a success, he intended to fight me, to get me to adapt and become stronger. There was a long silence, broken only by the distant sound of collapsing walls and the flickering of flames. 𝗂𝐁𝐴's lips twitched into a faint smile, a look of twisted satisfaction crossing his face. He acknowledged my insight, his voice a mere breath of what it once was. His body was crumbling before my eyes, falling apart piece by piece. In a way, I had won. I had every reason to hate him, yet I felt a strange gratitude. Thank you for being my success. And with that, the last remnants of life drained from his eyes. His body collapsed inward, disintegrating into dust that was carried away by the wind. There was nothing left of him, nothing but the echoes of his final words and the empty void he left behind. I didn't move. I didn't even react. After everything I had been through, after all the pain and suffering, I couldn't bring myself to care. The man who had put me through hell was dead, and yet there was no sense of victory, no feeling of closure. Just emptiness. I slowly turned my attention to a small metal frame on the ground, barely visible beneath the rubble. With what little strength I had left, I staggered to my feet and made my way over to it. My hand trembled as I reached out, brushing away the debris to reveal a hidden compartment beneath the frame. Fallen star, I muttered to myself, activating the mechanism. With a soft click, the compartment opened, revealing a small, weathered bag hidden inside. I pulled it out, feeling its weight in my hands. This was it, the one thing I had managed to hide from Kuroki. The one thing that might give me some semblance of justice for everything I had been through. I opened the bag and pulled out its contents. My file, filled with detailed notes on every experiment that had been done to me, every violation of my body and mind. At the bottom of the bag was a flash drive. It was old and battered, but intact. This drive contained information, videos, and images of everything that had been done to me. Every twisted experiment, every moment of agony, every cry for help that had gone unanswered. I stared at the file and the flash drive in my hands, feeling their weight pressing down on me. This was my proof, my evidence. It was everything I needed to expose Kuroki and the monsters who had turned me into what I was now. But as I stood there, surrounded by the ruins of the facility, I couldn't help but feel a deep, gnawing sense of dread. What was I supposed to do with this? Who would even believe me? The world had forgotten about me, abandoned me to the darkness. What was the point of exposing the truth when the world didn't care? I clenched my fists, my body trembling with a mixture of anger and despair. I had faced pain no one my age should have to endure. I had been given a quirk, possibly the strongest quirk ever, but it had come at a price. It had cost me everything, my childhood, my innocence, my very humanity. And now, even with this proof in my hands, I didn't know what to do next. I could hear Kuroki's voice in my head, taunting me even in death. You were my success, Izuku. But what are you now? What will you do with that power? What will you do now that you're free? Free? The word felt foreign, strange. I wasn't free. Not really. I was still trapped in this twisted body, in this broken mind. I was still a prisoner of the pain and suffering that had been inflicted upon me. But I had to keep moving forward. I had to survive. Not for Kuroki, not for anyone else, but for myself. For the boy I used to be, for the boy who had been taken away and replaced with this monster. I had to keep going no matter how much it hurt. I tucked the file and the flash drive back into the bag, securing it tightly. I would need this later. There would come a time when I could use this, when I could expose the truth. But for now, I had to focus on what came next. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the long road ahead. There was still so much I didn't know, so much I didn't understand. But I couldn't let that stop me. I had to find a way to use this power, to control it, to make it my own. And maybe, just maybe, I could find a way to reclaim the life that had been stolen from me. I turned away from the ruins, my body still aching, but my resolve stronger than ever. I would survive. I would adapt. And one day I would find a way to make things right. No matter how long it took, no matter what it cost me. With one final glance at the destroyed facility, I began to walk away, the weight of my past heavy on my shoulders. But I carried it with me, knowing that it would be my guide, my reminder of what I had endured. And as I walked into the unknown, I made a silent promise to myself. I would not let the darkness consume me. I would fight, I would survive, and I would find a way to live again. For me. For the boy I used to be. And for the future that had been stolen from me. The air around was cool as I zoomed across the desolate landscape, the wind whipping against my battered body. Each step felt like freedom, each leap a reminder that I was no longer chained to that facility. Activating Shadow Step, combined with the immense power of the One Above All, allowed me to move at speeds that defied logic, but even with all that power, I felt the weight of the past clinging to me. As I shot into the air, landing on the hard ground before dashing away again, it hit me, I was free. The realization washed over me, a mixture of relief and hollow victory. I was finally free. Free from the experiments, the endless suffering, the nightmare that had been my life for so long. But at what cost? The scenery blurred around me as I moved, but no matter how fast I went, I couldn't outrun the memories. They were burned into my mind, playing on an endless loop. The scars on my body, both visible and invisible, were reminders of everything I had endured. Every cut, every bruise, every agonizing moment, it was all there, just beneath the surface. I was still alone. Even now, with the world stretched out before me, I couldn't shake the feeling of isolation. The world outside the facility was vast, but it felt empty, devoid of meaning. I was still the same person, depressed, broken, lost. What was my fate now? What was I supposed to do? Where was I supposed to go? I stopped running, skidding to a halt in the middle of nowhere. The vast expanse of land stretched out before me, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I was truly alone. No one chasing me, no one trying to hurt me. But that didn't make the pain go away. It didn't erase the years of torment, the agony I had endured. My thoughts drifted back to my family, but the word felt foreign on my tongue. My family, what a joke. My parents, both of them pro-heroes, celebrated by the entire country, yet they couldn't even find their own son. The very people who were supposed to protect me, who were supposed to love me, had turned their backs on me. And then there was my twin sister, Izumi. The one who should have been closest to me, the one who shared my BLD, my life. But instead, she had joined the others in tormenting me, bullying me, alongside Katsuki and Katsumi Bakugo. The Todoroki twins, Shoto and Shiori, were no different. They all saw me as something less than human, something to be scorned and ridiculed. The memories flooded back, sharp and painful. The way they laughed at me, the way they taunted me, the way they hurt me. It was like I was reliving it all over again. The fear, the helplessness, the crushing weight of their hatred. The scars from the facility were nothing compared to the scars they had left on my soul. Sure, what that facility did to me was 1,000 times worse, but the betrayal cut deeper than any scalpel ever could. They were supposed to be my family, my friends, but instead, they were my tormentors. Even now, as I stood here, free from the physical chains, I was still bound by the chains of my past. I looked down at myself, at the rags that clung to my body. I didn't look too good. I was covered in dirt, my clothes tattered and torn. My hands were shaking, but it wasn't from the cold. It was from the memories, from the fear that still clung to me like a second skin. I had the documents, the flash drive with everything that had been done to me. I could show them to the world, reveal the horrors of that facility, but what would that accomplish? What was stopping them from experimenting on me all over again? I was an anomaly, a living weapon, a potential all-might killer. They wouldn't see me as a victim, they'd see me as a tool, something to be controlled, to be studied, to be replicated. And even if they didn't, what kind of life could I have now? I couldn't go back to my family, to the people who had betrayed me. I couldn't go back to a world that had forgotten about me, that had written me off as nothing more than a quirkless nobody. I was done with them. I was done with all of it. They didn't deserve to see me again, didn't deserve to know what had happened to me. They had made their choice, and now I was making mine. I guessed I was going to live solo, the words feeling strange in the silence. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all I had. I was going to survive on my own terms, live my life free from the chains that had bound me for so long. I didn't know where I was going, didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew one thing for sure, I wasn't going to let them break me again. The road ahead was long, and I had no idea where it would lead, but I was free. Truly free. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 turned away from the scene, his resolve hardening. He urged Yukihiro to follow him, stating that they had work to do. If Nemesis was really just a child, they needed to figure out how to reach him before it was too late. They couldn't let this continue, or they would be dealing with a tragedy far greater than anything they had seen so far. Yukihiro nodded, following 𝗬𝗁𝗁 out of the warehouse. As they walked through the debris, 𝗬𝗁𝗁's mind raced with questions. Who was Nemesis really? What had pushed a child to become this relentless force of destruction? And most importantly, how could they stop him before he crossed a line that would make redemption impossible? Outside, the night was cold and silent, the city seeming almost peaceful in the aftermath of the chaos within the warehouse. But 𝗬𝗁𝗁 knew better. He could feel the tension in the air, a sense of dread that something worse was on the horizon. Yukihiro broke the silence as they approached the line of police vehicles parked nearby. He expressed his concerns about whether they could stop Nemesis, fearing that he might be too far gone. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 paused, considering the question carefully. He stated that they would have to make a choice, but he didn't want it to come to that. If there was even a small chance that they could reach him, that they could pull him back from the edge, they had to try. Nemesis might be a killer, but he was still just a kid who had been hurt and manipulated. If they could get through to him, maybe they could stop this cycle of violence before it got any worse. Yukihiro looked down, his expression conflicted, voicing his concerns about the danger Nemesis posed and the possibility that he wouldn't listen. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 understood the unspoken words. It was a thought that had crossed his mind as well, a last resort he hoped they'd never have to consider. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 expressed that if it came to that, they would do what they had to do, his voice heavy with resignation. However, he believed they weren't there yet. There was still time. They just needed to figure out how to approach Nemesis without pushing him further away. They reached 𝗬𝗁𝗁's car, and the detective leaned against the hood, staring at the ground in deep thought. He finally remarked that Nemesis was a smart kid. He wasn't just some mindless killer, he was careful and methodical. He was picking his targets for a reason, and there was a pattern to his actions. If they could figure out what he was after, they might be able to predict his next move. Yukihiro tilted his head, curiosity piqued, and asked if 𝗬𝗁𝗁 thought there was a pattern, something more than just random attacks on criminals. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 nodded and explained that if they looked at Nemesis's targets, they would see that they were all involved in some kind of trafficking, human, drugs, weapons. It was as if he was dismantling an entire network, piece by piece. He wasn't just killing for the sake of it, he was trying to take down something much bigger. Yukihiro's eyes widened as he began to see the bigger picture. He realized that Nemesis was going after the people who profited off the suffering of others. But what was his endgame? 𝗬𝗁𝗁 replied that this was what they needed to find out. If they could understand his motivation, they might be able to get through to him. Perhaps there was someone he cared about, someone they could reach out to. Or maybe there was a way to show him that there were other ways to fight this battle, ways that didn't involve more bloodshed. Yukihiro frowned, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He wondered what would happen if they couldn't find that out in time, or if Nemesis didn't give them the chance. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 sighed, looking up at the sky, where the stars were barely visible through the haze of the city lights. He stated that if it came to that, they would have to make that choice. But he wasn't giving up hope yet. As long as Nemesis was out there, there was a chance, no matter how small, that they could save him from becoming something he couldn't come back from. The two men stood in silence for a moment, the gravity of their mission settling over them like a shroud. They were up against a force unlike any they had ever faced, a child molded into a weapon, driven by a hatred so deep that it consumed everything in its path. But they were also the last line of defense, the only ones who could stand between Nemesis and the darkness that threatened to swallow him whole. Finally, 𝗬𝗁𝗁 pushed himself off the car, his determination rekindled. He suggested they get back to the station to comb through everything they had on Nemesis, every file, every report, every rumor. There had to be something they had missed, some clue that could help them figure out his next move. Yukihiro nodded, ready to follow the detective's lead, and stated he would get the team on it as soon as they were back. As they climbed into the car, 𝗬𝗁𝗁 cast one last glance at the ruined warehouse, a silent promise in his heart. He didn't know who Nemesis really was, but he was determined to find out. And when he did, he would do everything in his power to save the child behind the mask before it was too late. The engine roared to life, and they sped away from the scene, leaving the devastation behind but carrying the weight of their task with them. Nemesis was out there, somewhere in the shadows of the city, plotting his next move. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 knew that time was running out. But as long as there was hope, even a glimmer of it, he would not stop. Nemesis was a child, lost in a world of violence and despair. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 would do whatever it took to bring him back, before the darkness consumed them all. Meanwhile, Izuku trudged through the dark, damp corridors of the sewer system, his boots splashing in the murky water that pooled along the ground. The stench of decay and waste was overwhelming, but after 2 years of living down there, he barely noticed it anymore. This place had become his home, a hidden, underground sanctuary where he could escape from the world above. The walls were slick with moss and grime, the air thick with the smell of rot and mildew. But it was quiet, secluded, and most importantly, safe. He rounded a corner, the faint glow of a makeshift lantern illuminating the entrance to his lair. He had carved out this space over time, using what little he could scavenge or steal. It wasn't much, but it was his. The main room was small, with a low ceiling that forced him to crouch slightly. The floor was covered in old, torn blankets that served as both a bed and a place to sit. A few crates were stacked against one wall, filled with supplies, canned food, water, and medical supplies. A small table held an assortment of tools and weapons, things he had gathered over the years for his nightly hunts. On the far wall, a tattered curtain hung, concealing a small alcove where he kept his gear. He walked over to the alcove, his body aching from the night's battle. He could still feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins, the thrill of the fight mingling with the exhaustion that gnawed at his bones. With a sigh, he reached up and began to remove his mask, the worn leather straps creaking as he undid them. The mask fell away, revealing his face, pale, gaunt, and marked by dark circles under his eyes. He could barely recognize himself in the cracked mirror that hung on the wall. As he started to take off the rest of his suit, he suddenly tensed, his senses going on high alert. There was a presence nearby, someone watching him. His muscles coiled, ready to strike, but he forced himself to relax as a familiar figure broke the silence. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲, dressed in black, leaned against the damp wall. His face, with its patchwork of burned skin and metal staples, was mostly hidden in the shadows, but Izuku could see the glint of his icy blue eyes as he studied him. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 was one of the few people Izuku trusted. Over the past 2 years, he had become something of a big brother to him, though their relationship was far from conventional. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 remarked that the place stank, wrinkling his nose as he pushed off the wall and walked closer. Izuku rolled his eyes, pulling off the rest of his suit and tossing it into a corner, stating that he didn't have any guest to impress. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 smirked, but there was something darker lurking behind his expression, concern, perhaps, though he would never admit it. He noted that Izuku had been pushing himself too hard and asked when he had last actually slept. Izuku replied flatly that it had been 2 years and 8 months, his voice devoid of emotion. Izuku expressed his disdain for sleep, his eyes widening in shock as disbelief crossed his face. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲, with a hint of incredulity, questioned how Izuku was still standing. Izuku shrugged, feeling the weight of 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲's gaze. He explained that his body was constantly adapting and had learned to go without sleep. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 shook his head, running a hand through his black hair, and pointed out that it wasn't healthy even for someone like Izuku. He warned that if Izuku kept pushing himself like this, he would eventually burn out. Izuku replied, bitterness lacing his voice, that he didn't have a choice. He revealed that every time he slept, he found himself back in the facility, enduring torment and experimentation repeatedly. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲's expression darkened as he crossed his arms, realizing the depth of Izuku's struggles. He understood that Izuku was running from his nightmares. Izuku clenched his fists, memories flooding back, cold, sterile rooms, sharp instruments, and endless pain. It was a nightmare he could never escape. He scoffed, sarcasm dripping from his words, questioning what 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 thought his life had been. It wasn't just in his dreams, it was his reality. Each time he closed his eyes, he felt trapped and helpless, back in that place with no way out. 𝗕𝗵𝗿 remained silent for a moment, watching Izuku with piercing blue eyes, as if searching for the right words. Finally, he spoke softly, acknowledging that he understood. He reminded Izuku that he was no longer in that place. He had escaped, survived, and was free now. Izuku snapped back, anger rising in his voice, challenging 𝗕𝗵𝗿 to look at what he had become. He felt like a mere weapon, a tool to be used and discarded when no longer useful. 𝗕𝗵𝗿 sighed, leaning against the wall, and insisted that Izuku was more than that. He still had power and was still Izuku Midoriya, which meant something. Izuku turned away, bitterness creeping into his tone as he admitted he didn't even know who he was anymore. The boy who wanted to be a hero had died in that facility, leaving only Nemesis, the monster they had created. 𝗕𝗵𝗿 suggested that maybe Nemesis was who Izuku needed to be right now, but he assured him that Izuku was still inside, waiting to be found. Izuku shook his head, feeling the weight of 𝗕𝗵𝗿's words. How could he find someone who didn't exist anymore? The boy who dreamed of being a hero was buried under layers of pain, anger, and hatred. He confessed that he didn't know if he could find that part of himself. 𝗕𝗵𝗿 approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder with a firm yet gentle grip, a rare show of solidarity. He quietly reminded Izuku that he wasn't alone in this. He had 𝗕𝗵𝗿 by his side, and he wouldn't let him face this path alone. Surprised by 𝗕𝗵𝗿's sincerity, Izuku felt the anger and bitterness that had consumed him begin to fade, replaced by a flicker of hope. He started to speak, but 𝗕𝗵𝗿 cut him off with a teasing smirk, insisting he was still the same person Izuku had always known. Izuku let out a small, bitter laugh, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It had been so long since he had laughed, but it felt good, even if just for a moment. He thanked 𝗕𝗵𝗿 softly, the words feeling foreign on his tongue. 𝗕𝗵𝗿 nodded, his smirk fading into a serious expression as he urged Izuku to take care of himself. He reminded him that he was no good to anyone if he fell apart. Izuku nodded, though he wasn't sure if he could keep that promise. For now, it was enough to know he wasn't completely alone and that perhaps there was still a part of him worth saving. As 𝗕𝗵𝗿 turned to leave, Izuku called out to him, his voice stronger than before. 𝗕𝗵𝗿 paused, glancing back over his shoulder, and asked what was on his mind. Izuku, with a hint of vulnerability, asked if 𝗕𝗵𝗿 ever thought about what could have been. 𝗕𝗵𝗿's expression softened, and for a moment, Izuku saw the boy 𝗕𝗵𝗿 used to be, the boy who had dreamed of being a hero, just like him. 𝗕𝗵𝗿 admitted that he thought about it every day. With that, 𝗕𝗵𝗿 disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a lingering reminder that even in the darkest times, there was still a sliver of light. A chance, however small, that Izuku could find his way back. But for now, Nemesis was all he knew, and the darkness felt like home. He kept his head down, his hoodie casting shadows over his face as he walked through the crowded streets. The bag from the pharmacy weighed heavily in his hand, filled with medications to keep him awake and alert. His body screamed for rest, but he knew better. The moment he closed his eyes, the nightmares would return, the screams, the pain, the unending torment. He couldn't afford to sleep. Not now, not ever. The city around him buzzed with activity. People rushed past, too caught up in their own lives to notice him, just another face in the crowd, just another shadow in the night. That was how he preferred it, remaining invisible and unnoticed. It felt safer that way. As he walked, the noise of the city faded into the background, replaced by the quiet hum of his thoughts. The pills in his bag were just another tool to keep going, but he knew they couldn't fix what was broken inside him. They couldn't erase the pain or the memories. They were merely a bandage over wounds that would never fully heal. His thoughts were interrupted by a flash of color from a nearby restaurant. He glanced up, his eyes catching the large TV screen inside. The volume was up, and the news anchor's voice was clear even from the sidewalk. Breaking news reported that the vigilante known as Nemesis had struck again. There were reports of a confrontation at a known criminal hideout, with authorities confirming multiple fatalities and significant property damage. The police were investigating the scene, but details remained scarce. What was known was that Nemesis, active for the past 2 years, was believed to be responsible for the attack. The screen shifted to footage of the destroyed building, smoke still rising from the wreckage. The camera panned over the shattered walls, the broken windows, and the bodies covered in sheets. It was a scene of utter devastation, yet it was nothing new to him. He had seen worse. He had caused worse. The news anchor reported that the identities of the victims had not yet been released, but sources indicated that the hideout was used by a notorious gang involved in human trafficking. This was not the first time Nemesis had targeted such operations, and his methods had drawn both praise and criticism from the public. While some viewed him as a necessary force in a city overrun by crime, others argued that his actions were reckless and dangerous. The anchor's voice dripped with concern, but he could hear the underlying tension in her words. She didn't know what to think of him, no one did. A hero? A villain? Something in between. The lines had blurred long ago, and he no longer cared where he stood. The screen cut to an interview with a police spokesperson, a middle-aged man with a tired expression. He looked like he hadn't slept in days, probably hadn't, given the state of the city. He stated firmly that they were doing everything they could to apprehend this vigilante. However, Nemesis was highly skilled, highly dangerous, and seemed to operate with no clear pattern. The spokesperson urged the public to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity to the authorities. His words were met with nods of agreement from the news anchors, who quickly turned the conversation to a panel of experts discussing the implications of vigilante justice. He tuned them out, his gaze shifting to the people around him. A group of teenagers stood near the entrance of the restaurant, their faces glued to the screen. They whispered to each other, their eyes wide with excitement. One exclaimed that Nemesis was insane for taking out that whole gang by himself. Another argued that he was a total psycho, questioning how someone could just kill people. A third chimed in, stating that the police weren't doing anything about those criminals and that someone had to clean up the city. The conversation drifted into arguments about whether he was a hero or a monster, their voices growing louder as they debated his actions. It was a familiar refrain, one he had heard countless times before. The world couldn't decide what to make of him, and frankly, he didn't care. Their opinions didn't matter. Nothing did, except the mission. As he continued walking, he caught snippets of conversations from other people. A young mother pushing a stroller was talking on her phone, expressing disbelief that he was just a kid and questioning how messed up one had to be to do the things he did. An older man at a newspaper stand shook his head as he glanced at the headlines, lamenting the state of the city and how vigilantes thought they could take the law into their own hands. Two office workers huddled together on a smoke break, nervously discussing whether Nemesis would come after the gangs around there. One mentioned that his cousin had seen him last week, just a shadow on the rooftops, and it had scared him. The words washed over him, a constant barrage of opinions and judgments. Some were afraid, others intrigued, and a few even seemed to admire what he was doing. But none of them understood. None of them knew what it was like to be trapped in a living hell, to be turned into something less than human, consumed by a hatred so deep it drove one to the brink of madness. He kept walking, letting the noise of the city fade into the background once more. His destination was clear in his mind, a small alleyway, hidden from view, where he could slip into the sewers and disappear from the world above. The pills in his bag were a reminder of the life he was forced to lead, a life where every day was a battle to survive. As he reached the alley, he paused for a moment, his gaze drifting to the sky. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the city. It was almost time for Nemesis to come out again, to continue the hunt. But for now, he allowed himself a brief moment of respite, a fleeting second of peace before the darkness consumed him once more. The city continued to buzz with life around him, oblivious to the storm that raged within. He pulled up his hood, took a deep breath, and stepped into the shadows, disappearing from sight. He ducked underneath a knife that sliced through the air inches from his face, and in one swift motion he grabbed the arm holding it, yanking the person forward. With a forceful twist, he slammed them onto the cold, hard ground. The impact echoed through the narrow alleyway as he pinned them down, ready to strike. But then he heard a familiar, soft giggle, a sound that could only belong to one person. He recognized the blonde hair and manic smile. It was Himiko Toga. She lay beneath him, a wild grin on her face as she looked up at him with wide, unblinking eyes filled with a twisted affection. She purred that she just wanted to see him, her voice dripping with a strange, almost childlike glee. He sighed, the tension in his body easing slightly as he let go of her and stood up, muttering under his breath about what he was going to do with her. Toga was unpredictable, dangerous, and utterly broken in a way that mirrored his own fractured existence. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to push her away. Maybe it was because, deep down, he understood her better than he cared to admit. As she sat up, still smiling at him, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a syringe attached to a large storage container. The sight of it made her eyes light up with anticipation. He warned her that she really shouldn't be there, stating that the city was dangerous for people like her. She exclaimed that she liked danger and liked him even more. He ignored her comment and focused on the task at hand. Carefully, he inserted the syringe into his arm, wincing slightly as it pierced his skin. As the BLD began to flow into the container, he glanced down at her, reminding her that the first time she tried his BLD, it almost killed her. He explained that the energy and artificial enhancers in his BLD weren't exactly meant for people like her. Despite the risks, she tilted her head, still smiling as if his words were nothing but sweet nothings to her. She expressed that his BLD was special. It made Izuku feel whole. He watched as the storage slowly filled with his BLD and remarked that she was lucky he had figured out how to neutralize the energy. Otherwise, she would be in a dire situation. Toga pouted playfully, her eyes gleaming with something close to adoration. She expressed her appreciation for Izuku, saying he was always looking out for her, and that was why she loved him so much. He didn't respond. Toga's feelings for him were complicated. She was obsessed, infatuated in a way that bordered on dangerous, yet she was also dependent on him. His BLD had become her lifeline, calming the violent urges that had once driven her to chaos. It was the only thing that kept her grounded, making her somewhat sane, if she could even be called that. Izuku had met her a few months back in an alley much like this one. He had been on a mission, tracking down a small-time villain when he came across her. She had been covered in BLD, her eyes wild and desperate, like a feral animal. He had been ready to end her life without a second thought. But something in her eyes stopped him. Her eyes mirrored his, reflecting a brokenness he recognized all too well. He saw himself in her, saw the same pain and abandonment. It was ironic, she had been cast out by her family because of her quirk, while he had been abandoned for not having one. Two sides of the same coin. That night, instead of ending her life, he made her a deal. She could have his BLD as much as she needed, but in return, she had to stop harming others. He wasn't sure if it was pity or something else, but he couldn't bring himself to let her go. She was broken. Just like him, and in a twisted way, he had grown to accept her. She needed him immensely, and perhaps he needed her too, though he would never admit it out loud. They were two lost souls clinging to each other in a world that had no place for them. As much as he hated to admit it, he couldn't abandon her. She was the only one he had, and he was the only one she had. The syringe beeped, signaling that it was full. He carefully removed it from his arm, the container now filled with the dark red liquid that Toga craved. He handed it to her, and she took it eagerly, her eyes practically glowing with excitement. He spoke softly, saying it should last her for a while. She hugged the container to her chest, a blissful smile spreading across her face and thanking him for being so good to her. He watched her for a moment, noting how she held onto that container like it was the most precious thing in the world. It was strange. She was a villain by all accounts, yet here she was, relying on him and trusting him. It felt almost surreal. As she stood up to leave, he called out to her. She turned back, her smile still in place, and he reached into his bag, pulling out several cans of store-bought food. It wasn't much, but it was something. He mentioned she might get hungry, holding the cans out to her. She looked at the food, then back at him, her eyes softening. For a moment, he thought he saw a glimmer of gratitude in her gaze. It was hard to tell with her. She thanked him again, taking the cans from him and saying he was always thinking of her. He shrugged, trying to downplay it, saying it was no big deal. But it was. Because as much as he tried to deny it, he cared about her and about what happened to her. Maybe it was because he had no one else. Maybe it was because, in some twisted way, he saw a reflection of himself in her. Whatever the reason, he couldn't just let her go. Not when he knew she needed him. She turned to leave, but before she did, she glanced back at him, her smile a little less manic and a little more genuine. She promised to see him around. He nodded, watching as she disappeared into the shadows of the alley. He stood there for a moment, alone once again, the cold air biting at his skin. The weight of everything he carried pressed down on him, but for some reason, it didn't feel as heavy as it usually did. He sighed, pulling his hood back over his head as he turned and walked away. The night was still young, and there was work to be done. But for now, at least, he knew he wasn't completely alone. He had someone who needed him, someone who relied on him. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough to keep him going. Meanwhile, Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗵𝗲 sat at his cluttered desk in the police station, sifting through a pile of case files. The room was dimly lit, the harsh fluorescent lights above flickering slightly, casting long shadows across the room. The air was thick with the smell of coffee and old paperwork, a constant reminder of the endless hours spent tracking down the city's worst criminals. His eyes were heavy from lack of sleep, but he forced himself to stay focused. The Nemesis case had consumed him for months, and he wasn't about to let it slip through his fingers. Suddenly, the door to his office burst open, and a young officer rushed in, clutching a stack of papers in his hand. He was breathing heavily, clearly having sprinted through the station to get to 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked what the problem was, his tone stern but not unkind, and told the officer to calm down and catch his breath before speaking. The officer nodded, leaning against the doorframe as he tried to steady his breathing. After a few moments, he straightened up and looked 𝗧𝗵𝗲 in the eye, his face flushed with urgency. He announced that they had a breakthrough in the Nemesis case, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's heart skipped a beat at the words. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He leaned forward in his chair, his tiredness forgotten as adrenaline surged through him. He asked if they had discovered the secret identity of Nemesis, unable to keep the excitement from his voice. The officer hesitated, shaking his head slightly. He explained that it wasn't exactly that, but he urged 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to hear him out. He reminded 𝗧𝗵𝗲 of the incident 2 years ago when there was an explosion of light at a certain location, where they discovered an abandoned facility that had been destroyed beyond recognition. They had only found corpses, no survivors, and no other clues. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 nodded, the memories flooding back. That incident had been one of the most perplexing cases he had ever encountered. The facility had been completely obliterated, the bodies inside unrecognizable. Whatever had happened, there was something powerful and terrifying. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 acknowledged that he remembered the incident, his voice low. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 noted the residual energy found at the site, concluding that there had been experiments on something or someone that had broken free, resulting in the destruction of the facility and the loss of lives. The officer nodded eagerly, flipping through the papers in his hands. He confirmed that they initially believed whatever or whoever it was had either perished in the explosion or escaped, but they had no leads to follow. They couldn't determine the source of that energy or its nature. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's eyes narrowed as he listened, his mind racing. He inquired if there was now a connection. The officer, his voice trembling with excitement, revealed that during their recent investigations into Nemesis, they analyzed the energy signatures left at his crime scenes and discovered something shocking. The residual energy from the facility 2 years ago matched the energy used by Nemesis. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's eyes widened in surprise, his mind reeling. He processed the implication that Nemesis might be the result of those experiments and the one who destroyed the facility. The officer nodded, his expression grave, stating that the evidence suggested as much. The energy signatures were almost identical, indicating that Nemesis could have been the subject of those experiments, breaking free and causing the destruction. Leaning back in his chair, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 absorbed the information. If Nemesis was indeed the product of those experiments, it explained his incredible power, untraceable origins, and relentless hatred of villains. However, it also raised numerous questions. He asked if they had any idea what they were experimenting on and if there were clues about what they were trying to create. The officer shook his head, looking frustrated. He explained that the facility was destroyed so thoroughly that most of the data was lost. Based on the residual energy and the nature of Nemesis's abilities, they believed it was some kind of quirk enhancement or artificial quirk creation. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 clenched his jaw as he absorbed this information. Artificial quirks were a dangerous and largely unregulated field, with the potential to cause significant harm if not carefully controlled. If Nemesis was the product of such an experiment, it was no wonder he had turned out the way he did. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 continued, asking if the energy was consistent with all of Nemesis's activities and every crime scene linked to him. The officer confirmed that they had been tracking Nemesis's movements for a while, and the energy signatures were always the same, like a unique fingerprint. There was no doubt that the same energy was present at the facility 2 years ago. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 nodded slowly, piecing together the puzzle. They were looking at someone who not only survived those experiments but also gained immense power from them. Someone pushed to the brink, emerging with a vendetta against villains. He wondered why Nemesis hadn't gone after the people responsible for his situation and why he focused on street-level criminals. The officer hesitated, considering his response. He suggested that Nemesis might see all villains as responsible for what happened to him, or perhaps he was working his way up the chain, taking out smaller targets before going after the bigger ones. It was clear that he was driven by something personal, fueling his hatred. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the case pressing down on him. He asked if they still had no clue about Nemesis's identity or leads on who he might have been before the explosion. The officer shook his head, frustrated. Whoever Nemesis was, he had done a good job of erasing his past. They had run every possible scenario, but without more information, they were stuck. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 let out a heavy sigh, leaning back in his chair. The case was becoming increasingly complicated. If Nemesis was as powerful as they thought and fueled by rage, they could be dealing with something far more dangerous than anticipated. The officer nodded solemnly, suggesting they might be looking at someone beyond anything they had ever faced. Nemesis wasn't just a vigilante, he was something else, something more. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 stared at the papers on his desk, his mind churning with possibilities. Nemesis was an enigma, a ghost with the power to level entire buildings and the skill to evade capture repeatedly. But now, with this new information, the pieces were starting to come together. He ordered to keep digging, wanting everything they had on that facility, every scrap of information, every report, every witness statement. If there was even a hint of who Nemesis might have been, he wanted to know it. The officer snapped a salute before turning to leave. As the door closed behind him, 𝗬𝗁𝗁 sat back in his chair, staring at the files in front of him. Nemesis was no ordinary vigilante, and this case was no ordinary investigation. It was a labyrinth of secrets and lies, one he was determined to navigate, no matter the cost. Yet, as he sat there, the weight of it all pressing down on him, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were only scratching the surface. Nemesis was out there, somewhere in the city, waging his own private war. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 knew that if they didn't find him soon, the consequences could be catastrophic. The city was on the brink, teetering between order and chaos. Nemesis was the catalyst, the wild card that could tip the balance in either direction. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 wasn't sure what drove the vigilante, whether it was vengeance, justice, or something else entirely, but he knew one thing for certain: the game was far from over. And in this game, the stakes were higher than ever before. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 stood in the dimly lit briefing room, facing a group of the most prominent heroes in Japan. The atmosphere was tense, the weight of the discussion heavy on everyone's shoulders. The once invincible symbol of peace, All Might, stood with a somber expression, his eyes shadowed with concern. Endeavor, Japan's current #1 hero, wore a scowl, his fiery demeanor tempered by years of responsibility. Beside him, Inferno, whose presence once radiated with pride and power, looked like a shell of his former self, his face marked by deep lines of grief and regret. Hawks leaned casually against the wall, though his usual light-hearted air was absent, replaced by an intense focus. Best Jeanist stood with his arms crossed, his sharp gaze reflecting the gravity of the situation. Inferno, his voice low and laced with bitterness, was the first to speak, questioning why they were gathered. He expressed his annoyance with bureaucratic nonsense, revealing his frustration. It was no secret that Inferno had changed since the loss of his son. The grief had hollowed him out, leaving behind a man who now lived with a perpetual sense of anger and guilt. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 understood that calling Inferno here was a risk, but he also knew that the situation with Nemesis required the attention of heroes who had seen it all and could handle the unimaginable. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 calmly addressed the group, making eye contact with each hero present. He explained that they were gathered because the situation with Nemesis had taken an unexpected turn. All Might's voice broke through the silence, filled with concern as he inquired about Nemesis, a vigilante who had been targeting criminal gangs. He questioned why they were now involved. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 nodded, acknowledging All Might's question. He confirmed that Nemesis had focused on dismantling criminal organizations, particularly those involved in human trafficking and illegal drag trades. Operating in the shadows, he dealt with threats that the police often struggled to control. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 crossed his arms, expressing skepticism about Nemesis being just another rogue hero. He questioned what made this situation different and why they needed to intervene if Nemesis was merely cleaning up the streets. Taking a deep breath, 𝗧𝗏𝗁 prepared to reveal critical information. He explained that new evidence had emerged, linking Nemesis to an old case from 2 years prior involving a mysterious facility that had been destroyed in a blinding explosion. At that time, they had discovered nothing but remains and residual energy that could not be traced back to any known quirk. He retrieved a worn, yellowed document from his briefcase, marked with various seals and classified stamps, and placed it on the table for the heroes to examine. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 explained that this document was the only piece of evidence recovered from the facility. It contained a report about something referred to as Subject 13. The contents were disturbing and might explain why Nemesis was so dangerous. He began to read from the report, detailing how Subject 13 had shown rapid development in both physical and mental capabilities, far exceeding initial expectations. The quirk, if it could be called that, allowed him to generate and stockpile energy in unprecedented ways. This energy manipulation extended beyond the physical realm, disrupting quirk-based abilities and amplifying his already impressive physical prowess. The heroes exchanged uneasy glances as 𝗧𝗏𝗁 continued, revealing that strength tests indicated Subject 13 could exert force equivalent to or greater than All Might at his peak. His speed and reflexes were unparalleled, allowing him to react to threats almost instantaneously. Additionally, his body possessed a rapid adaptation mechanism, enabling him to recover from injuries at an accelerated rate, making him nearly impossible to incapacitate through conventional means. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 paused, letting the gravity of the information sink in before moving on to the more unsettling aspects of the report. He noted that Subject 13's mental state was deteriorating as his power grew, exhibiting signs of extreme stress, paranoia, and dissociation. Despite these symptoms, his intelligence remained intact, allowing for complex strategic thinking. He had demonstrated the ability to outmaneuver and neutralize groups of pro-heroes in simulated combat scenarios. As 𝗧𝗏𝗁 reached the final, most critical part of the report, he conveyed the potential of Subject 13, which was terrifying. If left unchecked, he could pose a threat not only to villains but to society as a whole. His power, if harnessed and controlled, could reshape the world. However, if he were to turn against them, it was unclear if anyone could stop him. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 set the document down, the silence in the room thick with tension. He revealed that based on the evidence collected, Nemesis was a child, a young boy, no older than 15. The room erupted in stunned disbelief. Hawks was the first to express shock, unable to comprehend that this vigilante, who had been dismantling entire criminal organizations, was just a kid. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 slammed his fist on the table, incredulous that a child could possess such power and questioning how he had evaded their notice for so long. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 remained calm, understanding their reactions. He reiterated that the evidence pointed to the facility conducting illegal experiments, creating something, or rather, someone, far more powerful than they had anticipated. Nemesis had broken free, destroyed the facility, and had been on the run ever since. Inferno, who had been silent until now, spoke in a low, trembling voice, expressing concern for the child who had been living alone, using his power and fighting all by himself. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 nodded solemnly, acknowledging the trauma Nemesis likely endured from the experiments. His actions, while targeting criminals, were those of someone acting out of pain, fear, and anger. All Might looked down, his expression filled with deep sadness, reflecting on the burden the child had been carrying without anyone knowing. Best Jeanist, who had been listening intently, finally spoke, emphasizing that if this was true, then Nemesis was more than just a threat, he was a victim. They needed to approach the situation with caution, as using force could push him over the edge. Hawks agreed, noting that the child had been through hell and needed help, not just to be stopped. However, given the power described in the report, earning his trust would not be easy. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 looked at each of them in turn, stressing that while Nemesis was incredibly powerful, he was also a scared, traumatized child. They needed to find a way to reach him and help him before he lost himself completely. However, if he viewed them as a threat, he would not hesitate to fight back, and given his capabilities, that could lead to disastrous consequences. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 clenched his fists, flames flickering around him as he asked for the plan to approach a child strong enough to take down pro-heroes and who had every reason to hate them. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 sighed, rubbing his temples as he outlined the need to gather more information. They needed to find out where Nemesis had been hiding, his current mental state, and if there was anyone he trusted. They had to be prepared for the worst, but their goal should be to reach out to him and show him that they were not his enemies. Inferno's gaze was distant, reflecting on the plight of a child who had lost everything, and 𝗬𝗁𝗁 nodded, understanding the weight of those words. They needed to act with compassion as well as caution. They were not just dealing with a vigilante, they were facing a child who had been hurt, betrayed, and left to fend for himself in a world that had shown him nothing but cruelty. All Might, the former symbol of peace, straightened up, his resolve clear. He declared that they would find him and bring him home, promising to do whatever it took to ensure the child knew he was not alone anymore. The others nodded in agreement, though the tension in the room remained palpable. They were facing an unprecedented challenge that would test not just their strength but their humanity. Nemesis was a formidable force, but he was also a child who needed help, even if he didn't realize it. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 could only hope that when the time came, they would be able to reach Nemesis before it was too late. The abandoned industrial building was enveloped in an eerie silence, the kind that sent chills down one's spine. The rumors had been disturbing, children being sold to organ traffickers and other horrors. There was no doubt in his mind that he would bring this place to justice, but as he ventured deeper into the building, it became clear that something was amiss. The area was almost too quiet, as if everyone had already fled. He muttered to himself, questioning what was happening, his senses heightened. Suddenly, he felt a disturbance in the air. His instincts kicked in, and he barely had time to react as several nearly invisible threads shot toward him. He dodged each one with ease, his movements fluid and precise. Recognizing the threads as Best Jeanist's signature attack, he acknowledged the skill of his opponent. There was no immediate response, but he sensed he was not alone. The tension in the air thickened as he realized what this meant. A pro-hero was present. Then, a voice called out, identifying him as Subject 13 or Nemesis. His heart raced as the realization hit him. They had figured out who he was. Anger surged within him, dark green energy crackling around his body as he activated 𝗓𝗏𝗏, the artificial quirk that had been grafted onto him during those harrowing experiments. Without hesitation, he shot out of the building like a bullet, but before he could escape, he felt something wrap around him, strong vines, holding him down. He recognized the constricting 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 quirk, but it was ineffective against his power. With a burst of energy, he broke free, splinters flying in every direction. As he landed outside the building, his gaze swept over the group of heroes assembled before him. Hawks hovered in the air, his wings flared out behind him. Best Jeanist stood ready, threads poised to strike again. Mount Lady and 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 were positioned on either side, prepared to use their quirks at a moment's notice. But his attention was drawn to the two figures at the forefront, 𝗕𝗏𝗏, the current #1 hero, and Inferno, the man who had once been known as 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗏 Midoriya. This was the same man who had abandoned him, his own son, because he was quirkless. The man who had given him the name Deku, branding him as useless. Rage filled him, and he could feel the energy inside him building to a dangerous level. He knew that if he didn't control it, it could consume him, but at that moment he didn't care. All he wanted was for them to understand the pain they had caused. 𝗏𝗏 urged him to stand down, insisting they didn't want to hurt him and asking him to let them reason. But he wasn't listening. His focus was entirely on the man standing before him. With all the anger and hatred he had been holding back for years, he launched himself at Inferno, his fist glowing with dark energy as he prepared to strike. He yelled as his fist connected with Inferno's side. The impact sent him flying through the air, crashing into the side of the building with a force that shook the structure. Flames erupted around him as he struggled to recover, but he was already on him, not giving him a moment to catch his breath. His fist slammed into Inferno's gut again, and he could feel the pressure of the blow. The flames around him flickered weakly as he fought to maintain his composure. He taunted Inferno, lifting him off the ground by the throat and demanding to know how it felt to be on the receiving end of the pain he had endured. Before he could land another blow, a flash of red feathers zoomed past him, forcing him to release Inferno. 𝗏𝗏 was in front of him, his wings spread wide as he tried to push him back, pleading for him to stop. The energy around him crackled more violently as he growled at 𝗏𝗏, accusing him of being just as guilty as Inferno. He swung at 𝗏𝗏, but the hero was quick, dodging his punch. Feathers sliced through the air toward him, and he twisted his body, managing to avoid most of them, though a few grazed his arm. Ignoring the pain, he focused on the hero in front of him. But before he could retaliate, the ground beneath him erupted with massive vines from Kamui woods, wrapping around his legs and torso, trying to pin him down. He struggled against them, but then best genus threads joined the attack, reinforcing the vines and binding his arms to his sides. Frustrated, he snarled, demanding to be released. All Might's voice rang out, strong yet filled with concern, insisting they were not his enemies and were there to help him. He laughed bitterly, questioning where their help had been when he was suffering. The rage boiled over as he felt the energy inside him reach its peak. With a deafening roar, he unleashed the full power of one above all. Dark green energy exploded from his body in a massive shockwave, obliterating the vines and threads that held him. The sheer force of the blast sent all the heroes flying back, struggling to regain their footing. He was free. Before anyone could react, he launched himself at Inferno again, who was still recovering from the initial attack. His flames flared up, but they paled in comparison to the power he wielded. My fist collided with his chest, and this time, I didn't hold back. The impact created a shockwave that rippled through the air, sending Inferno crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Endeavor's voice boomed as he unleashed a massive wave of fire in my direction, the heat intense enough to melt steel. But I wasn't fazed. With a flick of my wrist, I sent a blast of dark energy to meet the flames, the two forces colliding in a blinding flash of light. I could feel the energy surging through me, growing more unstable with each passing second. It was intoxicating, this power, this ability to make them all pay. But it was also tearing me apart, pushing me closer to the edge of losing control. 𝗏𝗏 came at me again, his feathers aiming for my vital points, trying to subdue me without causing serious harm. But I was faster. I sidestepped his attack and grabbed him by the collar, slamming him into the ground with enough force to create a crater. Before he could recover, I raised my fist, ready to deliver the final blow. But then I hesitated. In that split second, I saw something in 𝗏𝗏's eyes. Fear, yes, but also something else. Something I hadn't seen in a long time. Compassion. His strained voice reached me, filled with remorse. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. The anger inside me faltered for just a moment, and in that moment of hesitation, I was hit by a massive wave of water that knocked me off my feet. Mount Lady had transformed into her giant form and was using the fire hydrant nearby as a makeshift weapon to douse the area, creating a steam cloud that obscured my vision. I scrambled to my feet, disoriented, but before I could regain my bearings, I felt the ground shake beneath me. The next thing I knew, a wall of fire was coming straight at me, 𝗕𝗫𝗏𝗧's doing. He was using everything he had to push me back, to overwhelm me. But I wasn't going to let that happen. With a roar, I unleashed another wave of dark energy, cutting through the fire and creating a path straight to him. I rushed forward, my mind focused on one thing, making him pay. But as I got closer, I noticed something in his eyes, something that gave me pause. It was the same look 𝗏𝐭𝐻 had given me. Compassion. But before I could react, I was hit by a powerful blow from the side. All Might had finally joined the fight. The intensity of the battle escalated as I darted through the chaotic scene, my focus razor sharp. 𝗏𝐻's feathers whistled through the air, homing in on me with deadly precision. I could see the determination in his eyes as he aimed to take me down without causing serious harm. But I wasn't going to let him or anyone else stop me. I muttered under my breath, feeling the rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. I activated shadow steps, my speed increasing exponentially as I blurred from sight. In a split second, I appeared right in front of 𝗏𝐻, catching him off guard. My foot drove into his gut with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed into a nearby building, the impact shattering windows and causing the structure to shudder. Just as I was about to pursue 𝗏𝐻, Inferno emerged from the rubble of the industrial building, his face bloodied, his expression one of confusion and anger. He muttered to himself, questioning why he had been attacked first and expressing disbelief about the situation. His words only fueled my anger further. The man who had cast me aside was now standing there, clueless, as if everything that had happened was just a bad dream. I wasn't going to let him off that easily. I roared, channeling my energy into a concentrated ray of dark power. The beam shot out of my hand, aimed directly at All Might. All Might responded with a powerful strike, his fist connecting with the beam in a cataclysmic collision. The sheer force of our attacks obliterated the remnants of the industrial building, sending debris flying in every direction. The shockwave rattled the entire area, and the force of the impact pushed our fight into the heart of the city. We moved through the urban landscape with terrifying speed, our battle leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. As we fought, several flames came hurtling toward me, no doubt launched by 𝗕𝗫𝗏. I activated Dark Aegis, summoning a barrier of dark energy around myself to absorb the incoming flames. The fire splashed harmlessly against the barrier, but the heat was intense, making the air shimmer with waves of distortion. I snorted in disdain, muttering to myself about the intensity of the attack. With shadow steps, I closed the distance between 𝗕𝗫𝗏 and myself in the blink of an eye, preparing to strike him down. But just as I was about to deliver the blow, something wrapped around my legs, causing me to trip and fall to the ground. I cursed under my breath as I realized it was 𝗵𝗵𝗏𝗃 again, his vines binding me in place. I growled, struggling against the restraints. But before I could break free, Inferno charged at me, his mouth engulfed in roaring flames. He launched a massive fireball in my direction. I acted quickly, summoning tendrils of dark energy that shot out from my body, latching onto nearby cars, debris, and anything else I could find. I made sure no one was inside the vehicles before hurling them toward the incoming fireball. The collision was explosive, with metal and flames intertwining in a fiery explosion. The force of the blast sent shockwaves rippling through the air, but I was already moving again. Mount Lady's voice boomed as she suddenly appeared above me, her massive hand reaching down to grab me. Her grip was ironclad as she held me tightly, lifting me off the ground. Before I could react, 𝗵𝗵𝗏𝗃 had bound me once more, his vines constricting around my body. I could feel my frustration growing. These heroes were relentless, refusing to let up for even a moment. But I wasn't about to let them win. I screamed, releasing an enormous wave of energy from my body. The force of the blast was so intense that it shattered Mount Lady's grip, her massive arm breaking as she released me with a pained "Pruh." I was free, and I wasn't about to waste the opportunity. In a flash, I appeared right in front of Mount Lady's face, my expression softening for just a moment. I admitted with a small smirk that I was still a fan, but I quickly followed up with a powerful kick, sending her flying backward. Despite her giant size, The force of the attack was enough to send her crashing through multiple buildings, her massive form causing a trail of destruction. Before the moment of victory could be savored, multiple vines wrapped around again. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗎 was persistent, and that was acknowledged. But the time for playing nice was over. He expressed regret as his vines tightened, stating that he couldn't let go. An energy claw was summoned, dark and jagged, tearing through the vines as if they were made of paper. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗎's eyes widened in shock as freedom was regained once more. But the confrontation was far from over. Dark tendrils of energy surrounded 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗎, binding him tightly. He struggled against the restraints, but it was futile. With ease, he was swung around and smashed into the ground, creating a crater that sent dust and debris into the air. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗎 lay there, battered, his body limp as he struggled to catch his breath. Anger still burned hot as a gaze was cast down upon him. The thought crossed the mind that he should have known better than to get in the way. Turning away, attention shifted to the remaining heroes. Before the next target could be focused on, a familiar presence was felt. All Might stood ready to fight, his gaze a mixture of determination and sorrow. He conveyed that he understood the suffering endured, but this wasn't the way. Fists clenched, dark energy flared in response to the emotions swirling within. He was told not to talk as if he knew, and the weight of everything endured was heavy. All Might took a step forward, his expression softening as he admitted he wasn't there to witness the pain. He reassured that there were people who cared and wanted to help. A flicker of doubt emerged, but it was quickly squashed. Help had never been offered, only use and torment. Endeavor's voice cut through the tension, insisting that this wasn't the time for talk, as flames flickered around him. He was caught in a bind of thoughts, questioning if it could be Izuku, but hoped he was wrong. All Might held up a hand, signaling for Endeavor to stand down, insisting they needed to reach him. Conflict was visible in Endeavor's eyes, but he reluctantly stepped back, dimming the flames. The mind raced, torn between the rage that had fueled for so long and a fragile hope that perhaps there was a way out of the darkness. Before the situation could be fully processed, a sharp pain was felt in the side. Hawks had managed to recover and launched a series of razor-sharp feathers while distracted. The pain ignited anger once more. Energy spiked in preparation for another devastating attack, but a surge of power from within was felt, something stronger than ever experienced before. The dark energy inside responded to the emotions, growing stronger and more unstable. It threatened to consume entirely, tearing at the insides. A gasp escaped as the power surged uncontrollably. The heroes watched in horror as the dark energy began to spiral out of control, forming a massive vortex that 𝗧𝗂𝗂𝗂 in everything around it. The ground cracked and crumbled, buildings were pulled into the vortex, and the sky darkened as energy reached its peak. All Might shouted desperately, urging to stop, warning that everything would be destroyed. But control was lost. The dark energy was consuming, and consciousness was slipping away. Just when it seemed all was lost, a hand reached out and grabbed, strong and unwavering. An explosion ripped through the abandoned city, a shockwave of devastation consuming everything in its path. Yet, as the dust settled, the heroes found themselves protected by an impenetrable barrier. A second, even larger shield had been erected to contain the destruction, sparing the outside of the city from certain annihilation. In the center of the ruined landscape, a figure stood alone, mask shattered, suit torn to pieces, revealing scars that crisscrossed the body like a twisted roadmap of pain. The burns and injuries had regenerated, save for the old scars that would never heal. Inferno, the father, stared with wide eyes, disbelief and horror evident. His voice trembled, on the verge of breaking. Even Endeavor, the unyielding #1 hero, looked as though he had seen a ghost. All Might's expression was one of stunned shock, facing an unspeakable reality. The figure approached, dark green lightning crackling across the body, the words bitter on the tongue as a greeting was offered. Hawks, standing off to the side, whispered, recognizing the figure as Hisashi's son, Izuku. The realization hit him hard. Izuku was subject. Tears welled up as the gaze locked onto the father, the pain unmistakable, a reflection of years of suffering endured. As the approach continued, the dark green lightning grew more intense, roaring with power. The father's flames flared, but there was no fire in his heart, only regret and despair. Suddenly, Inferno screamed, unable to hold back emotions any longer. Inferno expressed his anguish, revealing how many times he had cried for his father to help him. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his attack, declaring a barrage of flaming projectiles aimed to stop his opponent. But the opponent was ready, activating shadow steps to move with incredible speed, dodging each bullet effortlessly. As Inferno's energy waned, he lamented about the times he wished for forgiveness from his father for being quirkless. The words weighed heavily, and in response, a powerful dark energy attack was launched, sending a shockwave straight at Inferno. However, just before it could connect, a searing wave of flames struck from the side, revealing 𝗕𝗏𝗏, who wore a face of determination and sorrow. The opponent felt their body healing rapidly, regenerating damage in mere seconds. With precision, they summoned orbs of energy that floated around like dark stars, unleashing a scattershot of concentrated energy aimed at the heroes. Yet, before the attack could land, debris fell from the sky, blocking the assault as best 𝗔𝗫 arrived, using his fibers to shield the others. Attention shifted to All Might, and without a word, both charged at each other. Fists flew as they exchanged blows, the force creating shockwaves that rattled the ruined city. With each strike, the opponent adapted, growing stronger. A well-timed punch slammed into All Might's gut, sending him flying backward, struggling to regain his footing. Before a follow-up could occur, another massive fireball struck, knocking the opponent off their feet. Looking up, they saw Inferno, tears streaming down his face, preparing another attack. Inferno expressed his sorrow, admitting to being a terrible father and pleading for his child to return and stop the chaos. The words pierced the opponent's heart, yet the anger within only intensified. They gritted their teeth, dark energy surging as they prepared to retaliate. The opponent roared in fury, launching themselves at Inferno with explosive power. But before they could reach him, a powerful kick from Mount Lady sent them crashing through multiple buildings. Despite the impact, their body was already regenerating, landing on their feet, anger boiling over. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 stepped forward, flames blazing, apologizing for past actions. The mention of certain names ignited a fresh wave of rage, and the opponent demanded to know why they had been left to suffer. The ground trembled as dark energy surged, the air crackling with electricity. The fear in the hero's eyes revealed that the opponent was no longer the boy they once knew. With a final roar, they charged, fists crackling with dark energy, ready to unleash their full power. The ensuing battle was a blur of destruction, flames, and raw energy colliding in a chaotic dance. Each attack was more devastating than the last, and the heroes fought valiantly, but the opponent was relentless, their power growing with every moment. They were a force of nature, unstoppable amidst the chaos of the battlefield. As the fight raged on, All Might prepared for the next round, his eyes clouded with determination and regret. The opponent recalled the day they had come home, locked outside, witnessing how All Might had chosen another over them, shattering their dreams. With venom in their voice, they confronted All Might about the past, declaring that the choice had crushed their hopes. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact, shockwaves rippling through the air. The other heroes joined the fray, grim faces realizing the magnitude of the confrontation. But the opponent was unfazed, having shed any semblance of mercy. They unleashed a barrage of strikes infused with dark energy, attacking from every angle, overwhelming All Might. All Might struggled to counter, his punches heavy but lacking precision. The opponent then turned their attention to Inferno, who was barely standing after the last attack. Knowing Inferno's weakness, they prepared for an attack. Inferno, despite his condition, fired a beam of condensed flames, pushing himself beyond his limits. The opponent leaped into the air, their body crackling with energy, and with a powerful descent, they smashed into the ground, creating a catastrophic impact that shattered the earth beneath them. Giant rocks and debris were flung in every direction, the force of the explosion heading straight for my father. I unleashed a concentrated blast of dark energy that tore through the explosion, its trajectory aimed directly at Inferno. But before it could reach him, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 stepped in, using his own signature move to block the attack. The collision of our powers resulted in another massive explosion, the shockwave ripping through the already devastated city. The impact was so intense that both Inferno and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 were sent flying, their bodies battered and broken. But I wasn't about to let up. My attention shifted to the remaining heroes. Hawks, Kamui Woods, Mount Lady, Best Jeanist, and, of course, All Might. They surrounded me, their expressions a mix of determination and desperation. They knew they were outmatched, but they had no choice but to fight. I felt a bitter irony as I glared at All Might, recalling how I had once looked up to him as the symbol of peace. He had crushed my dreams of being a hero by giving one for all to my sister, the bane of my existence, while I was kidnapped and experimented on to create an even stronger quirk. The one above all was designed to kill him, but I didn't care what those who had fallen wanted. I demanded he get out of my way. My words hit him hard, his face pale with shock. The other heroes exchanged uneasy glances, their confidence faltering in the face of my unrelenting rage. But they didn't back down. Hawks was the first to move, his wings flaring as he launched a barrage of razor-sharp feathers at me. I dodged them effortlessly, my body a blur as I closed the distance between us. In a flash, I was in front of him, my fist connecting with his gut in a devastating uppercut. He gasped, BLD escaping his mouth as he was sent crashing into the ground. Kamui Woods tried to ensnare me with his wooden tendrils, but I cut through them with a swipe of my hand, dark energy shredding the wood to splinters. He barely had time to react before I was upon him, delivering a spinning kick that sent him sprawling. Mount Lady, in her giant form, attempted to stomp me into the ground, but I sidestepped her attack, moving with inhuman speed. I jumped onto her leg and ran up her body, delivering a powerful punch to her temple. She let out a pained cry as she stumbled backward, her massive form collapsing as I leaped off her, landing gracefully on the ground. Best Jeanist tried to use his fibers to restrain me, but I grabbed them with my bare hands, channeling my dark energy through the threads. They unraveled and disintegrated in my grasp, leaving him defenseless. I moved in for the final blow, but before I could strike, All Might intervened, his fist slamming into my side. The impact sent me skidding across the ground, but I quickly regained my footing, my body healing almost instantly. All Might's face was a mix of anguish and resolve as he charged at me, his fists blazing with the remnants of his once great power. I met his charge head-on, our fists colliding in a series of earth-shattering blows. The ground cracked beneath us, the air around us humming with the raw power of our clash. I could see the pain in his eyes, the regret for what had been done to me, but I didn't care. My anger had consumed me, and all that mattered now was the fight. I shouted, my voice raw with emotion as I delivered a powerful uppercut to his jaw. I demanded to know why he had given up on me, why he had chosen her over me. All Might staggered back, BLD dripping from his mouth as he struggled to find his footing. He gasped, barely audible, that he thought he was doing the right thing and wanted to protect me. I roared in response, my fist smashing into his gut with enough force to lift him off the ground. He coughed, his eyes wide with shock as I delivered a follow-up punch that sent him crashing into a nearby building. But before I could press the attack, Inferno fired another blast at me, the flames searing through the air. I barely managed to dodge, the intense heat grazing my skin even as my body healed. I turned to face him, my eyes blazing with fury. I snarled that he needed to get out of my way, reminding him that he had failed to save me. With a flick of my wrist, I summoned a massive orb of dark energy, its surface crackling with power. I launched the orb at Inferno with all my might. The orb sped towards him, but before it could reach its target, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 threw himself in its path, using his flames to try and deflect it. The resulting explosion was catastrophic, the shockwave tearing through the already devastated city, reducing buildings to rubble and sending both heroes flying. I didn't wait for the dust to settle. I charged at All Might, who was struggling to stand, his once mighty form battered and broken. I could see the defeat in his eyes, the realization that he was no longer the hero he once was. I spat that he was supposed to be the symbol of peace, that he was supposed to protect people like me. All Might fell to his knees, blood dripping from his mouth as he looked up at me with hollow eyes, whispering an apology. But his words only fueled my rage. I screamed that sorry wouldn't bring back the years I lost, delivering a final, devastating punch that sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The other heroes watched in horror as I stood over All Might's fallen form, my chest heaving with exertion. I could see the fear in their eyes, the realization that they were outmatched, that they couldn't stop me. But I wasn't done yet. I turned to face Inferno and Endeavor, who were barely able to stand after the explosion. I growled that this ended now. With a final surge of power, I unleashed a devastating wave of dark energy that swept across the battlefield, consuming everything in its path. The heroes tried to fight back, but they were no match for my power. One by one, they fell until only I remained standing. The city lay in ruins, the once proud heroes reduced to nothing more than ashes and dust. I stood alone in the aftermath, my body crackling with residual energy, my mind a maelstrom of rage and sorrow. But even as I stood victorious, I felt no satisfaction, no sense of accomplishment. The anger that had driven me was gone, leaving only an empty void in its place. I collapsed to my knees, my body trembling as the weight of everything I had been through came crashing down on me. My hands clutched my head, trying to block out the memories, but it was useless. Tears streamed down my face as I cried out in agony. Izuku questioned why all of this was happening. His voice was raw and broken as he expressed his longing for love and a family, wondering why he had to suffer like this. Was being quirkless truly such a crime? Through the haze of his tears, he heard footsteps approaching, slow and hesitant. He didn't need to look up to know who it was. The familiar scent of smoke and ash, mixed with a faint trace of cologne, told him everything he needed to know. 𝗬𝗓 Midoriya, his father, staggered forward, covered in various injuries. His face bore a deep cut above his brow, and his left eye was swollen shut, the skin around it turning dark. His lip was split, and blood trickled down his chin. His hero costume was torn and scorched, revealing raw skin beneath. His right arm hung limply at his side, likely broken from the impact of Izuku's earlier attack. Yet, despite the pain etched across his features and the horror in his eyes as he looked at his son, he did something unexpected. He dropped to his knees beside Izuku and wrapped his arms around him, pulling him close. His voice was thick with emotion as he whispered his son's name. Izuku felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He wanted to push his father away, to scream at him, to hurt him as he had been hurt. But he was so tired. The anger, the pain, the hatred that had consumed him for so long had left him feeling empty and hollow. He leaned into his father's embrace, feeling the warmth of his body against his own, and he broke down completely. He expressed his longing to be like his father and All Might, choking out the words as they barely made it past the lump in his throat. His vision blurred, and the last thing he remembered before everything went black was the feeling of his father holding him, their tears mingling together. Detective 𝗬𝗓𝗁 arrived at the scene, his heart pounding in his chest. The abandoned industrial district had been reduced to a war zone. The destruction was beyond anything he had ever seen. Entire buildings leveled, streets torn apart, and fires still raging in the distance. Smoke filled the air, mingling with the acrid scent of burnt metal and concrete. 𝗬𝗓𝗁 muttered under his breath, his eyes wide with disbelief as he surveyed the carnage. The heroes who had fought against Nemesis, now known as Izuku, were scattered across the battlefield, each in a state of disarray. Hawks lay on the ground, his wings bent at odd angles, feathers scattered around him. His normally vibrant eyes were dulled with pain, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. Mount Lady was slumped against a collapsed building, her massive form reduced to her regular size. Her face was pale, a gash running across her forehead, blood matting her hair. She cradled her broken arm to her chest, her expression a mix of shock and sorrow. Kamui Woods was entangled in his own vines, his body twisted in an unnatural position, breathing labred and accompanied by pained wheezes. His costume was torn, revealing bruises and cuts that marred his wooden skin. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 stood in the middle of the destruction, his flames flickering weakly around him. His proud figure was hunched, shoulders slumped in defeat. His face was lined with exhaustion, his usually fiery eyes now dull and distant. Blood dripped from a wound on his side, staining his suit. And then there was All Might, the symbol of peace, kneeling in the rubble, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. His costume was torn, his body battered, but it was the look on his face that spoke volumes. A man who had lost everything he had ever fought for. But it was the sight of Hisashi Midoriya that made Tsukachi's breath catch in his throat. The once proud hero, now reduced to a broken man, was kneeling amidst the devastation, cradling the unconscious form of his son in his arms. Izuku's body bore deep, jagged scars that told the story of years of unimaginable suffering. Hisashi held him close, tears streaming down his face as he whispered apologies over and over again. Tsukachi approached cautiously, his heart heavy with the weight of what he was witnessing. This was no longer just a case, it was a tragedy that had cost so many so much. He spoke gently but firmly, urging Hisashi to get Izuku to a hospital for medical attention. Hisashi looked up, desperation and despair in his eyes, pleading not to lose his son again. Tsukachi placed a reassuring hand on Hisashi's shoulder, promising to do everything they could. Hisashi hesitated, tightening his grip on Izuku, but finally nodded in agreement. As the paramedics arrived, Tsukachi watched as they carefully loaded Izuku onto a stretcher, Hisashi never leaving his side. The other heroes were tended to as well, each receiving the care they desperately needed. As Tsukachi surveyed the scene one last time, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. The truth about what had happened to Izuku Midoriya, what had turned him into Nemesis, was still out there. Until they uncovered it, none of them would be able to rest. With determination, he ordered the team to move out, emphasizing the need to find out who was responsible and stop them before they could strike again. The night air was thick with tension as the ambulances sped away, their sirens wailing in the distance. In the ruins of the abandoned district, the echoes of a battle that had shaken the very foundation of the city lingered, a grim reminder of the horrors that had been unleashed. Detective Tsukachi stood in the dimly lit hospital corridor, his gaze fixed on the small, fragile figure lying unconscious in the bed before him. Izuku Midoriya, or Nemesis as he had come to be known, looked so much younger and more vulnerable than the force of destruction he had witnessed not long ago. The boy's body was a canvas of pain, the scars and wounds telling a story more harrowing than anything Tsukachi had ever encountered in his years as a detective. His mind raced, piecing together the fragments of the story that had been unearthed since Izuku's capture. The truth was far more twisted and tragic than he could have ever imagined. Izuku had run away from home, but it wasn't just a case of a rebellious teenager. No, this was something deeper, something far darker. Tsukachi's hand tightened around the brim of his hat as he recalled the reports, the details of Izuku's kidnapping and the horrific experiments he had been subjected to. It was all too much to bear, especially knowing that this all stemmed from the fact that Izuku had been born quirkless. A fact that had led his family, the people who should have loved and protected him, to turn their backs on him. The anger Tsukachi felt toward Hisashi Midoriya burned in his chest, a deep, simmering rage that he struggled to contain. Hisashi stood next to the bed, his face a mask of exhaustion and regret. He had barely left Izuku's side since they arrived at the hospital, his own injuries ignored in favor of watching over his son. But Tsukachi knew this man wasn't the hero everyone thought he was. He was the father who had failed his child when he needed him the most. Tsukachi began, his voice tight with barely suppressed anger, asking if Hisashi had any idea what his son went through and what had been done to him. Hisashi's shoulders slumped, the weight of Tsukachi's words pressing down on him like a physical burden. He admitted that he knew he had failed Izuku but insisted he never stopped looking for him. Tsukachi interrupted, his tone sharp, questioning whether Hisashi thought it was acceptable to neglect Izuku because he was quirkless and if he cared about the bullying his son faced. Hisashi flinched at the harshness of Tsukachi's words, knowing he had no right to defend himself. He acknowledged that he knew about the bullying and had tried to stop it, but he regretted not trying hard enough to protect his son. Tsukachi demanded to know where 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was during all of this, questioning if she cared at all or if she was too busy being a hero to notice what was happening to her own son. Hisashi hesitated, his expression pained, explaining that 𝐒𝐭𝐲 changed after Izuku ran away. She couldn't handle it and almost lost her life to guilt. Tsukachi's anger faltered for a moment, replaced by a deep, bitter sadness as he reflected on what remained of her, a shadow of the hero she once was, a mother who failed her son so completely that she lost herself in the process. Hisashi confirmed that this was exactly what happened. The silence between them was heavy, thick with unspoken truths. Tsukachi finally sighed, his anger ebbing away to be replaced by a cold, clinical focus on the facts. He informed Hisashi that the doctors and scientists had been studying Izuku's condition and what they found was disturbing. Tsukachi explained that Izuku's body had been subjected to experiments that pushed him beyond the limits of human endurance. His brain, physical body, and even his skeleton had been altered in ways they still didn't fully understand. Hisashi looked up, a mixture of fear and curiosity in his eyes, asking what Tsukachi meant. Taking a deep breath, Tsukachi continued, revealing that the scientists believed Izuku's body was forcefully evolved, not modified with technology or cybernetics, but subjected to extreme stress that forced it to adapt in ways that defied normal biological processes. His brain showed signs of hyper-STMLTN, leading to heightened cognitive abilities and perhaps even new forms of perception. Hisashi's eyes widened, the horror of the revelation sinking in. He questioned how they could force his body to do that. Tsukachi grimly explained that the methods used were barbaric, involving intense physical and mental strain, starvation, sleep deprivation, exposure to extreme temperatures, and constant physical assault. His body, being quirkless, had to compensate to survive, combined with some artificial serums. The result was a form of accelerated evolution. Hisashi looked like he was going to be sick as he processed the information. He asked if they had turned Izuku into a weapon. Tsukachi replied that it depended on one's perspective, noting that they pushed him to the brink of death repeatedly, forcing his body to adapt and survive. The result was a boy who had been pushed so far beyond the limits of humanity that he barely resembled the child Hisashi once knew. Hisashi's knees buckled, and he sank into the chair beside the bed, his head in his hands, lamenting that he caused all of this by not being there for Izuku. Tsukachi watched him, his expression softening slightly, reminding Hisashi that he wasn't the only one to blame but that he had to live with the consequences. This was the result of a society that valued quirks over humanity, seeing the quirkless as less than others. Izuku was a victim of that mindset and also of his family's failure to protect him. Hisashi looked up, tears streaming down his face, asking what he could do to make things right. Tsukachi didn't have an answer, wishing he did, but there was no easy solution to this nightmare. He advised that the first step was to face the truth, accept what happened, and try to help Izuku heal if that was even possible. More importantly, he needed to ensure that no other child had to go through what Izuku did. Hisashi nodded, his expression resolute despite the tears, promising to do whatever it took to make sure no one else had to suffer like Izuku. Tsukachi placed a hand on Hisashi's shoulder, a rare gesture of comfort, reminding him that it would be a long road for both of them and that he needed to be strong for Izuku now, stronger than he had ever been. Hisashi looked back at Izuku, his expression one of deep sorrow and determination, affirming that he would be strong. As Tsukachi turned to leave the room, he paused at the door, glancing back at the broken man and the boy who had been pushed beyond the brink. There was so much that needed to be done, so many wrongs that needed to be righted. But for now, all they could do was try to pick up the pieces and start the long, painful process of healing. Tsukachi quietly instructed to call him if anything changed before stepping out into the corridor, leaving father and son alone in the sterile silence of the hospital room. As he walked down the hall, the weight of everything that had happened pressed down on him, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of their world, a darkness that had claimed one more victim in its relentless grip. Tsukachi sat in his dimly lit office, the weight of the world pressing on his shoulders as he sifted through countless files and reports. The stress had been mounting for days, ever since the revelation that the vigilante known as Nemesis was none other than Izuku Midoriya. The implications were staggering, and the burden of keeping it under wraps was immense. A knock on the door broke through his thoughts. He looked up to see one of his officers, a young man with a nervous expression, standing in the doorway. The officer hesitated slightly before stepping into the room, stating they had made another discovery. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sighed, rubbing his temples, and asked what it was this time. The officer took a deep breath before explaining that since they confirmed Izuku Midoriya was Nemesis, they had been tracking his movements. They discovered several images of him, mostly buying supplies and food, but there was something else. He always went into a particular alley. Following it down, they found he had been living in the sewers. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's face hardened, disgust washing over him as he processed the information. He questioned how Izuku would rather live in such harsh, filthy conditions than with his own family. The officer nodded grimly, confirming it appeared so. But that was not all. They had discovered a sort of home base down there and found a small flash drive and a file labeled 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻𝗄𝗃. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's stomach twisted at the sight. He motioned for the officer to close the door, his voice low and tense, instructing him not to tell anyone about what they found, not yet. The officer nodded again, his expression serious, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 took the flash drive, feeling the cold plastic in his hand. He plugged it into his laptop, his fingers hovering over the keyboard before clicking on the first video file. The screen flickered to life, and what he saw made his blood run cold. A young Izuku Midoriya was strapped down on a metal table, his small body trembling. Several scientists loomed over him, their faces obscured by masks. Without hesitation, they began testing his regeneration with long needles, making deep, vicious cuts that would have incapacitated a normal person. Izuku didn't scream. He let out muffled groans, the sound of a child who had endured this horror too many times to cry out anymore. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 whispered in shock, his hand flying to his mouth, questioning what he was witnessing. He watched in horrified silence as the video continued. The scientists placed a heavy metal rod on Izuku's knee and smashed it into his kneecap with a sickening crack. Then they targeted his arms and fingers, subjecting every part of his body to the same brutal treatment. Izuku finally cried out, begging them to stop, but they only watched, taking notes as his body slowly began to heal. The video showed other experiments, each more disturbing than the last. They subjected him to extreme electrocution, strapping electrodes to his temples and sending waves of electricity coursing through his brain, causing his body to convulse. They withheld food and water for days, forcing him to endure the agony of starvation. They even exposed him to various poisons and radiations, observing as he writhed in pain, only to recover again and again. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt bile rising in his throat, murmuring in disbelief at the cruelty he was witnessing. He closed the video, his hand shaking, and turned his attention to the file labeled 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗃. As he read through the documents, his horror only deepened. The reports detailed the extreme measures the scientists had taken to push Izuku's body to its limits, describing a drug he had become dangerously addicted to. This pill forced his body to produce adrenaline and other chemicals at an unnatural rate, increasing his strength and speed but also driving him to the brink of insanity. Another report detailed an artificial quirk they had implanted in him, a twisted version of One for All. The scientists had been pushing his body to adapt, forcing it to fuse with the quirk and become something far more powerful and dangerous than the original. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 muttered to himself, realizing they were trying to make him stronger than All Might, but at what cost? He slammed the file shut, his mind reeling. Izuku's body hadn't just been modified, it had been forcefully evolved, every cell twisted and enhanced to create the ultimate weapon. The cost of that power was evident in every scar and every tortured moment captured on those videos. His mind raced with thoughts of what he could do. He thought of Hisashi Midoriya, a father who had neglected his son, and Inko, who had paid her price too, her spirit broken by guilt. But nothing could compare to what Izuku had endured. Nothing could erase the extreme torture he had faced. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 walked through the hospital's sterile, brightly lit corridors, his footsteps heavy as he carried a folder filled with the damning evidence he had uncovered. The images, the files, and the weight of what they represented pressed down on him like a mountain. He knew this confrontation was necessary, but it didn't make it any easier. When he reached the room, he paused outside the door, taking a moment to compose himself. Inside, he could hear the low murmur of voices that would soon be filled with disbelief and rage. With a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dim, the only light coming from the glow of the machines monitoring Izuku's condition. Hisashi Midoriya sat in a chair beside the bed, his face a mask of regret and sorrow. Across the room stood All Might, his massive frame slouched as if the weight of the world was on his shoulders. His usual smile was gone, replaced by an expression of deep disappointment. They both looked up as 𝗬𝗁𝗁 entered. Hisashi greeted him, his voice strained, asking for any news. Without a word, 𝗬𝗁𝗁 walked over to the bed where Izuku lay. The boy was motionless, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. His face, once filled with hope and determination, was now slack, devoid of any life. The doctors had explained that Izuku's brain had been deprived of proper sleep for so long that, after the emotional battle and everything he had been through, his body had shut down into a near-vegetative state. It was the only way his mind could protect itself from further harm. 𝗬𝗁𝗁's gaze hardened as he turned to Hisashi, throwing the folder onto the bed, the contents spilling out in front of Izuku's father. He spoke coldly, urging Hisashi to see the consequences of his neglect. Hisashi blinked in surprise, then reached for the scattered papers and photographs. As he flipped through them, his face paled, his eyes widening in horror. Each image told a story of unimaginable pain. Izuku restrained, undergoing tests that twisted his body under the hands of merciless scientists. The reports detailed the torment inflicted upon him, the drags forced into him, and the brutal experiments designed to push his body to its absolute limits. All Might, standing by the wall, glanced at the pictures Hisashi was holding. As he took in the horrors displayed in those images, his expression darkened, a mixture of sorrow and fury brewing within him. He whispered that it was inhumane, his voice trembling with barely controlled rage. Hisashi's hands shook as he read through the files, struggling to comprehend the reality of what had happened to his son. He lamented how he thought Izuku would be better off living a normal life instead of pursuing heroics, believing his son wasn't strong enough without a quirk. 𝗬𝗁𝗁's voice cut through the heavy silence, accusing Hisashi of allowing this to happen, of neglecting the signs, and abandoning Izuku emotionally. Hisashi flinched, overwhelmed by the weight of 𝗬𝗁𝗁's words. Tears filled Hisashi's eyes as he stared at the lifeless form of his son, expressing his regret for failing him. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 harshly affirmed that Hisashi had indeed failed, stating that they were all paying the price for it. Izuku's life had been destroyed because of the choices Hisashi made and the people he trusted. All Might look down at the sleeping boy, feeling guilt wash over him. He reflected on how he should have seen the signs when he first met Izuku, but he had been too focused on finding a successor and passing on his power. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 admitted that none of them had truly seen the damage their quirk-based society was causing, and now it was too late. The room fell into a heavy silence, the weight of their collective guilt hanging in the air. Hisashi continued to weep, clutching the photographs as if they could somehow bring his son back. All Might stood by the bed, heartbroken as he looked at the boy who had once been full of hope, now reduced to a broken shell. Finally, 𝗬𝗁𝗁 spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper, expressing the need to ensure that such horrors never happened again. They needed to bring the truth to light and protect other children from suffering like Izuku had. Hisashi nodded weakly, tears streaming down his face, vowing to do whatever it took to help. All Might placed a hand on Hisashi's shoulder, offering him a small measure of comfort, assuring him they would face this together for Izuku's sake. As 𝗬𝗁𝗁 turned to leave the room, he glanced back at Izuku, lying so still in the hospital bed, hoping that somehow he could find peace after everything he had endured. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 knew the road ahead would be long and difficult, but they had to face it head-on, for Izuku and for all the others who had been forgotten and abandoned by the very society that was supposed to protect them. Izuku awoke to the blinding lights of the hospital room, feeling as if he had been weighed down by 1,000 chains. The shock of seeing a nurse standing over him, her eyes wide with disbelief, was overwhelming. She whispered that he was actually awake and quickly called for more staff. The room buzzed with activity, but all he could think about was the fact that he was conscious again, that the haze he'd been lost in for what felt like an eternity had finally lifted. When he managed to croak out a question about how long he had been out, the nurse hesitated before responding that it had been close to 4 months. The words struck him like a punch to the gut, and he slumped back against the pillows, the weight of that realization settling in. 4 months of nothingness. 4 months where the world kept turning without him, and here he was, stuck in this sterile room like a prisoner. He glanced down at his wrists and noticed the quirk suppression bracelets strapped around them. The irony of it all made him chuckle darkly. Did they really think these flimsy cuffs could hold him? Even without his quirk, he was still far stronger than any normal human. He could break out of this place if he wanted to, no, if he needed to. And he could adapt to the quirk suppression bracelets and actually become immune to them. Seriously, adaptation was a broken ability. The thought of escape began to form in his mind, but before he could act on it, the door creaked open. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 walked in, his face lined with exhaustion and concern. He expressed relief upon seeing Izuku, who felt everything come rushing back. The memories, the battles, the guilt. It all slammed into him like a tidal wave, and he felt his stomach churn, but he shoved it down. Now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He had to face the consequences. He stared at 𝗬𝗁𝗁, narrowing his eyes. He asked if he was in deep trouble and how many years he was supposed to spend in Tartarus. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 sighed, his shoulders slumping as he confirmed that, after what Izuku had done, he would indeed spend a lot of time there. He added that several of the heroes Izuku had fought were permanently affected. Izuku cut him off, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. He suggested using his BLD instead. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 furrowed his brow in confusion, prompting Izuku to explain that he could regenerate even if he was sliced in half. His BLD had a healing factor, and he wanted it used to help the heroes. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 stared at him, stunned into silence, trying to process what he was saying. Izuku knew the idea must have sounded insane, but it was the least he could do, a twisted form of atonement. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 asked why he chose to do this, his voice trailing off. Izuku clenched his fists, feeling the weight of his own words. He admitted that he had lost control and acknowledged that, even if he didn't trust heroes, he had taken it too far. He didn't regret what he had done to 𝗕𝗏𝗏 and Inferno. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 sighed, his expression weary, and the tension hung thick in the air. Izuku could see the conflicting emotions in his eyes, anger, sadness, maybe even a touch of pity. But he didn't want pity, he didn't need it. He asked 𝗬𝗁𝗁 why he was there, his voice cold and detached. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 straightened up, taking a deep breath before stating that he wanted to understand why Izuku had done all of this, why he had become Nemesis. Izuku laughed bitterly, questioning if 𝗬𝗁𝗁 truly wanted to know or if he was just there to ease his own conscience. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 insisted he needed to know. Izuku stared at the ceiling, memories swirling in his mind like a storm. He finally relented, explaining that he was broken and shattered. They had taken everything from him. His family, his dreams, his future. He recalled being quirkless, feeling worthless, abandoned by his own family, and ignored by the heroes he had looked up to. 𝗬𝗁𝗁's face reflected pain, but Izuku continued, his words pouring out like a dam had finally broken. He recounted the experiments, how they had taken him, tortured him, all in the name of creating a weapon, Project All-Might Killer. They wanted to turn him into something unstoppable, capable of taking down the very heroes he once admired. 𝗬𝗁𝗁's eyes widened in shock as he recalled the project. Izuku explained how they had pushed his body to its limits, injected him with drags, and experimented on him until he was seen as a monster. When he finally escaped, he was left with nothing but hatred. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 spoke quietly, suggesting that Izuku didn't have to do what he did. Izuku shot back, raising his voice, questioning what he was supposed to do after everything they had done to him. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 suggested he could have sought help, but Izuku interrupted, bitterly laughing at the idea. He felt there was no help for someone like him. He was alone. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 shook his head, expressing that Izuku wasn't alone and didn't have to be. Izuku snapped, his anger boiling over, insisting he didn't want their help or to be saved by the very people who let this happen to him. He wanted revenge. He wanted them to feel the same pain he felt. The image of Hisashi flashed through his mind, The father who never cared until it was too late. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 took a step closer, pleading with Izuku, stating that this hatred and anger were consuming him, turning him into something he wasn't. Izuku glared, insisting that this was who he was now, who they had made him. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 fell silent, the room heavy with the weight of Izuku's words. The conflict in 𝗧𝗏𝗁's eyes was evident. He wanted to reach out, to pull Izuku back from the edge, but it was too late. Izuku had already fallen. They stood in silence for what felt like an eternity, the steady beeping of the machines monitoring Izuku's vitals the only sound. Finally, 𝗧𝗏𝗁 spoke, his voice tired and resigned, asking what would happen next. Izuku shrugged, the cold detachment returning to his voice, stating that he would go to Tartarus and rot in a cell. It didn't matter, none of it did. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 looked at him with sadness, but Izuku didn't let it show. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 asked if that was really how Izuku wanted this to end, but he didn't answer. Instead, Izuku turned his gaze to the window, watching as the sun began to set in the distance. The world kept turning, indifferent to the pain, the suffering, the destruction. It didn't care about him, about what he had done, about the monster he had become. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 let out a heavy sigh, defeated. He mentioned that he would ensure others knew about Izuku's offer to use his BLD to heal them, stating it was the least they could do. Izuku muttered that 𝗧𝗏𝗁 could do whatever he wanted, not really caring. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 nodded and turned to leave the room. Before reaching the door, he paused and glanced back at Izuku one last time, saying that if Izuku ever wanted to talk or find another way, he would always be there. Izuku didn't respond, he couldn't. The door closed behind 𝗧𝗏𝗁, leaving Izuku alone in the room, the silence pressing down on him like a heavy shroud. He closed his eyes, exhaustion washing over him once again. The nurses had said he had been out for 4 months, but it felt like he hadn't rested in years. He didn't know what would happen next, but in that moment, he didn't care. He was tired, so tired of fighting, of running, of hating. His eyes were heavy with the weight of everything that had happened. The fatigue was crushing, pulling him deeper into a sense of numbness that had become his only refuge. He didn't even bother to look when the door creaked open again. The faint sound of hesitant footsteps told him who it was before he spoke. Hisashi's voice was low, raspy, and strained, probably from the damage he sustained during the battle. Izuku didn't care. He didn't respond at first, keeping his eyes fixed on the ceiling, the sterile white tiles above offering no comfort. Finally, he forced himself to acknowledge Hisashi, though his voice was as cold as ice. He stated that he would never forgive Hisashi, hoping he knew that. The words hung in the air, heavy and unforgiving, cutting through Hisashi like a knife. Hisashi didn't say anything for a moment, probably trying to find the right words, trying to piece together a response that wouldn't shatter him completely. But Izuku wasn't interested in making this easy for him. Hisashi began to explain that he understood Izuku had no reason to forgive him, acknowledging that there was no excuse for what he had failed to do. He took a step closer, his shadow stretching across the floor, but Izuku refused to look at him, denying him the satisfaction of seeing any reaction on his face. Hisashi continued, expressing that he was supposed to protect Izuku, to be there for him, but instead, he had left him alone. He admitted that he hadn't listened or cared enough, and for that, he was deeply remorseful. Izuku cut him off, his voice sharp, insisting that Hisashi shouldn't dare say he was sorry, questioning if he thought that would change anything. He expressed his anger and bitterness, pouring out his feelings like a dam that had finally burst. Izuku demanded to know where Hisashi had been when he needed him, when he was bullied and treated poorly for not having a quirk. He accused Hisashi of being too busy being a hero to notice his own son. Hisashi tried to speak, but Izuku wasn't finished. He sat up slowly, painfully, wanting Hisashi to see the hatred in his eyes, the deep wound that would never heal. He reminded Hisashi that when he was taken and tortured, Hisashi had also not been there, too busy being the great hero everyone admired. Tears welled up in Hisashi's eyes, but Izuku refused to let them affect him. Hisashi whispered that he knew he had failed and could never make up for what he had done or didn't do. He wanted Izuku to know that he was there now and wouldn't leave again, promising to spend the rest of his life trying to make things right if Izuku would let him. Izuku laughed, a hollow, bitter sound that echoed off the walls, questioning how 𝗧𝗧𝗏 planned to make things right. He asked if 𝗧𝗧𝗏 could go back in time and change everything, erase the years of pain and the scars left on him, or undo the damage and hate burned into him. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 fell silent, and that silence was answer enough. Izuku muttered that he thought so, his voice low and filled with venom. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 took another step forward, closer to the bed, but still kept a respectful distance. Izuku could see the desperation in 𝗧𝗧𝗏's eyes, the way his hands trembled at his sides. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 pleaded with Izuku, acknowledging his anger and stating that he still loved him, even if he had been too blind to show it before. He asked Izuku to let him help, to be the father he should have been. Izuku shook his head slowly, deliberately, insisting that it was too late. The time for 𝗧𝗧𝗏 to be his father had passed long ago. He stated that he had survived without 𝗧𝗧𝗏, learned to live without him, and that nothing 𝗧𝗧𝗏 said or did would ever change that. 𝗧𝗧𝗏's face crumpled, tears spilling over as he admitted that he knew it was too late to fix things but couldn't give up on Izuku or walk away again. He pleaded for a chance. Izuku stared at him, his gaze cold and unyielding, questioning what chance 𝗧𝗧𝗏 wanted. He didn't want to pretend they were a happy family or that 𝗧𝗧𝗏 cared now. He didn't want 𝗧𝗧𝗏's pity or guilt. He cut 𝗧𝗧𝗏 off again, clarifying that he was helping to heal the heroes because it was the right thing to do, not because of 𝗧𝗧𝗏 or anyone else. It wasn't about redemption or forgiveness. It was about doing what needed to be done. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 looked like he was about to break down completely, trembling with the effort to hold himself together. He expressed his understanding and reiterated that he was there for Izuku. He promised that if Izuku ever decided he wanted to talk or needed anything, he wouldn't be going anywhere. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken tension as 𝗧𝗧𝗏 Midoriya sat beside the hospital bed, his hands trembling slightly. He glanced over at Enji Todoroki, known as 𝗕𝗏𝗏, who was similarly bandaged and silent. The once proud figure of the #1 hero seemed diminished, burdened by something far heavier than his physical injuries. For a long while, neither man spoke, the only sound in the room being the faint hum of the hospital equipment. Finally, 𝗧𝗧𝗏 broke the silence, his voice low and strained. He hesitated, searching for the right words, and expressed his feelings of failure as a father, lamenting the loss of his son. Enji turned his gaze toward 𝗧𝗧𝗏, his eyes dark and unreadable. He shifted slightly in his seat, wincing as pain flared up in his battered body. But the pain was not just physical, there was something deeper gnawing at him. He began to share his own regrets, admitting that he had also failed his son, 𝗬𝗏, who had become 𝗕𝗶𝗏. Enji reflected on his obsession with surpassing all might, which had pushed 𝗬𝗏 beyond his limits and ultimately led to his downfall. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 listened intently, surprised by the depth of Enji's confession. Enji continued, revealing that he had also failed his other children, Shoto and Shiori, believing that by being distant, he was protecting them from the scars he had inflicted on 𝗬𝗏. He clenched his fists, recalling the memories that haunted him, realizing that he had ignored his children just as 𝗧𝗧𝗏 had ignored Izuku. The weight of Enji's words pressed down on 𝗧𝗧𝗏, making him reflect on his own guilt and failures. He had been so consumed by his own struggles that he hadn't considered that others might be facing similar challenges. Enji admitted that he had known about Shoto and Shiori bullying Izuku but had dismissed it, thinking it was just a phase. 𝗧𝗧𝗏's hands tightened into fists as he questioned the consequences of their neglect. Enji acknowledged the pain that Izuku had suffered due to their inaction, recognizing that they had both contributed to his current state. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 felt the enormity of his failures crashing down on him, expressing his longing to be a hero and a figure of strength for his children, yet feeling powerless in the face of their struggles. Enji's expression softened, revealing a rare empathy as he reminded 𝗧𝗧𝗏 that while they were heroes, they were also human and capable of making mistakes. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 struggled to articulate the gravity of his situation, feeling that he had allowed his son to suffer. Enji bitterly acknowledged that the world might label Izuku a monster, but they both understood the truth, that the real monsters were those who had ignored him and allowed him to fall into darkness. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 nodded slowly, absorbing the weight of Enji's words, and asked how they could make things right. Enji contemplated the question, ultimately stating that while they couldn't completely rectify the past, they could attempt to make amends and support Izuku, showing him that he was not alone. Hisashi felt a flicker of hope at the thought of reaching out to his son, questioning whether Izuku would accept their help. Enji admitted uncertainty but emphasized the importance of trying, insisting that they owed it to Izuku to give him everything they could, even if it felt too late. Hisashi's resolve solidified as he recognized that they could not give up on their son, no matter what he had become. Enji placed a reassuring hand on Hisashi's shoulder, affirming their commitment to work together to help Izuku and bring him back from the edge. Hisashi looked into Enji's eyes, seeing the determination that mirrored his own, and felt a renewed sense of purpose. But this time, it wasn't about glory or power. It was about something far more important: redemption, forgiveness, and the hope that maybe, just maybe, they could make things right. Hisashi agreed, his voice steady, expressing their commitment to face the challenges together. Enji nodded, tightening his grip on Hisashi's shoulder in solidarity, acknowledging their past failures as fathers but vowing not to fail again. They would fight for the boy they had both let down, holding on to the hope that he would one day see that their care for him had never wavered. Hisashi allowed himself a small, bitter smile, sharing in Enji's hope. The two men sat in silence, the weight of their words settling over them like a shroud. This silence was different. It was filled with determination, a shared resolve to do whatever it took to save the boy they had both failed, no matter the cost. The past 2 weeks had passed in a blur, and the room around Izuku felt distant, like he was floating in an endless void. The excitement and chaos from earlier had faded, replaced by a cold emptiness that had taken root deep inside him. He had returned to his usual, melancholic self. But today was different. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he was enjoying real food, not the bland meals from the facility or the unhealthy snacks he used to buy. He glanced down at the plate in front of him. There were scrambled eggs, fluffy and seasoned just right, alongside crispy, golden brown bacon. A stack of pancakes drizzled with maple syrup sat next to the bacon, and a small bowl of fresh strawberries and blueberries added vibrant colors to the scene. A glass of freshly squeezed orange juice completed the meal, its tangy aroma filling the air. His father had prepared all of this, and Izuku felt a deep longing to savor the food. As he devoured the meal, barely pausing to breathe, he noticed 𝗬𝗁 standing at the entrance of the room, watching him with an expression that was hard to read, somewhere between concern and hesitation. Izuku's cold and indifferent voice broke the silence as he continued to eat, asking if 𝗬𝗁 minded his presence. 𝗬𝗁 stammered an apology, stepping further into the room, struggling to find the right words. Finally, he informed Izuku that the heroes who had been injured due to his actions were back in full condition, completely healed thanks to the BLD he had provided. Izuku paused mid-bite, glancing up at 𝗬𝗁, who confirmed the heroes were indeed healed. The Public Hero Safety Commission had discovered everything that happened in the facility, and his father and All Might had discussed it with them. 𝗬𝗁 then presented Izuku with two choices. He could be sent to Tartarus to serve a 25-year sentence, or he could undergo rehabilitation as a UA student. Izuku stared at him, the weight of the decision settling heavily in his chest. 𝗬𝗁 explained that rehabilitation at UA came with strict conditions. He would be under constant surveillance, required to wear quirk suppression bracelets, and live in a specially accommodated area isolated from other students. His movements would be restricted, and he would have to follow a strict schedule that included mandatory counseling sessions and psychological evaluations. Izuku scoffed at the mention of counseling, feeling a surge of anger rise within him. 𝗬𝗁 continued, explaining that he might need quirk training, as he had already mastered his abilities. He would have to attend regular classes and maintain a certain academic standard, with any signs of resistance leading to immediate expulsion from the program and transfer to Tartarus. The memories of everything Izuku had been through flooded back, and he felt the weight of his dreams slipping away. 𝗬𝗁 sensed his turmoil and softened his voice, acknowledging that this was far from what Izuku had wanted. However, he insisted it was the best option available, a chance to rebuild and start over, even if it wasn't how Izuku had imagined. Looking down at the plate of food, Izuku felt his appetite vanish. He asked what would happen if he refused the offer and chose Tartarus instead. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲's expression darkened as he described Tartarus as a place where people go to be forgotten, isolated and alone, with no chance of redemption. The 25 years would change him, stripping away whatever remained of his humanity. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Izuku pondered the choice before him. If he chose UA, he would be monitored, restricted, and judged every step of the way. You'll be surrounded by people who see you as a threat, a danger to society. You'll have to fight every day to prove that you're not the monster they think you are. And even then you might still lose. Izuku closed his eyes, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. Tartarus or UA? Two choices, both filled with pain, regret, and loss. But only one offered even the slightest chance of redemption. He finally accepted, his voice barely audible, deciding to go to UA. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked at him, a mixture of relief and sadness in his eyes. He asked if Izuku was sure, reminding him that it wouldn't be easy. He would be walking a path filled with obstacles, with people who might not trust him, who feared him. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 wanted to know if he was ready for that. Izuku nodded slowly, his mind made up, stating that he had nothing left to lose. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed, but there was a hint of a smile on his lips as he agreed to start the process immediately, warning Izuku that this was his last chance. If he faltered or made one wrong move, they wouldn't hesitate to send him to Tartarus. He needed to be strong, stronger than he had ever been. Izuku looked up at him, his eyes cold and distant, asserting that he had been strong his entire life and this wouldn't be any different. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded, standing up from his chair, telling Izuku to finish his meal, as he would need his strength for what lay ahead. As 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 left the room, Izuku sat in silence, staring down at the food on his plate. UA was the place where his dreams had died, and where they might be reborn. It was where he would face his past, his demons, and the consequences of everything he had done. But it was also the place where he might find a way to move forward, to become something more than the monster he had become. That was a chance he couldn't afford to pass up. In the meeting room at UA, the atmosphere was tense. Nezu stood at the front, his small frame unassuming yet commanding respect from the entire teaching staff assembled before him. The room was filled with the most elite educators in hero society. Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Cementos, Recovery Girl, and many others. All Might was notably absent, likely occupied with the aftermath of recent events. Nezu cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention, and expressed his appreciation for their gathering on such short notice. He had important news to share about the vigilante known as Nemesis. A murmur ran through the room. Nemesis was a name everyone had heard of, a powerful vigilante who had been operating in the shadows, taking down criminal organizations with ruthless efficiency. Snipe leaned back in his chair, mentioning that he had heard Nemesis was really strong and that it took All Might and other elite pro-heroes to bring him down, implying it must have been quite a battle. Midnight interjected, questioning the need for such force, noting that Nemesis only targeted criminal organizations. The room went quiet as the others turned their attention to Nezu, who remained composed. Aizawa, ever observant, was the first to break the silence, suggesting there was an even bigger picture. Nezu nodded slowly, his expression grave, and revealed that Nemesis was only 15 years old and that his name was Izuku Midoriya. Gasps filled the room as the revelation hit them. The teachers exchanged bewildered looks, trying to process what they had just heard. Ectoplasm muttered that this would make him Hisashi Midoriya's son, the one who had run away years ago. Present Mike shook his head in disbelief, expressing that it was shocking to learn that Nemesis was just a kid. Nezu clarified that Izuku was not just any kid, and there was more to the story, much darker than they could have anticipated. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, pressing Nezu for more information. Nezu sighed, a look of sorrow in his eyes, and suggested they look at the reports he had provided, which contained the full details of Izuku Midoriya's background. The teachers exchanged hesitant glances before reaching for the reports. As they opened the files, a collective sense of horror washed over them. Midnight's eyes widened in shock as she flipped through the pages, her hand trembling. The contents depicted a young boy, Izuku Midoriya, subjected to unspeakable horrors. The reports detailed how his entire body had been genetically modified, transforming him into something far beyond human, a vessel for a powerful quirk that had driven him to the brink of madness. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 couldn't hide his disgust as he threw the file down on the table, demanding to know the meaning of it all. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 muttered in anger about how they had treated him like a lab rat, worse than that, destroying his humanity. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 added that he had seen a lot of horrible things in his career, but this was something else. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐻 shook his head in disbelief, expressing that monstrous didn't even begin to describe it, and lamenting that they hadn't even known it was happening right under their noses. Recovery Girl, who had been silent until then, looked down at the file, her expression pained. She questioned how they could have let this happen, how they, as heroes, could have failed so completely. 𝗧𝗏𝗧's eyes reflected the guilt that weighed heavily on his heart as he began to explain that Izuku Midoriya was quirkless and had been captured and experimented on for years, subjected to unspeakable torture. His entire body had been genetically modified to wield a powerful quirk that he couldn't control. In the end, he lost control and caused destruction in that facility. After that, he became Nemesis, a vigilante dedicated to making those who subjected others like him pay. The room fell silent, the weight of 𝗍𝗪's words sinking in. Aizawa finally spoke, expressing disbelief that they had allowed this to happen. He felt a mix of anger and regret, acknowledging that they had failed to protect him. Midnight's eyes filled with tears as she tried to comprehend the horrors Izuku had faced, lamenting that he was just a child who never should have had to endure any of this. It's no wonder he became what he did. Who could blame him? 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐻 reflected on the situation, his voice uncharacteristically subdued as he acknowledged the struggles faced by many kids. He admitted that this was beyond anything he could have imagined. 𝗬𝗵𝗄𝗧 added that heroes are supposed to protect the innocent, his fists clenched in frustration. He lamented that they didn't protect him, allowing him to slip through the cracks, and now they were left with the consequences. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 expressed his bitterness, stating that it wasn't right. They were supposed to be better, but they had failed, and now that kid was paying the price for their shortcomings. 𝗍𝗪 nodded solemnly, feeling the weight of the situation. He explained that Izuku was given a choice, to join UA as a student or be sent to Tartarus for a long sentence. He chose UA, not just as a student, but also for rehabilitation. The room fell silent as the teachers processed 𝗍𝗪's words. He continued, stating that he had chosen Aizawa and Midnight to assist in Izuku's counseling and rehabilitation since he would be joining Class 1A. Before proceeding, he wanted to hear their thoughts. Aizawa spoke up, his voice firm, acknowledging that it would be tough. The other potential new students in Class 1A might not take the news lightly, and Izuku had already been through so much. However, if he was willing to try, Aizawa would do everything he could to help him. Midnight nodded, her usual playful demeanor replaced with seriousness. She recognized that Izuku had endured a lot and believed that if they could help him find some peace, even just a little, it would be worth it. 𝗬𝗵𝗄𝗧 folded his arms, resolute, emphasizing the need to protect Izuku not just from the outside world, but from himself. He carried a lot of pain and anger, and they needed to help him channel that constructively. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 agreed, noting that they would need to keep a close eye on him. He acknowledged that Izuku was dangerous but also a victim, and they needed to remember that. Recovery Girl looked around at the other teachers, her eyes filled with determination. She expressed that this would be a long and difficult journey, but as heroes, they were committed to helping those in need, even when it seemed impossible. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧 sighed, still in disbelief, but he agreed that if there was even a chance to help Izuku, they couldn't let him down again. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 gave a small nod, his usual loud personality subdued as he emphasized the importance of making things right. They couldn't change the past, but they could try to give him a future, which was the essence of being a hero. 𝗍𝗪 surveyed the room, seeing the resolve in each teacher's face. He thanked them, acknowledging that the journey ahead wouldn't be easy, but he believed in their collective ability to help Izuku find a path forward. The room fell into a contemplative silence, with each teacher deep in thought about the monumental task ahead. They understood that this was just the beginning of a long and challenging road, but as heroes, they had faced impossible odds before and would do so again for Izuku and the chance to help him find redemption. Meanwhile, Toga pondered whether they would send Izuku to Tartarus. She sighed, her voice heavy as she stared at the damp, grimy walls of the sewer tunnel. The dim light cast long shadows, adding to the gloomy atmosphere surrounding them. 𝗕𝗵𝗄, leaning against the wall with his usual nonchalance, shrugged and remarked that Izuku's father was a pro-hero. Given everything Izuku had been through, especially his connection to All Might, they would likely place him in a rehabilitation program or send him to Union Academy. Toga's shoulders slumped further as she repeated the name of the academy, her voice trailing off. She sighed deeply, as if trying to release a burden too heavy to carry. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 noticed her unusual demeanor and questioned her lack of concern about her bloodlust. Toga shook her head slowly, a wistful expression crossing her face. She revealed that Izuku's BLD had quenched her thirst the first time she tasted it, and she wasn't truly addicted, she had only pretended to be to see him again. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 smirked, a low chuckle escaping him as he teased her about having a crush on Izuku. Toga's eyes lit up with a familiar crazed gleam, and she enthusiastically declared her love for him. However, her tone shifted, softening as she looked down at her hands, clasped tightly in her lap. She expressed her genuine happiness that he was at Union Academy, contrasting her usual erratic behavior. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 blinked in surprise, asking why she felt that way. Toga explained that knowing Izuku, he might find the spark again that motivates him to become a hero. She believed that since he had endured so much, he would want to change the fate of those who had suffered like them. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 stared at her, processing her words. She was right. Despite all the darkness he had faced, Izuku would still try to find the light and help others avoid the pain he had endured. It was infuriatingly noble, and it made 𝗕𝗵𝗄 feel conflicted. He finally asked what she planned to do about it. Toga's face lit up again, filled with newfound determination as she stated that she would support him. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 raised an eyebrow, skeptical about how she intended to do that. Toga clarified that while she would still do what she needed to survive, she wanted to be someone Izuku could rely on, someone who understood him. If he decides to become a hero, she wants to help him in whatever way she can. She wants him to know he's not alone. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 couldn't help but chuckle darkly, realizing how crazy that sounded. He commented on her longing to help a future hero while still engaging in villainous activities, noting that she was walking a fine line. Toga nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words, and admitted that she had always been a little crazy. This was just another part of it. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 pushed himself off the wall and walked over to stand beside her. He looked down at her, studying her face for a moment before speaking. He questioned what would happen if it didn't work out, if Izuku rejected her, or worse, if he ended up fighting against her. Toga's smile faltered, but she didn't look away. She stated that she would cross that bridge when she came to it, but for now, all she wanted was to be there for him in any way she could. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 let out a long breath, shaking his head. He remarked that she was one messed up kid. She giggled, the sound almost childlike in its innocence, and replied that it took one to know one. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 rolled his eyes, but a small, almost imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. He admired her resolve, even if it was completely twisted. He then asked what she thought he should do. Toga tilted her head to the side, thinking for a moment. She suggested that he should follow his heart and do what he felt was right, whether that meant sticking to their path or perhaps finding his own way. He scoffed, crossing his arms, and questioned if they were in a fairy tale now. She shrugged, her smile never wavering, and suggested that maybe they were just people trying to survive in a world that had been cruel to them. Either way, they got to choose how they lived, right? 𝗕𝗵𝗄 didn't respond immediately, his mind wandering as he thought about everything that had led him to this point. The anger, the betrayal, the burning longing for revenge, it was all still there, festering inside him. But Toga's words struck a chord, no matter how much he wanted to dismiss them. He finally said in a low voice that maybe she was right. He turned his gaze to the dark tunnel ahead, where their path continued, uncertain and filled with shadows. He cautioned her not to get her hopes up too much, as the world didn't change that easily, and neither did people. Toga softly replied that she knew, but she still believed in Izuku. Maybe, just maybe, he would prove them both wrong. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 remained silent, the echoes of her words lingering in the air between them. For once, he didn't have a snarky comeback or a cynical remark. Instead, he just stood there, contemplating the possibilities that seemed so distant, yet somehow, a tiny part of him couldn't help but wonder. Suddenly, Toga broke the silence, jumping to her feet with her usual energy returning as she twirled around. She declared that they had things to do, people to see, and BLD to spill, but she would make sure to save some for Izuku when he needed it. 𝗕𝗵𝗃 smirked, shaking his head as he watched her skip down the tunnel. He remarked that she was impossible, to which she glanced back at him with a mischievous grin, stating that he wouldn't have it any other way. They continued down the dark, winding path, the faint sound of water dripping echoing around them. Despite everything, there was a strange sense of camaraderie between them, a bond forged in the crucible of their shared pain and twisted desires. As they moved forward, both of them couldn't help but wonder what the future held, not just for them, but for the boy who had somehow become the center of their chaotic world. As he stood there, facing his father Hisashi and Detective 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐻𝑖, Izuku felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Despite everything, he made it clear that he would never forgive his dad. The quirk suppression bracelets on his wrists were a constant reminder of the control they sought to maintain over him, but they only reduced his quirk to 15% of its output. He wore a long-sleeved shirt, dark green with a hint of black, loose enough to hide the countless scars that marked his skin. His breathes were dark, almost black, blending into the shadows, while his shoes were worn, the soles almost smooth from countless steps. His hair, still a deep green, fell over his forehead, barely kept in check. Hisashi, standing across from him, seemed to be choosing his words carefully. He began, his voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of regret, stating that class would start next week. Izuku cut him off, his voice cold and sharp, demanding to know where his mother was. Hisashi hesitated, then sighed heavily, revealing that she didn't know about everything yet. Izuku raised an eyebrow, his voice dripping with disbelief, questioning why he hadn't told her. Hisashi looked away for a moment, the weight of his guilt evident in the slump of his shoulders. He revealed that she almost took her life on the anniversary of Izuku's departure, specifically on his birthday. He feared that if he told her what happened to him, everything he went through, he was afraid of what might happen. Silence stretched between them. A smaller, nearly buried part of Izuku felt a pang of guilt, but the larger part, hardened by years of suffering, felt nothing but emptiness. He darkly questioned what would happen with Izumi and those others, his voice growing heavier with each word. Hisashi sighed again, deeper this time, as if the weight of the world rested on his shoulders. He explained that they hadn't spoken to each other in several years, and that Shiori and Katsumi took it the hardest when he ran away. Izuku flatly asked if he would meet them at UA, void of any real emotion. Hisashi's eyes met his, and Izuku could see the pain in them. Hisashi acknowledged that he knew they hurt him and that he had every reason to hate them, but he pleaded with Izuku not to let that hate consume him. Izuku snorted, shaking his head slightly, stating that he would be sent to Tartarus if he attacked a student, not that he would care. He suspected they already knew what he was. Hisashi's thoughts must have been running wild, evident in his eyes. He expressed a longing to walk Izuku to UA back then, but not like this. He apologized, stating that even if Izuku hated him for life, he would never stop trying to make it up to him. 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐻𝗵, sensing the tension, cleared his throat, drawing their attention. He informed Izuku that apart from the teachers, no one knew about his true identity. As far as everyone was concerned, his name was Izuku Midoriya, a late bloomer with a quirk. His quirk was officially labeled as energy manipulation, which could be used for physical enhancement or discharge. You were recommended by the Public Hero Safety Commission after passing their tests to enter UA, so you have a clean slate. The words lingered in the air as memories of Tuya and 𝗕𝗵𝗃, the only two who understood him as Nemesis, flashed through his mind. Even now, with these restraints, he felt caged. A sigh escaped him, a rare moment of vulnerability surfacing. He expressed gratitude silently. Upon arriving at UA, he stepped out of the car, carrying a small duffel bag with his few belongings. Principal Nizu stood next to the heroes known as Midnight and Eraser Head, Aizawa Shoyuda. Aizawa's sharp gaze assessed him instantly, analyzing every detail. He noted the dark green hair, almost black, the dark green eyes, pale skin, and the dark circles under his eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. Aizawa recognized the cold, steely gaze that spoke of deep trauma and a lack of trust, even in himself. This would be a challenge. Nizu was the first to address him, introducing himself warmly. He acknowledged that they had been briefed on his situation and were there to help him feel as comfortable as possible during his time at UA. The word comfortable felt foreign to him, and he reflected on the absence of comfort in his life. Midnight exchanged a glance with Aizawa, who remained silent, his focus unwavering. Midnight acknowledged his struggles, her voice soft and gentle. She expressed their longing to help him heal and move forward. He scoffed at the notion of healing, recalling the torture, experiments, and nightmares he had endured. He was there because it was either that or a fate worse than he could imagine. Aizawa spoke calmly, explaining that healing was not instantaneous. They were not asking him to forget his past but to give himself a chance at something better. He narrowed his eyes, questioning their belief that he wanted something better or that he hadn't already accepted who he was. Aizawa's gaze softened as he pointed out that the very fact he was there indicated a choice, even if it was the lesser of two evils. He reassured him that no one was beyond hope. The weight of those words hung in the air as he followed them inside. They led him to a room that would be his new home. Compared to the lab where he had suffered or the sewers where he had hidden, it was surprisingly nice. The small, cozy room had a single bed, a desk, and a closet. Soft beige walls and a carpeted floor added warmth he hadn't felt in years. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the space in a comforting glow. Midnight began to explain his schedule, drawing his attention back to the present. He would start classes next week, but his schedule would differ from the other students. He would have regular classes in the morning, followed by sessions with either Aizawa or Midnight in the afternoons. These sessions would focus on quirk control and rehabilitation. Aizawa continued, emphasizing the power of his quirk and the extreme conditions under which he had been trained to control it. They wanted to ensure he was in control, not just of his quirk but of himself, understanding his limits and knowing when to push and when to pull back. The sessions would also address mental health and the trauma he had experienced. Frustration bubbled within him as he insisted he didn't need to learn control. He had been trained to manage it through suffering. Aizawa acknowledged his feelings but reminded him of the last encounter where he lost control, nearly causing destruction. They needed to address that. He paused, the truth of Aizawa's words cutting deeper than he wanted to admit. He had faced countless negative emotions and had always managed to keep his quirk in check, until that moment when something had slipped. Unable to refute Aizawa's statement, he remained silent, his thoughts a chaotic mess. A clean slate, a fresh beginning, but at what cost? How could he start anew when the past clung to him like a shadow? Suddenly he jolted upright, breathing heavily as vivid memories of Dr. Kuroki's twisted smile faded into the darkness of his room. Trembling, heart racing, he fought to push the remnants of the nightmare away. His hands instinctively reached for his neck, feeling the phantom pressure of restraints and the cold metal of a quirk suppressor. He couldn't tell if it was real or a trick of his mind. All he knew was that he didn't want to go back to sleep. He couldn't face that nightmare again. Before he could process his surroundings, something soft pressed against his face. Initially, he thought he was still trapped in the nightmare, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself staring at a sea of soft fabric. Realizing it was Midnight's blouse, he felt his face grow hot, pulse quickening, and he bolted upright, scrambling out of bed. Confusion filled him as he stammered, trying to comprehend the situation. Midnight, known as Nemuri Kiyama outside her hero persona, grinned playfully, seemingly unfazed by his reaction. She teased him, her voice dripping with amusement, clearly enjoying his bewilderment. He struggled to find words, still trying to process the unexpected encounter. Midnight had a playful grin, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she approached. She seemed to know exactly how to catch someone's attention, and it was working. The lingering effects of a nightmare still clouded Izuku's mind, leaving him feeling vulnerable and unprepared for her presence. He struggled to find his footing in this unexpected encounter. He regained some control over his voice and asked her what she was doing there. Midnight's expression shifted to one of concern, and she admitted that she had come to check on him because he seemed intense in his sleep. Izuku sighed, trying to brush off her worry. He muttered that it was nothing, just a bad dream. Midnight offered her support, suggesting that if he wanted to talk about it, she was there for him. Despite her gentle demeanor, Izuku felt hesitant to open up, especially to someone he barely knew. He questioned her motives, wondering why she cared about him when they had only just met. Midnight's expression softened, and she simply stated that she was a hero and that he needed help. Izuku scoffed, shaking his head. He felt the weight of his past actions pressing down on him, declaring that he was no hero but a killer. Midnight remained unfazed, stepping closer with compassion in her eyes. She reminded him that, while he had done things he regretted, he had also saved lives and never harmed the innocent. Izuku stared at her, his thoughts racing. He had always justified his actions as necessary, but her words made him question everything. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he voiced his doubts about his own morality, wondering if he was truly evil. Midnight moved closer and wrapped her arms around him from behind, offering a comforting embrace. He froze, unsure how to react to the warmth that enveloped him. She whispered that he was not evil, acknowledging his struggles and the burdens he carried. Her words struck a chord within him, and he felt a crack in the walls he had built around his heart. He wanted to believe her but felt trapped in anger and pain. He confessed that he didn't know how to be anything else, having only known how to fight and survive. Midnight reassured him that it was okay not to have all the answers right away. She encouraged him to lean on others, reminding him that he didn't have to carry his burdens alone anymore. Izuku shook his head, feeling unworthy of help after all he had done. Midnight countered that everyone deserved a second chance, even him. Izuku was at a loss for words. For so long he had seen himself as beyond redemption, but with her support, he felt a glimmer of hope. He asked her why she cared so much about him, and after a moment of hesitation, she explained that she saw something worth saving in him. He was not just a lost cause, he had a future that could be different from his past. Tears filled Izuku's eyes as he let himself feel the weight of his experiences. Midnight held him as he cried, allowing him to release the emotions he had kept bottled up for so long. He admitted that he didn't know how to move forward, feeling trapped by his past. Midnight reassured him that he didn't have to face it alone. They would figure it out together, one step at a time. For the first time in a long while, Izuku felt a sense of possibility, realizing that he didn't have to confront the darkness by himself. Later, sitting across from Aizawa in the dimly lit counseling room, Izuku felt a mix of unease and exhaustion. The past few days had been overwhelming, filled with nightmares and difficult conversations. Facing Aizawa, known for his bluntness and keen perception, made him nervous. Aizawa sat with his usual half-lidded gaze, but Izuku knew better than to underestimate him. The teacher pulled out a thick file and placed it on the desk between them. Izuku's anxiety spiked as he asked what it was. Aizawa opened the file, scanning the pages, and flatly stated that it was Izuku's file. It contained a detailed account of all the possible mental health issues provided to the hospital. Izuku swallowed hard. He had known that something like this was coming, but seeing the actual file, thick with pages of reports, diagnoses, and observations, made it all too real. He echoed the words, his voice barely above a whisper, wondering about all his mental issues. Aizawa nodded, his eyes finally meeting Izuku's. There was no judgment in them, just an unwavering seriousness. He confirmed that it included everything, stating that the hospital didn't leave anything out. Izuku felt his hands trembling slightly and clenched them into fists to stop the shaking. He asked how bad it was, though a part of him didn't want to know the answer. Aizawa didn't sugarcoat it, he never did. He replied that it was extensive. Aizawa explained that they were there to address these issues, help Izuku understand them, and hopefully help him manage them. Izuku's heart sank at the word, extensive. He had always known that he wasn't okay, but hearing it confirmed like this, knowing that there were pages detailing just how broken he was, felt overwhelming. He braced himself for the worst when he asked what it said. Aizawa sighed softly, flipping through the pages as he began to list off the diagnoses. He started with the obvious, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. This was a given, considering everything Izuku had been through. The hospital reports indicated that he experienced frequent flashbacks, nightmares, and episodes of severe anxiety related to his time in captivity. Izuku winced, remembering the vivid nightmares that still haunted his sleep, the way he would wake up drenched in sweat, his heart pounding as if he were still trapped in that facility. He muttered that it sounded about right, his voice heavy with resignation. Aizawa continued, his tone steady and clinical. He explained that there was also evidence of CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder. This was a result of prolonged trauma, manifesting in more pervasive ways. It wasn't just about the nightmares or flashbacks, it was about how Izuku interacted with the world and related to himself and others. He had developed deep-seated feelings of worthlessness, shame, and guilt, becoming hypervigilant, always on edge, constantly expecting danger or betrayal. Izuku bit his lip, trying to keep his emotions in check. Every word felt like a knife digging deeper into the wounds he had tried so hard to ignore. He admitted quietly that he didn't know it had a name, thinking that it was just normal for him. Aizawa shook his head, explaining that it wasn't normal, it was a result of the trauma he had endured and needed to be addressed, or it would continue to affect every aspect of his life. Izuku nodded numbly, unable to find the words to respond. The weight of Aizawa's words was suffocating, but he knew he was right. He couldn't keep ignoring it, pretending that he was okay when he clearly wasn't. Aizawa flipped to another page, his expression growing more somber. He mentioned major depressive disorder, noting that the hospital had observed symptoms for a long time, possibly even before the events that led to Izuku's captivity. It was characterized by persistent feelings of sadness, hopelessness, and a lack of interest in activities he once enjoyed. Aizawa also pointed out signs of suicidal ideation. The mention of those thoughts made Izuku's breath hitch. He had tried to keep the dark thoughts at bay, but there were times, especially during the worst of it, when he wondered if it would just be easier to let it all end. He didn't want to admit it, but hearing Aizawa say it out loud made it impossible to deny. He whispered that he never thought it was that bad, his voice trembling. Aizawa's gaze softened slightly, though his tone remained firm. He explained that it was understandable, given everything Izuku had been through, but it was important to recognize those feelings for what they were and to get the help needed to manage them. Izuku nodded, though the idea of opening up about those thoughts terrified him. He knew he couldn't keep running from it if he wanted to survive. He asked what else was there, dreading the answer. Aizawa flipped to another section of the file, mentioning evidence of dissociative symptoms. The hospital noted that Izuku had experienced moments of feeling disconnected from himself or his surroundings, almost as if he were watching everything from outside his body. This was a common response to severe trauma, especially when the mind was trying to protect itself from overwhelming stress. Izuku nodded slowly, recalling those dissociative episodes. There were times when he felt like he was floating above everything, watching as if it were all happening to someone else. It was both a relief and a curse, a way to escape the pain but also a reminder of just how broken he had become. He admitted that he had felt that way, his voice hollow. Aizawa continued, his voice steady, explaining that there was also anxiety disorder. The hospital reports indicated that Izuku experienced frequent panic attacks, often triggered by memories of his trauma or situations that reminded him of his captivity. He had developed a fear of being in situations where he felt trapped or unable to escape, leading to avoidance of certain places or situations and further isolation. Izuku felt a lump form in his throat, realizing that maybe that was why he preferred living in the sewer. The panic attacks had been some of the worst moments, leaving him feeling powerless and ashamed. He admitted that he didn't know how to make it stop, his voice barely above a whisper. Aizawa nodded, his expression understanding. He reassured Izuku that they were there to help him understand what was happening and to give him the tools to manage it. A wave of exhaustion washed over Izuku, the weight of everything pressing down on him. He asked if there was more, unsure if he could handle hearing any more. Aizawa hesitated for a moment before nodding. He explained that the hospital also noted signs of hypervigilance and paranoia. Izuku had become overly cautious, always on guard, constantly expecting danger even in safe situations. This had led to trust issues, making it difficult for him to form or maintain relationships. Aizawa also mentioned signs of anger management issues, particularly when Izuku felt threatened or cornered. Izuku clenched his fists, the words hitting a little too close to home. He had always prided himself on being able to stay calm under pressure, but there were times when he felt like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. The trust issues had become a constant in his life. Izuku reflected on the conversation, feeling a pang of guilt as he acknowledged how he had pushed so many people away. Aizawa's voice was calm yet firm as he explained that it was a defense mechanism. Izuku had been hurt many times, building walls to protect himself, but those walls also kept out those who wanted to help. He nodded, knowing Aizawa was right, but still feeling conflicted. Letting people in felt risky, and he wasn't sure if he was ready to take that leap. He asked if there was anything else, hoping they were nearing the end of the discussion. Aizawa flipped to the last section of the file, his expression serious as he mentioned evidence of survivor's guilt. The hospital had noted that Izuku showed signs of feeling responsible for the suffering of others, even when it wasn't his fault. This had led to feelings of unworthiness and self-blame, making him believe he didn't deserve happiness or safety. Izuku felt his chest tighten at the mention of survivor's guilt. Memories flooded back of those he couldn't save, the weight of their loss pressing down on him. The burden he carried had become a part of him, with the faces of those he couldn't protect haunting him. Even in that moment, sitting in the room, he felt their weight suffocating him. He looked down at his trembling hands and admitted that he had always felt it was his fault. If he had been stronger, faster, or better, maybe they wouldn't have died. Aizawa's gaze softened slightly, but his voice remained firm as he reassured Izuku that he couldn't carry the weight of the world on his shoulders. He wasn't responsible for every bad thing that happened and had done his best with the information and abilities he had at the time. Blaming himself for things outside of his control would only eat him alive. Izuku understood the logic but found it hard to let go of the guilt. He expressed that it felt like he should have done more, and even though he knew he had done everything he could, it never felt enough. Aizawa leaned forward, maintaining eye contact as he explained that it wasn't about letting go but about accepting his humanity and limits. The guilt he felt showed that he cared deeply and wanted to make a difference, but if he let it consume him, he would lose himself. Taking a deep breath, Izuku asked what he should do, feeling lost and trapped in a sea of guilt and self-blame. Aizawa explained that it wouldn't be easy and would take time and effort. He would need to work through these feelings, possibly with the help of a therapist, confronting his trauma and finding a way to live with it. The first step was acknowledging that he couldn't do it alone and that needing help was okay. The idea of therapy felt daunting to Izuku, as if admitting he was too weak to handle things on his own. But hearing Aizawa lay everything out plainly made him realize he was already at his breaking point. He couldn't keep pretending he was fine when he was anything but. He asked if he could get better, surprised by the vulnerability in his voice. Aizawa looked at him with rare softness, expressing belief in Izuku's potential to heal. However, it would be a long, hard road, requiring him to face dark parts of himself and accept help from those who cared about him. Izuku felt a mix of relief and deep-seated fear at the thought of opening up. The alternative of continuing down his current path was even worse. He admitted his uncertainty about whether he could do it, questioning his strength. Aizawa's expression remained serious, but there was encouragement in his tone as he explained that strength wasn't just about physical power. It was about having the courage to face fears and confront demons, even when it was terrifying. Izuku had already shown incredible strength by surviving everything he had been through, and now it was time to show that strength in a different way. Despite the lingering fear, Izuku voiced his concerns about failing and not being able to handle it. Aizawa reassured him that if he fell, he could get back up and try again. Healing wasn't a linear process, and there would be setbacks, but every small step forward was still progress. He reminded Izuku that he wasn't alone. There were people who cared about him and wanted to see him succeed. Aizawa's words felt like a lifeline, something to hold onto amid the storm inside him. Izuku resolved to try, though his voice still wavered. Aizawa noted inwardly that Izuku had a fear of confronting his mental health, recognizing the need for careful monitoring. Aizawa nodded, offering approval and encouraging Izuku to take it one day at a time, reminding him that he didn't have to face this alone. Izuku looked down at the file on the table, feeling its weight no longer suffocating. He expressed his gratitude for everything Aizawa had done. Aizawa stood up, gathering the file, and mentioned they would check in regularly. He encouraged Izuku to reach out whenever he needed to talk, assuring him they were there to help. As Aizawa turned to leave, Izuku found his voice, trembling but more resolved. He declared that he didn't want to be defined by his past and wanted to find a way to move forward. "I want to be someone who can be proud of who they are." Aizawa paused at the door, turning to give a rare, approving nod. He stated that this was where the journey began, emphasizing the importance of taking one step at a time. With that, he left the room, the door closing softly behind him. The silence that followed was almost comforting in its familiarity. The weight of the file and everything else still lingered, but a new resolve began to grow within. Uncertain of what the future held, there was a determination to find a way to heal and move forward, even if it was the hardest challenge yet. Perhaps, just perhaps, peace with oneself could be achieved. Izuku woke up to the familiar warmth of Nemuri's presence beside him. Ever since she began sharing the bed, the relentless nightmares that once plagued his nights had ceased. The vivid images of Dr. Kuroki and the chilling memories of the facility faded into the background when he was wrapped in the comfort of Nemuri's arms. Her presence, though unconventional, had become a source of solace he had never known before. Therapy sessions with Aizawa and Nemuri continued steadily. Aizawa's approach was direct, challenging him to confront the darkness head-on, while Nemuri offered a softer, more empathetic ear. Izuku found he could share things he had never been able to express to anyone else. During one of their sessions, Izuku opened up about his childhood, the neglect from his parents, Hisashi and Inko, and the harsh treatment from his twin sister, Izumi. He hesitated at first, feeling the familiar weight of shame and fear pressing down on him. But Nemuri's patient silence and unwavering gaze urged him to continue. He expressed that he had never felt good enough for them, no matter how hard he tried. Hisashi barely acknowledged him, and Inko was always preoccupied with Izumi, who was everything their parents wanted: a prodigy, powerful and popular. Izuku felt like he was just existing in their shadow. Nemuri listened intently, her heart aching for the boy sitting across from her. She could see the pain etched into every word, the way his hands trembled as he spoke. She wanted to reach out and comfort him, but she knew he needed to express this in his own way. Izuku continued, sharing about his friends, Katsuki and the Todoroki twins. He thought they were friends, but when it became clear he was quirkless, they turned against him. Katsuki's sister made his life unbearable, even suggesting he jump off a roof to gain a quirk in his next life. The relentless teasing pushed him to the point of running away. He paused, struggling to keep his composure. Nemuri's eyes widened slightly in shock, her mind reeling at the cruelty he had endured. She felt a surge of protectiveness well up inside her. Izuku whispered that they were the reason he was kidnapped. Running away had led him to that facility, and everything that happened there was a consequence of their actions. Nemuri could no longer remain silent. She leaned forward, her voice trembling with barely contained anger, affirming that those people, his family and so-called friends, did not deserve him. What they did was unforgivable. Izuku nodded, still downcast, expressing that it was hard not to feel responsible. If he had been stronger or had a quirk like them, maybe things would have been different. Nemuri gently placed her hand over his, reminding him that he could not blame himself for the cruelty of others. He was a child who deserved love and support, not to be treated as worthless. Finally looking up, Izuku met her gaze with tear-filled eyes, admitting that he couldn't stop thinking about them. Every time he closed his eyes, their faces and voices haunted him. Nemuri's heart broke at his words. She wished she could take away his pain, to make him forget all the horrors he had faced. But she knew all she could do was be there for him, helping him through this one step at a time. She reassured him that she was there for him, emphasizing that he did not have to face this alone. They would work through it together. Izuku nodded, feeling a small, fragile thread of hope amidst the weight of his trauma. Nemuri leaned in closer, her voice gentle yet firm, reminding him that what happened to him did not define who he was. He was strong, brave, and kind, having survived things that would have broken most people. He should not let the past keep him trapped. He had a future that was not determined by those who hurt him. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. For so long, he had been defined by his pain and failures. But Nemuri's words ignited something within him, an ember of determination buried beneath layers of self-doubt and fear. He managed to express his gratitude, thanking her for believing in him. Nemuri smiled, her eyes warm and filled with fierce protectiveness, assuring him that she would always be there for him. Aizawa entered, reminding them to be cautious. If they pushed Izuku too far, he would not hesitate to take action. As Izuku left, 𝗎𝗠 came in to check on their progress. Nemuri glanced at Aizawa, her concern for Izuku evident. She expressed that he was fragile, emotionally hanging by a thread, and if they pushed him, he might break. Aizawa met her gaze with determination, promising to do everything he could to protect him. 𝗎𝗠 nodded in agreement, his sharp mind already working through various scenarios. He emphasized that Izuku's rehabilitation was their top priority, and they could not afford to let anyone, especially those who had already hurt him, derail his progress. Nemuri sighed, feeling slightly reassured by their commitment. She expressed her care for Izuku, acknowledging that he deserved a chance to heal and live without fear. 𝗎𝗠 observed the exchange between Aizawa and Nemuri, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. Aizawa commented on their closeness, his tone light yet observant. Nemuri felt her cheeks flush, a rare occurrence for someone known as the R-rated hero. She stammered, trying to brush off the implication, insisting she was just helping him. Aizawa, however, remained skeptical, having seen different sides of her but finding this one new and surprising. Is she actually blushing? Aizawa thought, barely managing to suppress a smirk. He had assumed she only blushed when she was playing up her usual sadistic persona. Quickly shaking his head to dispel the thought, he returned his focus to the matter at hand, his tone more serious now. It was good that the two of them had developed a strong relationship. He had to admit, whatever Nemuri was doing, it was working. Izuku had only known her for 3 days, and he had already opened up so much. Aizawa had never thought that several months of therapy would be enough, let alone a few days. Nemuri's blush deepened, but she nodded, understanding the gravity of Aizawa's words. She was just doing her job, but it hurt to know that there were kids like Izuku out there, kids that heroes had failed to protect. Sometimes she wondered if they were really doing enough. 𝗎𝗠's small, furry hands folded neatly on his desk, his eyes reflecting the weight of her words. He gently reassured her that she was doing more than enough. The connection she had built with Izuku was remarkable, helping him in ways they couldn't have imagined. Aizawa nodded in agreement, emphasizing that whatever Nemuri was doing, she should keep doing it. Izuku needed someone like her in his life right now. As Nemuri looked down, her thoughts drifted back to the sessions she had had with Izuku. The things he had revealed to her were more than she had expected, more than she was prepared for. But she wasn't about to back down. She was trying, but sometimes it was hard to know if it was enough. Before the conversation could go any further, 𝗎𝗠 redirected their attention to something important. The new term at UA was starting in a few days, and he inquired about Izuku's rehabilitation. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms, and reported that it had been going well. Izuku was responding positively to their sessions, though he was still guarded and making progress. 𝗎𝗠 nodded thoughtfully and asked Nemuri how Izuku had been during her sessions. She sighed deeply, feeling the weight of her responsibility. Gathering her thoughts, she spoke about how much Izuku had been through. In their sessions, he had revealed things that made her wonder how he was still standing. He had shared stories of neglect from his parents, Hisashi and Inko, and the relentless bullying from his twin sister, Izumi, and the Bakugo and Todoroki twins. They had pushed him to run away, which eventually led to his kidnapping and everything else that had happened to him. They were the ones who had shaped him into who he was now. As she spoke, her eyes reflected a deep, simmering anger. The way his old school had treated him, like trash because he was quirkless, was sickening. 𝗎𝗠's expression darkened slightly, acknowledging that it was troubling to hear, but not surprising. Izuku had endured unimaginable suffering, and it was clear that those responsible had much to answer for. He contemplated the implications, realizing that this would be a huge problem, especially with the new term starting soon. If Izuku saw those who had tormented him, it could lead to him losing control and jeopardizing all the progress they had made with his rehabilitation. Aizawa's gaze hardened as he expressed his understanding of the situation. He had tried to reject the enrollment of those students, but the Public Safety Commission had overruled him. They had agreed to certain restrictions, but he knew how they operated. They would love nothing more than for Izuku to snap, just to justify sending him away. Nemuri clenched her fists at the thought, determined not to let them push him over the edge. Nizu nodded, understanding the risks, but emphasized that they had to play the cards they were dealt. That was where Aizawa came in. Intrigued, Aizawa listened as Nizu explained that those students would be in his class. While he wasn't suggesting expelling them at the slightest provocation, he implied that Aizawa should keep a close eye on them. Aizawa smirked at the idea, knowing his reputation for expelling students was well known. However, the thought of monitoring those who had tormented Izuku was appealing. He assured Nizu that he would make sure they didn't step out of line, and if they did, they wouldn't last long. Nizu's expression softened, filled with rare warmth as he thanked both Aizawa and Nemuri for all they had done for Izuku. They needed to continue supporting him in every way they could. Nemuri nodded, her resolve strengthening, affirming that Izuku deserved that much. Nizu waved them off, signaling the end of their meeting, urging them to take care of him. As they left Nizu's office, Aizawa glanced over at Nemuri, acknowledging that she had her work cut out for her. She smiled softly, her eyes still filled with determination, and reminded him that he also had his challenges ahead. They both felt ready to face whatever came next. Later that day, Nemuri entered Izuku's room, finding him lying on his bed with a book in his hands. The soft glow of the evening sun filtered through the window, casting a warm light across the room. Izuku looked up as she entered, his expression neutral, but Nemuri could sense the subtle shift in his demeanor. He was glad to see her. She greeted him warmly, and he nodded slightly, asking if she needed anything. She shook her head, smiling, and suggested they go out, just the two of them. Izuku frowned in confusion, recalling the rules that stated he needed a supervisor to go out. With a mischievous grin, Nemuri reminded him that she was his supervisor, and therefore, they were going out. Izuku blinked, processing her words. He placed his book down on the nightstand and received a pass and a location from her, allowing him to leave the school. Izuku wore a red and black jacket with black briefs. Upon seeing her outfit, he felt a strong urge to look away, struggling to maintain his composure. He thought to himself about how surprising her choice of clothing was. Nemuri grinned at him, noticing his reaction as he tried to avoid her gaze. She teased him about his discomfort, while the men around them seemed captivated by her presence. Izuku, feeling flustered, suggested they move on, holding her hand as they left their current location. Nemuri playfully commented on his DMT demeanor, which only made him blush further. He sighed, feeling a mix of confusion and admiration. Their first stop was a small cafe in the city. Nemuri ordered drinks and pastries, and they settled at a cozy table by the window. The cafe buzzed with activity, the sounds of laughter and clinking dishes creating a lively atmosphere. As they enjoyed their drinks, Nemuri noticed Izuku's eyes wandering, taking in the sights and sounds around him. It was clear he was not accustomed to being out in public like this, and she could see a blend of curiosity and apprehension in his gaze. She broke the silence, commenting on how nice it was outside. Izuku nodded, his expression thoughtful. They continued to chat casually, with Nemuri guiding the conversation through light-hearted topics. She teased him gently, making playful remarks that earned her a few huffs of mock annoyance from him. It was nice to see him relax, even if just a little. After leaving the cafe, they wandered through the city, stopping at various shops and attractions. At a bookstore, Izuku spent a considerable amount of time browsing the shelves, and later they visited a small park where they sat on a bench, watching the world go by. At one point, they entered a toy store, where Nemuri picked up a cute plush bear and waved it in front of Izuku with a teasing grin. She suggested it would look great on his bed, and although he tried to dismiss her, she could see a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. They continued their walk, with Nomiuri occasionally pointing out interesting sights or making playful comments that brightened Izuku's usually neutral expression. The city was alive with vibrant energy, and for a while, it felt like they were in their own little world. As the sun began to set, Nomiuri led Izuku to a quiet spot overlooking the city, where the view was breathtaking. The sky transformed into shades of orange, pink, and purple, blending together in a magical display. They stood in silence for a moment, taking it all in. Nomiuri glanced at Izuku, noticing how the soft light highlighted the subtle changes in his expression. He seemed more at ease, as if the weight he usually carried was a little lighter. She spoke gently, reminding him that sometimes it was good to take a moment and breathe. Life could be overwhelming, but moments like this were important. Izuku nodded, contemplative, acknowledging her words. Nomiuri felt warmth in her chest at the progress he was making, even if it was just a small step forward. They continued to enjoy the view as the sky darkened and city lights began to twinkle below them. The atmosphere was serene, almost as if time had slowed down just for them. Eventually, Nomiuri turned to Izuku with a playful glint in her eyes, suggesting they grab something to eat before heading back. After a brief hesitation, he agreed. She led him to a cozy restaurant nearby, with a warm atmosphere and comfortable seating. They found a table away from the main crowd and settled in. The conversation over dinner was light and relaxed, with Nomiuri sharing stories and jokes that occasionally brought a small smile to Izuku's face. She noticed how he seemed more at ease, responding a little more openly, even if it was just with a nod or a few words. It was progress, and she appreciated it. As they finished their meal, Nomiuri had an idea. Leaning across the table with a mischievous smile, she told Izuku she wanted to show him something. He blinked in surprise, curious about what it could be. She led him out of the restaurant and down winding streets until they reached a secluded park, surrounded by tall trees and filled with the soft glow of fireflies dancing in the evening air. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he took in the beauty of the place. Nomiuri smiled, pleased with his reaction, and explained that it was one of her favorite spots in the city. They wandered through the park, the fireflies flickering around them like tiny stars. The atmosphere felt calm and magical, as if the rest of the world had faded away, leaving just the two of them in this serene corner of the city. Eventually, they found a bench near a small pond. Nomiuri sat down and motioned for Izuku to join her. He hesitated before sitting beside her, his gaze fixed on the water. They enjoyed a comfortable silence, appreciating the peace around them. Nomiuri glanced at Izuku, feeling a mix of emotions as she recognized the progress he was making. Although he still carried the weight of his past, there was a lightness to him now, a sense of calm that hadn't been there before. After a few moments, Nomiuri broke the silence, expressing her happiness about their day together. Izuku turned to her, thoughtful, and acknowledged her sentiment. Nomiuri smiled, feeling a warmth in her chest at his words. She reached out, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. She told Izuku that he was doing great and that she knew it wasn't easy, but he was making progress, and that was what mattered. Izuku looked down, a faint blush coloring his cheeks, and he expressed his gratitude to her. Nomiuri's heart skipped a beat at the sight of his blush, and before she knew it, she leaned in closer. Her hand gently cupped his cheek, tilting his face toward hers, their eyes locking for a brief moment. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and for a split second he froze. But before he could react, Nomiuri closed the distance between them, sharing a soft, gentle kiss. The world seemed to stand still as their lips met. It was a brief, tender moment, enough to send a jolt of electricity through both of them. When Nomiuri pulled back, her cheeks were flushed, her heart racing. She could see the surprise and confusion in Izuku's eyes, his own cheeks tinged with a deep blush. She stammered, unsure of why she had acted that way, and apologized if she had made him uncomfortable. Izuku blinked, still processing what had just happened. He opened his mouth to say something, but the words seemed to get caught in his throat. After a moment, he finally managed to speak, assuring her it was okay and that he was just surprised. A wave of relief washed over Nomiuri, though her heart was still pounding. She softly explained that she hadn't meant to surprise him like that and that she had gotten caught up in the moment. Izuku looked down, his blush deepening, and reiterated that it was okay, really, just unexpected. They sat in awkward silence for a moment, both processing what had just happened. The air between them was thick with unspoken feelings, emotions neither knew quite how to express. Finally, Nemuri broke the silence, her voice soft and sincere, expressing her care for him and how amazing he was. Izuku looked up at her, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions, and shared that he cared about her too, acknowledging how much she had helped him. Nemuri smiled, her heart swelling with warmth at his words, and reassured him that she was there for him whenever he needed her. Izuku nodded, a small, genuine smile breaking through his usually guarded expression, thanking her. They sat there a little longer, the awkwardness gradually fading away, replaced by a comfortable silence. The night air was cool, and the fireflies danced around them, casting a soft, ethereal glow over the park. Eventually, Nemuri stood up, offering Izuku her hand, suggesting they head back as it was getting late. Izuku took her hand, allowing her to help him up, and they began their walk back to the school. Nemuri felt a sense of contentment. The day had been full of surprises, but it had brought them closer together. She knew there was still a long road ahead for Izuku, but she was determined to be there for him every step of the way. As they walked side by side, Nemuri couldn't help but smile, knowing this was just the beginning of something special. Later, as Izuku lay in bed, his thoughts raced. His heart was still pounding from the kiss, the feeling of Nemuri's lips on his lingering in his mind. He wondered what it meant, processing the reality of his first kiss. He had always imagined how it would be, but this was completely unexpected. Doubts crept in. Did he even do it right? What if she thought he was unclean? He let out a deep sigh, staring up at the ceiling. Nemuri had fallen asleep beside him, her presence warm and comforting, even as confusion swirled in his mind. He questioned why she, a pro hero, would want anything to do with him. He closed his eyes, willing himself to sleep, though questions continued to swirl. Eventually, exhaustion won, and he drifted off. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange, hazy place, surrounded by soft, ambient light. He looked down, confused. It was him, but he was different. He was younger, dressed in his old all-might pajamas, the ones he wore when he dreamed of becoming a hero. As he looked around, his heart sank at the sight of two other versions of himself. The first was him in a facility, looking worn and weary, with signs of past struggles evident. The other figure was a darker version of himself, clad in a rugged outfit, glaring with disdain and cold amusement. Izuku muttered to himself, already dreading the answer to his unspoken questions. He thought this was going to be a nightmare. The darker version scoffed, cutting through the air with a harsh tone, claiming this was more of a dream reflecting his inner self. The younger version chimed in with enthusiasm, tugging on his pajamas, declaring they were there to discuss his new path. The darker version rolled his eyes, dismissing the younger self's theatrics. Izuku stepped forward, feeling the weight of his past struggles. The version from the facility spoke softly, revealing they weren't asking him to be a pro hero. This unexpected revelation took him aback. The younger version interjected playfully, contrasting the somber atmosphere. The darker version sneered, silencing the younger self and turning his icy gaze toward Izuku, warning him not to lie to himself about his choices. Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine, confronting the darker version's cold words that cut deep. Rage bubbled up inside, threatening to spill over, but Facility Izuku let out a tired sigh, rubbing his temples as if dealing with a persistent headache. He reminded me that I was just talking to myself, that we were all parts of me, just a few years older, a few scars deeper. Nemesis snorted, claiming to be me from 4 months ago. I clenched my fists, refusing to meet his gaze. He was right, and that only made it worse. Facility Izuku continued, pointing out that I became Nemesis so no one else would have to endure what I did, but I let my anger and hatred consume me. I used to confront villains with a fierce determination, but soon after, I crossed lines I never thought I would. I turned away. Trying to block out his words, but they echoed relentlessly in my mind. Kitazuku's voice cut through the silence, soft yet piercing, reminding me that deep down, I still wanted to be a pro hero. I shouted in response, my voice cracking under the strain, but even as the words left my mouth, they felt hollow, like a lie I had told myself so many times that it had become almost believable. Nemesis shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips, suggesting that I became Nemesis to become my own symbol of strength. Yet here I was, sad, broken, and alone, still lying to myself. Frustration and confusion swirled inside me, threatening to consume me whole. I spat out a question, laced with venom, about what Nemesis knew about symbols. It was a foolish question, considering Nemesis was the embodiment of fear, at least according to the villains. Facility Izuku didn't flinch. He looked at me with tired, haunted eyes, filled with a sadness I couldn't quite comprehend. He reminded me that every part of us was me, and I was still trying to figure out who I really was. My resolve crumbled under the weight of their words. I wanted to argue, to scream, to deny everything they were saying, but deep down, I knew they were right. Nemesis stepped forward, his expression serious, stating that we were all core aspects of me, each representing something inside. The real question was what core aspect I was. I stood there, staring at the three versions of myself, my mind reeling. What was I? Who was I? The kid in all-might pajamas, the broken boy from the facility, the vengeful figure that became Nemesis, they were all me. But what did that mean? What was I supposed to do now? I looked at each of them in turn, my thoughts a tangled mess of fear, confusion, and something deeper that I hadn't dared to confront before. Nemesis's words echoed in my mind. What core aspect are you? I didn't have an answer. Not yet. But as I stood there, facing the different parts of myself, I realized this wasn't just a dream. It was a challenge, a call to action to find out who I really was, what I really wanted, and what path I would take from here on out. Did that mean being a pro hero? Was that the part one had to embrace? As terrifying as it was, I knew I couldn't keep running from it. I had to face it no matter how painful or difficult it might be. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. I admitted that I didn't know yet, but I would figure it out. The kid version of me smiled, his eyes full of hope. Facility Izuku gave a small nod, a glimmer of something like pride in his eyes. Nemesis just stared at me, his expression unreadable, but there was a flicker of approval in his gaze. The dream began to fade, the figures of my other selves dissolving into the darkness, but their words stayed with me, echoing in my mind as I drifted back into the void. I woke up feeling the warmth of Nemuri still hugging me, her arms wrapped around me protectively. The moonlight filtered through the blinds, casting soft shadows across the room. I shifted slightly, trying to get her attention. I whispered her name, but there was no answer. She just nuzzled closer. I tried again, a bit louder this time. She stirred slightly, her voice muffled against my chest as she told me to call her Nemuri. I felt my face flush with embarrassment as I apologized, wanting to tell her something important. Nemuri slowly pulled away, propping herself up on one elbow, her eyes half-lidded with sleepiness, curious about what I wanted to say. I took a deep breath, feeling my heart pounding in my chest, and confessed that I wanted to be a pro hero. Her eyes widened in shock, completely taken aback by my statement. I could see the confusion and surprise on her face. She hadn't expected this, especially not after everything I had been through. It was reasonable to assume I'd hate heroes, but it wasn't that simple. I didn't hate them, I just didn't trust them, not after all that had happened. But there were still a few I could believe in, a few who hadn't completely shattered my faith. Nezu, Midnight, and Aizawa, the only heroes who had truly saved me. She asked why, her voice barely a whisper. I could see the concern in her eyes, the worry that this was just another way for me to punish myself. But it wasn't that at all. I began to explain that I had been lying to myself about why I became Nemesis. I told myself it was about revenge, about calming my anger, about making those who hurt others pay. But the truth was, I was trying to save people like me, children who were cast out, forgotten by society. Unfortunately, I let myself go and changed. I wanted to protect them because no one else would, but somehow, I lost that vision. All I cared about was hurting those who had caused pain. I could see the wheels turning in Nemuri's mind as she pieced things together. She was sharp and understood more than most people gave her credit for. I continued, explaining that as Nemesis, I focused on people like human traffickers because they took children, the vulnerable that society had abandoned. In a way, I was trying to prevent them from ending up like me, transformed into something unrecognizable. Nemuri remained quiet, her gaze fixed on me. I could see the emotions swirling behind her eyes: surprise, sadness, pride. Izuku felt a tremor in his voice as he admitted to himself that he had been lying for too long. He acknowledged his failures as Nemesis, realizing that while he had saved people, he had lost sight of what it truly meant to be a hero. His focus had shifted to seeking vengeance against criminals, and now he yearned for a chance to try again as a hero. For a moment, she just stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. The shock lingered there, as if she couldn't quite grasp what she was hearing. She thought inwardly about the therapy he mentioned, her mind racing. It seemed too good to be true, but she could see the sincerity in his eyes. He wasn't just saying this, he meant it. Then, suddenly, she embraced him tightly, her arms wrapped around his neck. He could feel her trembling slightly, overwhelmed by emotion. To his utter surprise, she kissed him again, her lips soft and warm against his. His heart raced, and his mind spun in disbelief. She whispered words of pride, her voice trembling, and they struck him deeply. He felt a lump form in his throat, unaccustomed to such affection and warmth. It was overwhelming, yet it felt amazing. Someone was actually proud of him, a sentiment he had longed for but never felt he deserved. Yet, he needed clarity about their relationship. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions, and he felt panic creeping in. He stammered, trying to find the right words to express his confusion. He admitted that he was inexperienced with love and romance, feeling completely out of his depth. Nemuri pulled back slightly, searching his eyes with an intense gaze. She assured him that she didn't mind being with him, if that was what he was asking. His heart skipped another beat as her words sunk in. He hesitated, feeling the weight of his own insecurities. Before he could finish his thought, she silenced him with a gentle kiss, asserting that he was not just anything. He was Izuku Midoriya, someone who had endured so much and was still standing. Her words resonated with him, heavy with meaning. He felt the truth in her sincerity. She genuinely cared about him and wanted him to stop doubting himself. In the dimly lit office, an uneasy silence filled the air as he fidgeted with the edges of his sleeves. Aizawa stood before him, arms crossed, his sharp eyes observing him closely. Beside him, Principal Nizu sat at his desk, his small form almost dwarfed by the large chair. Nemuri was next to him, her presence a comforting warmth as she rubbed his back in slow, soothing circles. Aizawa began, his voice gruff but not unkind, expressing concern for Izuku's well-being. He needed to be sure that Izuku was truly ready for the path he wished to take, mentally and emotionally. Izuku met Aizawa's gaze, acknowledging the concern. He admitted that his mental health was still a work in progress, but he felt this was part of his journey. He had faced so much, and perhaps this was his way of adapting and moving forward. Nizu, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up, reminding Izuku that this was a significant decision. They needed to ensure he wasn't rushing into something that could harm him in the long run. Izuku nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He had thought about this a lot, even during his time as Nemesis. He wanted to make a difference and achieve something meaningful, and he believed he could do that as a hero. Nizu smiled gently, expressing pride in Izuku's journey and acknowledging the strength it took to reach this point. Izuku felt warmth in his chest at the principal's words, grateful for the understanding and support. Nizu shared his own story, revealing that he had once been a simple animal until his quirk granted him intelligence. He had faced his own struggles and had once considered becoming a villain. However, through reflection, he had let go of that hatred and understood Izuku's feelings more than he realized. Moved by Nizu's story, Izuku expressed his gratitude. Aizawa then concluded the meeting, telling Izuku to rest as he had a big day ahead. As Aizawa and Nizu left, It was just Izuku and Nomuri. She leaned in closer, her voice soft and full of affection as she expressed her pride in him. He thanked her, admitting that saying everything out loud had taken a lot out of him. She smiled softly and kissed his forehead, a comforting gesture that reassured him. She understood him, and he felt a sense of hope for the future. Just take it one step at a time, and remember, I'm here for you. He gave her a small, tired smile in return. Izuku acknowledged the support, feeling a sense of gratitude. After a moment, he left the room and made his way to his quarters. Before he could reach his door, he found someone waiting for him, a figure he wasn't expecting. All Might, in his true form as Tashinori Yagi, sat there, looking diminished and vulnerable. Izuku instinctively clenched his fist but then relaxed. Tashinori asked if he had a minute, his voice almost pleading. Izuku nodded and gestured for him to enter. Tashinori took a seat while Izuku settled onto his bed, the tension in the room palpable. Izuku noted that Tashinori would be teaching at UAI, his tone even yet edged with emotion. Tashinori nodded, but his expression was troubled. He expressed his longing to apologize for everything, for being the hero who failed him, for not saving him. Izuku's eyes were cold, anger simmering just below the surface. He bluntly stated that he didn't care, watching Tashinori flinch at his words. He continued, his voice growing sharper, questioning why Tashinori had given one for all to Izumi, his sister, who had made it her mission to remind him of his quirkless status and had even suggested he unalive himself in hopes of gaining a quirk in his next life. Tashinori's eyes looked shattered, filled with shock and despair. Izuku interrupted him, his voice a low growl, emphasizing that Tashinori had seen what he wanted to see, a bright, talented kid who could follow in his footsteps, without caring about the quirkless boy striving to be a hero despite the world's discouragement. Tashinori's head dropped, revealing a broken man who had realized his mistakes too late. He softly admitted to making a terrible mistake, blinded by his own ideals of what a hero should be, failing to recognize the hero Izuku already was, with or without a quirk. Izuku let his words linger in the air, unmoved by his regret. He coldly asked what now, questioning if Tashinori was there to seek his forgiveness or understanding for his choices. Tashinori shook his head, clarifying that he was there to share the truth. He wanted Izuku to know he recognized his mistakes and understood the pain he had caused. He expressed his sincere remorse but did not expect forgiveness, feeling he didn't deserve it. Izuku searched Tashinori's face for any sign of deceit but found only genuine remorse. He quietly expressed uncertainty about what Tashinori wanted from him, stating he had made his choice and spent years figuring out who he was. Now, he was beginning to understand that he didn't want to be the symbol of peace or the next All Might. He just wanted to be himself. Tashinori nodded slowly, sadness filling his eyes, affirming that Izuku deserved to be who he was, not who others wanted him to be. He offered his support for whatever path Izuku chose, even if it meant stepping aside. Izuku took a moment to let Tashinori's words sink in before thanking him, his voice barely audible. He expressed the need for time to figure things out and uncertainty about their relationship moving forward. Tashinori nodded, showing understanding and promising to be there whenever Izuku was ready, not as All Might but as Tashinori Yagi, someone who cared. Izuku observed the genuine sorrow in Tashinori's eyes, a stark contrast to the larger-than-life hero he had idolized. This was a flawed man seeking to make amends for his past mistakes, which had cost Izuku dearly. His innocence, hope, and nearly his life. Forgiveness was not something he could easily offer after everything he had endured. Yet he felt a shift within himself, a fading of the anger that had once consumed him. He quietly stated that he couldn't promise anything, still tinged with remnants of anger and pain. He couldn't guarantee forgiveness or a return to how things once were, but perhaps one day, he could let go of the hate and see Tashinori as just Tashinori, not the man who had given up on him. Tashinori accepted Izuku's words without argument, expressing gratitude for the chance, however small. He encouraged Izuku to take all the time he needed, reaffirming his presence whenever he was ready. Izuku looked away, feeling the weight of uncertainty. He admitted he didn't know how long it would take or if he would ever be ready, but he would try. Tashinori gave a small, sad smile as he stood up, thanking Izuku for the opportunity to make amends. Izuku nodded, unable to meet his gaze. Tashinori hesitated as if wanting to say more, but ultimately chose to leave. With a final glance, he walked out of the quarters, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. The silence that followed was heavy, filled with a mix of emotions, anger, sadness, confusion, all swirling together. Izuku didn't know how to process what had just happened, but he sensed something had changed. It might not have been forgiveness, but it was a step forward. He sat there for what felt like hours, replaying the conversation in his mind. Eventually, he forced himself to stand and moved slowly to the window. Perhaps now, he could find a new way forward. Maybe healing could begin, not just for herself, but for the people who still believed in her. For Nemuri, for Aizawa, for Nezu, and perhaps, one day, even for Tashinori. She wasn't there yet, not by a long shot. But she had taken a step, a small, hesitant step, toward something better, toward a future that was still uncertain, but no longer completely out of reach. With a deep breath, she turned away from the window and headed to bed. She didn't know what tomorrow would bring or how she would face it. But for now, she could rest. And maybe, just maybe, she could start to dream of a future where she wasn't defined by her past, but by the person she could become. Meanwhile, after Izuku had left Principal Nezu's office, Izumi Midoriya stood quietly in the waiting room at UA High School, her fingers fidgeting nervously with the hem of her blazer. She could feel the tension in the air, a heavy weight pressing down on her shoulders. She glanced over at Katsuki and Katsumi Bakugo, both of whom were uncharacteristically silent. Gone were the fiery eyes and confident grins that used to define them. Instead, they looked as unsure and tense as she felt. Shoto and Shiori Todoroki were also present, standing a bit apart, their expressions carefully neutral. The years had not been kind to their group, and the past hung over them like a dark cloud. Katsumi broke the silence softly, addressing Izumi. Izumi turned to her, surprised by the gentleness in her tone. Katsumi hesitated, searching for the right words. She never got the chance to express what she wanted to say, her voice trailing off as her eyes dropped to the floor. Izumi nodded, understanding the weight of unspoken words between them. They had all changed, grown up in the shadow of their mistakes. Before more could be said, the door to the waiting room opened, and Aizawa, known as Eraserhead, stepped in. His face was set in a stern expression, but there was a flicker of something else in his eyes, something that looked like disgust. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by his usual stoic demeanor. He instructed them to follow him in a cold tone, turning sharply and heading down the corridor without waiting for a response. The group exchanged uneasy glances but complied, trailing after Aizawa through the labyrinthine halls of UA. The silence between them was thick with unspoken words and unresolved feelings. Finally, they reached the principal's office, and Aizawa pushed open the door, ushering them inside. Principal Nezu was waiting for them behind his desk, his small frame dwarfed by the oversized chair he sat in. His expression was unreadable, his eyes sharp as they swept over the group. He greeted them politely, but there was a certain edge to his tone that put everyone on alert. No one responded, they just stood there, unsure of what to expect. Nezu continued, addressing them directly. He acknowledged their exceptionally powerful quirks: Izumi's shockwave, Shoto's half-hot, half-cold, Shiori's frostfire, and Katsuki and Katsumi's explosion and flame ignition. He pointed out the potential for harm if such gifts fell into the wrong hands. Katsuki's jaw tightened, and he crossed his arms defensively, expressing his annoyance. Nezu remained unfazed, leaning forward slightly, his eyes narrowing as he mentioned Izuku Midoriya's name. The room fell into a heavy silence, the mention of his name striking each of them like a punch to the gut. Memories they had tried to bury rushed back. Nezu observed them carefully, gauging their reactions. He calmly stated that he had read through all their files and knew what they had done to Izuku, the damage caused by their quirk discrimination. He questioned their longing to be heroes after such actions. Izumi opened her mouth to speak, her voice trembling as she tried to explain their intentions, but Nezu interrupted sharply, insisting he wasn't finished. Izumi fell silent, feeling the weight of her guilt pressing down on her. 𝗎𝗓𝗓 continued, stating that their actions were not only morally reprehensible but also illegal. He mentioned their attendance at 𝐒𝐪𝐴 High School, prompting a defensive response from Shirori. 𝗎𝗓𝗓's lips curled into a small, cold smile as he revealed that the school had been shut down, some teachers arrested, and many students would not be accepted into any hero schools or even normal high schools for a very long time. The group reacted in shock, their eyes widening at the news. 𝗎𝗓𝗓 confirmed that this would have been their fate as well, but due to family connections, their quirks, and their performance on the entrance tests, they were still allowed to attend UA. Izumi's head spun with the overwhelming information when 𝗎𝗓𝗓's next words nearly knocked her off her feet. He informed them that Izuku would be joining them. The disbelief was palpable as Katsumi blurted out her surprise, while Izumi whispered in tears, overwhelmed by the hope she had longed for. Shoto's eyes widened in surprise, and even Katsuki seemed momentarily stunned. Shirori and Katsumi were visibly emotional, their expressions a mix of relief and guilt. Shirori asked if he was okay, her voice cracking with emotion. 𝗎𝗓𝗓's expression softened slightly as he confirmed that Izuku was alive but had faced extreme mental health challenges and trauma due to their actions, leaving deep scars. A heavy silence settled over the room as 𝗎𝗓𝗓's words sank in. Izumi felt her heart break at the thought of what her brother had endured, what they had all put him through. 𝗎𝗓𝗓 warned them that there would be consequences if any of them stepped out of line. UA would not tolerate any behavior that jeopardized the safety or well-being of its students. Katsuki questioned the consequences, his brows furrowing. 𝗎𝗓𝗓 replied sharply, stating they would be on probation. Any misconduct or signs of their previous behavior would lead to permanent expulsion, barring them from any other hero school in the country. They would also be subject to strict monitoring to ensure they did not cause further harm. Izumi felt the blood drain from her face, realizing the seriousness of the situation. She quietly acknowledged their wrongdoing, questioning if the punishment was too harsh. 𝗎𝗓𝗓 snorted softly, reminding them that compared to what Izuku had been through, this was lenient. Tears spilled over Izumi's cheeks, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The others looked equally devastated, their expressions a mix of shame and fear. Shirori softly expressed their remorse, stating they never intended for things to go this way. 𝗎𝗓𝗓 curtly acknowledged their regret but emphasized that what was done, and now they had to live with the consequences. Izumi wiped her eyes, her heart heavy with guilt. She had wanted to protect Izuku, to be a hero who could make a difference. Instead, she felt like the villain in his story, the one who had driven him away. Katsumi reached out, her hand brushing Izumi's arm gently, assuring her that they would make things right somehow. They had to try, for Izuku and for themselves. 𝗎𝗓𝗓 watched them for a moment, then sighed softly, suggesting they start thinking about their actions. They would soon meet Izuku, and he deserved their respect. They all nodded, too overwhelmed to speak. As they left the office, Izumi felt a strange mix of dread and hope. Dread for the confrontation with her brother that was surely coming, and hope that maybe, just maybe, they could find a way to make amends. Standing in front of the mirror, Izuku tugged at the collar of his UA male school uniform. It fit him well, though he wasn't used to seeing himself in something like this. A clean white shirt, a blazer adorned with the school's logo, green breathes, and a red tie neatly hanging. It felt surreal, almost like he was trying on someone else's dream, a dream he'd once had when life was simpler. But now everything was different. He sighed as he looked at his reflection, the dark circles under his eyes refusing to be concealed. 4 years of running, surviving, and changing had taken their toll. Nemuri's voice came from behind him, asking if he was okay. She stepped closer, her gentle hands adjusting his collar and tie, her touch comforting. Her eyes, full of care, searched his. He nodded, though anxiety twisted in his chest. He expressed his disbelief at actually being at UA as a student. Nemuri chuckled softly, reminding him how he had always dreamed of coming here. She paused, meeting his eyes with a soft smile, and told him he had earned it. Despite the rough journey, he had made it. Izuku tried to hold back the overwhelming emotions rising in his chest. For so long, he had dreamed of this moment, but not under these circumstances. He managed a small smile when she asked if he was happy. Her face brightened, and she complimented his smile. She leaned in and kissed him softly. It was still new, this affection, this love, something he thought he'd lost forever, yet Nemuri had given it to him freely. He accepted it, though he wasn't sure he deserved it. She then urged him to be careful, knowing he was about to face his sister, Izumi, and the people who once called themselves his friends. He tried to reassure her, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Nemuri wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug, her warmth overwhelming in the best way. For a brief moment, he melted into her embrace, feeling loved and cared for. After what felt like an eternity, he stepped back, taking a deep breath, ready to face the day. Izuku made his way through the corridors of Yue, the weight of his past pressing heavily on his shoulders. His steps were slow and deliberate as he neared the classroom. Anxiety swirled in his chest, something he hadn't felt this intensely in years. He had faced much worse, but seeing them again after so long was a different kind of challenge. He opened the door and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, the room fell silent. All eyes turned to him. There, sitting with her feet propped on the desk, was Katsuki. Across from her was her twin, Katsumi, their eyes sharp and full of attitude. 𝗕𝗫𝗍𝗍 stood tall, demanding that Katsuki take her feet off the desk, asserting that it was disrespectful to the school and those who came before them. Katsumi shot back immediately, her fiery temper flaring, but her voice faltered slightly when her eyes landed on Izuku. The room seemed to freeze for a moment as their gazes locked. 4 years had passed since they last saw him. Katsumi's mouth fell slightly open in shock, while Katsuki's hardened expression softened into something almost unrecognizable. Izuku clenched his fists tightly, memories flooding his mind, sharp and painful reminders of the constant bullying, the taunts, the laughter at his expense. All of it revolved around them: Katsuki, Katsumi, Izumi, Shoto, and Shirori. Their faces, once familiar, now filled him with an overwhelming mix of emotions: rage, sorrow, fear. Katsuki's voice broke the silence, soft and uncertain. She stared at him as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. His once bright green hair now appeared darker, nearly black, and faint scars marked his fingers, signs of the struggles he had endured. The dark circles under his eyes told a story of sleepless nights and battles fought alone. Izumi stood in the back, her eyes wide, struggling to keep herself together. Beside her, Shoto and Shirori remained silent, though their eyes betrayed their surprise. Izuku glanced at all of them briefly before lowering his gaze. He didn't want to acknowledge them. He couldn't. Not after everything. 𝗕𝗫𝗍𝗍 broke the tension by introducing himself, asking for Izuku's name. Izuku blinked at him, a little taken aback. Another boy, his age, was actually willing to speak to him. There was something about the way Ida stood, the way he carried himself, that made Izuku unsure whether to trust him or be suspicious. Izuku finally responded, his voice quiet, revealing his name. He mentioned that he didn't have a surname. Izumi, standing not far away, bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Her little brother, the brother she had once cherished, was standing in front of her, refusing to even acknowledge their shared name. It hurt more than she could bear, but she quickly wiped the tears away before anyone noticed. Ida continued, his tone curious, asking if Izuku had been part of the special recommendation tests. Izuku shook his head slightly, explaining that he had been recommended by the Public Safety Commission. Ida expressed his surprise, clearly impressed. Izuku shrugged, not really wanting to continue the conversation. The room turned toward the figure standing at the door. It was Shota Aizawa, dressed in his usual disheveled attire, his tired eyes scanning the room. He introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, or the hero known as Eraserhead, and announced that he would be their homeroom teacher. The class remained silent, the tension thick in the air. Aizawa informed them that they would be doing some exercises and instructed them to head to the locker room and come to the field wearing their gym uniforms. With that, the first day at UA had officially begun. As Izuku stood in the locker room, staring at the gym uniform in his hands, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The uniform was simple, just like he had imagined it back then. It was dark blue, almost navy, with white stripes running down the sides and arms, forming a sharp U shape on the chest that stood for Yue. It was functional, designed for maximum flexibility and endurance. Wearing it now felt surreal, like he was stepping into a world he once thought would be impossible for him to reach. But this was no dream. He was actually here, standing in a place he once would have given anything to be in. Now it felt different. It wasn't filled with the same excitement and joy he had once felt. That dream had died a long time ago, but here he was, forced to live it anyway. As he started to change into the uniform, he heard a voice behind him. A guy with spiky red hair, smiling wide, introduced himself as Kirishima. His sharp teeth caught the light, giving him a beastly appearance, but there was an undeniable friendliness to him. Suddenly, Kirishima's eyes bulged wide, and all the boys in the locker room turned to look at him, confusion written on their faces. Their eyes widened even more as they took in the sight of Izuku's body. He had trained himself to the brink of exhaustion, his body lean and defined through the trials he had endured. But it was the scars that drew their shock. His skin was a tapestry of reminders, long jagged lines running across his midsection, arms, back, and legs. Each scar told a story of pain and survival. Kirishima stammered, breaking the heavy silence, commenting on how manly Izuku looked but questioning what had happened to him. Izuku turned his gaze toward him, sensing his genuine concern but not in the mood to explain everything he had endured. He offered the simplest lie he could, mentioning an accident with his quirk and urging Kirishima not to worry about it. Just then, another voice broke through, one Izuku hadn't heard in years, yet it still made his blood boil. It was Katsuki Bakugo, standing frozen, staring at him with a mix of horror and disbelief. He couldn't stop his eyes from roving over the scars on Izuku's body. Izuku could almost see the gears turning in Bakugo's head. The last time they had seen each other, Izuku was just a quirkless kid, a nobody clinging to dreams that seemed out of reach. Now, the sight of him must have shattered whatever image Bakugo had of the Deku he once knew. Izuku growled, warning Bakugo not to call him Deku. The entire locker room went silent, the boys who had been staring at his scars shifting uncomfortably as tension rose in the air. Even Kirishima took a step back, unsure of what was about to happen. Izuku took a step toward Bakugo, letting the intensity of his emotions seep into his words. His eyes locked onto Bakugo's, and he could see the way his body tensed, sweat starting to form on his forehead. For the first time, Katsuki Bakugo was scared of him. Before Bakugo could say anything else, 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝐸 stepped between them, his presence commanding. He raised his hands to separate the two, his voice calm yet firm. Ida suggested they all go to the field as instructed by their teacher, acknowledging the tension between Izuku and Bakugo but emphasizing that it wasn't the time or place to let past grievances take over. Izuku stared at Ida for a moment, recognizing his level-headedness. But the problem was that there was no peace to keep between him and Bakugo. There hadn't been for a long time. Still, he sighed and relented, taking a step back. I could feel the eyes of the others still on me, waiting for something to happen. But I wasn't there to start a fight, at least not yet. I had a purpose, and I wasn't about to let Bakugo or anyone else ruin that. Before I walked away, I leaned in close to him, my voice barely above a whisper, so only he could hear me. I warned him that I hoped he knew what he was doing, because I was not the same Izuku he used to bully. I cautioned him to try anything, and he would have to forget about being a hero. I hoped he wouldn't end up in serious trouble before the end of the month, and the same went for the rest of them. I straightened up and walked away from him as I left the locker room. No one else heard what I said, but they could see the look in Bakugo's eyes. He was shaken, more than he'd ever admit. As we all stood in the field, the tension was palpable. It was the first day of training at UA, and it already felt like everything was riding on this. Dezawa-sensei stood in front of us, his tired eyes scanning the group as if measuring each of us up. He began by stating that 10 minutes was all we had, his voice dry but filled with authority. He reminded us that time waits for no one in the world of heroism, and that a mere 10 minutes could mean the difference between saving a life or losing one. I didn't need him to tell me that. Every second counts in a real fight, And I had seen firsthand what happens when heroes don't make it in time. The world isn't as kind as people think it is. Not to me, not to anyone. Standing next to me was a girl with short auburn hair, her eyes bright and full of life, matching the warm tone of her hair. Her expression was the complete opposite of how I felt inside. She introduced herself as Ochiko Uraraka, her voice light and cheerful. I blinked, momentarily caught off guard by her bubbly nature. There wasn't an ounce of distrust in her voice, no hidden agenda, no malice. She seemed completely genuine, a rarity in my experience. I didn't know how to respond to her kindness. It felt foreign, like something from another lifetime. I hesitated before introducing myself, but she interrupted, pointing out that I looked a lot like Izumi and asking if we were related. I felt my heart stop for a second. Izumi, my twin. The one who shared the same face, the same features, but not the same life. I could feel the stares of some of the others nearby, waiting for my answer. I didn't want to deal with their questions or their judgment. I lied, keeping my voice steady, stating that we weren't related and that the dark green in my hair was artificial. I added that I was an orphan. I could see her face fall immediately, regret flashing in her eyes. She apologized for asking, her voice full of genuine concern. I cursed inwardly, thinking I shouldn't have said anything. Now she felt guilty. I told her it was fine, turning my focus back to Aizawa. It wasn't fine, but I wasn't in the mood to deal with her sympathy. Aizawa clapped his hands to get our attention again and announced that we were going to start with a simple exercise. He looked directly at me, and I felt a knot form in my stomach. Why was he singling me out? He tossed me a ball and instructed me to take it and head to the circle. I caught the ball, nodding as murmurs arose from some of the students while I stepped forward, all eyes on me. I could feel the weight of their curiosity, especially from Katsumi, who was staring hard at me, her fists clenched. It was like she was waiting for something, waiting to see if what Principal Nizu told her was true, that I had a quirk. I stood in the circle and glanced up at Aizawa, gripping the ball tightly in my hands. I asked him what the objective was. He gave me a calm, almost bored look, instructing me to throw the ball as hard as I could using my quirk. I looked down at the bracelet strapped to my wrist. It regulated my power, ensuring I didn't go overboard and cause another incident like before. It limited me to only using 15% of 𝗏𝗏, the artificial quirk that had been forced onto me. I'd never tried to push it to its max at such low output before, but there was no better time than now. I clenched my fist, feeling the familiar surge of energy rushing through my veins. Dark green energy began swirling around my hand, glowing brighter and brighter until it enveloped the ball. I could feel it pulsing beneath my skin, an overwhelming force that threatened to consume me if I wasn't careful. The ball in my hand glowed intensely, a deep green aura shimmering around it as I prepared to launch it. When I released the ball, a shockwave erupted from my hand, sending it soaring into the air. The ball shot forward with blinding speed, a trail of green energy left in its wake as it ripped through the sky. The air around it shimmered, the sheer force of the throw causing the particles in the atmosphere to vibrate. The ball moved so fast it was hard to track, disappearing from sight almost instantly. Everyone around me stood frozen in place, watching as the glowing streak disappeared into the horizon. Aizawa checked his phone, his expression impassive as he read the score. He announced that it was 1,270 meters, his voice neutral, though I could tell even he was somewhat impressed. He remarked that it was impressive, considering this was just 15% of my quirk. There was a stunned silence before the murmurs started. The students around me began whispering to each other, clearly shocked by what they'd just seen. Someone muttered in disbelief, amazed at how I had launched the ball like it was nothing. A boy with blonde hair and a streak of lightning remarked that it was manly and cool, his wide eyes still fixed on the sky where the ball had disappeared. I raised an eyebrow at the comment, thinking I wasn't trying to impress anyone here. Aizawa snorted, cutting through the chatter and drawing everyone's attention back to him. He stated that whoever came in last during this test would be expelled. There was an immediate uproar, with students exclaiming that it was too cruel and that we had only just started. Aizawa shrugged, his face completely indifferent. He reminded us that life isn't fair, and neither is this test. Kid expelled entire classes on their first day before. When someone cried out that it was an abuse of power, Aizawa's expression didn't change. He stated that in other schools, maybe, but this was UA. If anyone wanted to cry about it, they could do so somewhere else. We had 8 tests ahead of us. Do poorly, and kiss your future as a hero goodbye. The protagonist stood there, stunned for a moment like the rest of the group. But as the initial shock wore off, they shrugged it off. It didn't matter, they weren't there to make friends or prove themselves to anyone. They were there for one reason alone. Failure wasn't an option. They made their way back to the group, where Uraraka stood waiting. Her eyes were wide with amazement, her earlier cheerfulness replaced with awe. She exclaimed how cool the display had been and asked about the energy quirk that had been demonstrated. The protagonist hesitated for a moment, not used to genuine curiosity about their quirk. Most people were either terrified or envious, but she seemed neither. They glanced at the green orb of energy flickering to life in their palm, swirling lazily and emitting a soft hum. They explained that they could generate energy inside their body to enhance their physical abilities and demonstrated it briefly, causing those nearby to be stunned by the display. As they walked past Izumi, the tension between them felt palpable. She caught their eye for just a second, her gaze pleading, but they didn't hesitate. Leaning in close so that no one else could hear, they spoke quietly but firmly, making it clear that they were not siblings and hoped she wouldn't share their real relationship with anyone. Her eyes widened, and they could see her lips tremble as she tried to respond, her voice shaky and full of regret. She began to apologize, but they cut her off, their words cold and sharp. They could see the guilt in her eyes but felt indifferent. Before they could turn away, Katsumi grabbed their hand, her grip tight and almost desperate. Her voice trembled, caught between anger and something else as she demanded an explanation for their absence and questioned how they had developed a quirk. The sight of her almost in tears threw them off. This was the same Katsumi who had once treated them like nothing, now showing concern. They yanked their hand free, their face twisting into a sneer as they reminded her that she had been told to stay away. The shock in her eyes was evident, and before she could respond, Shiori approached, her face filled with concern. She pleaded for a chance to talk, wanting to understand what was going on. The protagonist clenched their fists, feeling rage bubbling beneath the surface. Their quirk reacted, energy starting to hum within them, threatening to lash out. They warned them to leave within 5 seconds, their voice low and dangerously calm, as their patience wore thin. Before they could lose control, they felt it, their quirk being neutralized, the energy inside them fading. They didn't need to turn around to know it was Aizawa, whose quirk was keeping theirs in check. A quick glance at him revealed a neutral expression, but his eyes conveyed a message: calm down. He was giving them a chance to rein it in before they did something regrettable. Before anyone could say more, Shoto appeared, his voice calm and steady. He instructed Shiori to stop and assured everyone they would deal with the situation later. His tone left no room for argument, and though Shiori looked like she wanted to protest, she fell silent. Katsuki stepped beside his twin sister, his voice gruff as he echoed Shoto's sentiment, pulling Katsumi back. With that, the moment passed. The weight of their stares lingered, but the protagonist didn't care. They knew they wouldn't be understood, not now, not ever. They moved on to the tests, Aizawa leading the way through the 8 challenges he had mentioned. With each test, the tension in the air grew stronger, but they kept their focus. This was their chance to show everyone that they weren't weak anymore, that they weren't the same Izuku they remembered. The first test was a 50-meter dash. Aizawa explained the rules, and they all lined up, ready to go. Standing at the starting line, the protagonist glanced around at their classmates, who were watching closely, probably wondering if their quirk would give them an edge. When the whistle blew, they didn't hold back. Using 15% of their energy, just enough to enhance their speed without drawing too much attention, they tore across the track. The wind whipped past them, and within seconds, they crossed the finish line well ahead of the others. Aizawa announced the results, and the other students murmured in surprise at how fast they had moved. Katsumi narrowed her eyes but said nothing, while Shoto simply watched, his expression unreadable. The second test was grip strength. Each student took turns squeezing the grip tester, and when it was the protagonist's turn, they felt the familiar hum of energy building in their arms. They squeezed the device, careful not to break it, and the numbers shot up rapidly. Aizawa announced their grip strength, and the astonishment among their classmates was palpable. Kirishima gasped in disbelief, while 𝗧𝗏 expressed his admiration for the protagonist's training. They shrugged and stepped aside as the others took their turns, feeling that the tests were becoming too easy. The third test was a standing long jump. Once again, they launched themselves high into the air, soaring past the others and landing well beyond the designated area. Aizawa called out their name again, checking the distance and announcing the impressive result. They could feel the eyes of their classmates on them once more, but they didn't care. I was winning, and that was all that mattered. Kaminari expressed his admiration for Midoriya, exclaiming how impressive he was. Jiro, curious, wondered about Midoriya's quirk, noting that while they had seen his power, he hadn't explained it yet. The fourth test involved repeated side steps. It wasn't particularly difficult, but I pushed myself, moving faster than anyone else. When the test concluded, I had completed more steps than anyone else. Aizawa announced my first-place finish without any surprise. As the murmurs grew louder, I chose to ignore them. The fifth test was the ball throw, which I had already completed earlier, so Aizawa confirmed my earlier result, stating that I had broken the machine with an infinite distance. Mina gasped in disbelief, while 𝗧𝗏 and Kaminari expressed their astonishment at the feat. The sixth test was sit-ups. Although I wasn't the fastest at first, my endurance helped me pull ahead, and I completed more sit-ups than anyone else. Aizawa announced my first-place finish once again. The seventh test was the seated toe touch. It wasn't about strength or speed, but my flexibility allowed me to come out on top. Aizawa announced my first-place finish yet again. Finally, the eighth test was the endurance run. I paced myself initially, allowing others to tire themselves out. Then, relying solely on my physical strength, I sprinted ahead, crossing the finish line far ahead of the rest. Aizawa announced my first-place finish one last time. When the test concluded, the top three were displayed on the screen. I was at the top, followed by Shoto in second place and Katsuki in third. The others glanced at me, some in awe, others in disbelief. 𝗧𝗏 whispered to Kirishima, questioning how I had achieved such results. Kirishima agreed, noting that my ball throw was impressive, but this was a whole new level. Katsumi appeared frustrated, her gaze fixed on me, while Katsuki remained silent. Izumi seemed eager to reach out and talk to me, and Shoto's neutral expression suggested he was analyzing my every move. Aizawa's voice shifted to a more serious tone as he addressed the class, indicating that one of them would be going home that day. Everyone tensed up, feeling the weight of his words. He announced that Mineta, who ranked last in everything, would be the one leaving. Mineta's panic was evident as he pleaded, expressing his longing to be a hero. I felt a twinge of sympathy for him, despite his odd vibes. Aizawa, however, remained unmoved by Mineta's pleas and revealed that he was joking, explaining it was a tactic to motivate everyone. Mineta collapsed in relief, his breathing normalizing as he expressed gratitude. Aizawa concluded the session, instructing everyone to return to class. As we walked back, I noticed Achiko beside me, her bright smile accompanied by a glimmer of admiration. She remarked on my strength, suggesting I should be in a higher class. Caught off guard, I felt embarrassed and explained that my strength came from necessity and that everyone had room for improvement. I reassured her that comparing oneself to others could hinder growth. Achiko blinked in awe, calling me wise and expressing her appreciation for our budding friendship. Her words about me looking cute when I smiled caused her to blush, and I felt my own cheeks heat up. The term, friend, resonated in my mind, feeling nice. Achiko frantically clarified her words, and I chuckled softly, reassuring her that I understood. The tension eased as we continued toward the classroom. Once inside, the chatter resumed among the students. Ida stood up, raising his hand formally to introduce himself and his quirk. He announced himself as Tenya Ida, explaining that his quirk was essentially an engine. The class murmured in agreement, and one by one, students introduced themselves. Kaminari was first, introducing himself as 𝗫𝗵𝗵 and explaining his quirk, electrification, which allowed him to shoot electricity from his body. Izumi followed, introducing herself and stating that her quirk was shockwave, which allowed her to generate shockwaves from her body. I introduced myself next, reiterating that my quirk was energy generation and manipulation. Mina Ashido bounced forward next, full of energy, introducing herself and her quirk, acid, which enabled her to produce a corrosive liquid from her skin. Kirishima confidently introduced himself as 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐳 explaining his quirk, hardening, which made his body super tough. Tsuyu, calm as always, introduced herself and mentioned her quirk, frog, which allowed her to perform various frog-like abilities. Finally, Tokoyami introduced himself as 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗁 Tokoyami, revealing that his quirk was Dark Shadow. It allowed the user to control a sentient shadow that grew stronger in darkness but weaker in light. Mina grinned, expressing her thoughts on the situation. Tokoyami remarked that it was only scary if he lost control. 𝗬𝗏 waved casually, introducing himself as 𝗵𝗲 𝗬𝗏, explaining that his quirk, tape, allowed him to shoot tape from his elbows, making it practical for capturing villains or securing objects. 𝗔𝗂 smirked and introduced herself as 𝗘𝐁𝗄𝐻, sharing that her quirk, earphone jack, enabled her to plug her earphone jacks into objects and channel sound waves through them, useful for both attacking and scouting. Katsumi, who had been quiet for a while, finally spoke up, introducing herself as 𝗬𝗵𝗵 Bakugo, stating her quirk was flame ignition, which allowed her to make things burst into flames. She confidently declared herself the strongest in the room, challenging anyone to compete. Her brother, Katsuki Bakugo, followed, asserting his own strength with his quirk, explosion, and claiming his ambition to be the #1 hero. Achiko jumped in next, introducing herself as Achiko Uraraka, explaining her quirk, zero gravity, which allowed her to make things float by touch, though it made her nauseous if overused. She laughed, rubbing the back of her neck. Shoto Todoroki stood coolly, introducing himself and explaining that his quirk was half cold, half hot, enabling him to create ice with one side and fire with the other. Shiori, echoing her brother's introduction, stated her name and quirk, Frost Fire, which was evident from its name. Momo stepped forward confidently, demanding attention as she introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu. Her quirk, Creation, allowed her to create any non-living object from her body as long as she understood its molecular structure. She paused, looking directly at the user, noting that it was clear they were likely the strongest student for now and expressing hope for their development together as rivals. Offering a handshake, the user hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to react, but shook her hand nonetheless, trying to play it cool despite feeling the weight of multiple gazes. After Momo's introduction and their brief exchange, the remaining students stepped up one by one. Koda timidly approached the front, his large frame and quiet demeanor making him seem out of place. He raised his hand slowly, introducing himself as Koji Koda, explaining that his quirk, Ani voice, allowed him to communicate with animals. He waved slightly before retreating back to his seat, clearly uncomfortable with the attention. Shoji stood up next, his towering form making him one of the more intimidating students. He introduced himself as Mizo Shoji, sharing that his quirk, Dupli Arms, allowed him to replicate parts of his body through tentacles attached to him, useful for scouting, offense, and defense. Sato followed, looking cheerful as he introduced himself as Rikido Sato, explaining that his quirk, Sugar Rush, increased his strength by consuming sugar, though overdoing it would make him crash and feel sleepy. Aoyama followed with dramatic flair, striking a pose and introducing himself as Yuga Aoyama, sharing that his quirk, Naval Laser, allowed him to shoot a laser from his belly button, though excessive use would lead to a tummy ache. He gave a proud bow, his sparkling demeanor standing out compared to the straightforward introductions of others. Hagekyure's introduction was a bit unusual since she was invisible. She waved her invisible hand and introduced herself as Toru Hagekyure, explaining her quirk, invisibility, which made her invisible all the time. She giggled playfully, and the air shimmered slightly as she moved. Mineta finally regained his composure after the earlier scare from Aizawa-sensei, nervously walking up to introduce himself as Minoru Mineta, explaining that his quirk, Pop-off allowed him to pull sticky ball from his head to trap people or stick to surfaces, though using too many would cause him to bleed from his scalp. The last person to introduce themselves was 𝗧𝗏, who seemed laid back and offered a friendly smile. The introductions continued, each person sharing a bit about themselves, but the user could hardly focus, thoughts drifting back to Momo's words about rivals and being the strongest. They didn't want that kind of attention, just wanting to do their part, stay in the background, and survive. But this was UA, where staying in the background was not an option. As the class settled down after the introductions, a feeling of unease crept over the user. They glanced at Ochako, who gave a quick thumbs up and a smile, providing a small sense of comfort. However, they still felt overwhelmed by the expectations of their peers. As everyone began to leave the classroom, Ochako turned back and waved with her usual cheerful smile, saying she would see the user later. The user smiled back, feeling a bit lighter. Kaminari and 𝗧𝗏 approached next, looking just as laid back as ever. Kaminari called out with a grin, giving a quick thumbs up, while 𝗧𝗏 added a friendly clap on the shoulder before they walked out together, laughing. The user nodded at them, appreciating the normal interactions. However, that feeling of peace was short-lived. Turning around, they found Izumi, Katsumi, Katsuki, Shoto, and Shiori standing in front of them, blocking the exit. Instantly, tension filled the air, and the user tightened their grip on their backpack strap, glaring at them. They asked what the group wanted, not bothering to hide the disdain in their voice. They were done pretending and playing nice with those who had made their life difficult for years. Katsumi, at the front of the group, crossed her arms, frustration evident in her eyes as she demanded an explanation. The user scoffed at the request, questioning what they wanted to know. Katsuki stepped forward, anger radiating off him, demanding to know what had happened to the user and why they were suddenly so strong. Izumi turned sharply toward Katsuki, trying to prevent the situation from escalating, insisting that the user should be the one to speak. Izumi then turned to the user, her eyes filled with guilt, expressing that they should be apologizing for their past actions. For everything that made you run away. They were not there to gaslight him, they swore. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she was trying to keep her composure. Shoto sighed heavily, as if the entire situation was exhausting for him. He nodded in agreement with Izumi. She was right, they were not there to pick a fight. Katsumi cut in again, her voice more frustrated than before. For years, Izuku. For years. Didn't he at least stop to think about them? Or at least his family? That did it. The anger he had been holding in boiled over, and he couldn't stop himself from sneering. He told them to be quiet. They all froze, probably not expecting him to respond with such venom. He took a step forward, his voice rising as the words he had kept bottled up for years came pouring out. Ever since he came out as quirkless, what did they all do? They made him their target practice, their punching bag. They tore at him, making sure he knew his place, making sure he knew he was worthless, that he was at the bottom of life. And he pointed directly at Izumi, his twin sister, the one person he thought would always have his back. Her face paled as his words hit her hard. If the others treated him poorly, he could have handled it. Friends didn't always last forever, right? He could have moved on. But Izumi was supposed to be his sister, his twin. She once told him she'd always protect him. But what did she do? He felt his voice crack, the pain from those years bubbling up to the surface. She joined them. She joined them in tearing him down. He felt his hands shake, not from fear, but from the weight of the memories he was bringing back up. And did she remember what she said to him? Did she remember when she pushed him to the edge? She told him that if he wanted a quirk so badly, he should take a leap off the roof and hope for a better life in his next one. His voice was raw with emotion, the wounds reopening as he spoke. Izumi's face crumbled, her eyes filling with tears, but he didn't care. He almost did it, Izumi. He almost took his own life because his own twin sister, his own family, his own twin, wanted him gone. Did she have any idea what that felt like? Katsumi looked away, unable to meet his gaze, and Shoto's face was a mask of stoic regret. Even Katsuki, the loudest of the bunch, didn't say a word. For once, he didn't have anything to say. Do they get it now? He didn't leave because he wanted to. He left because he had no choice. He was going to be crushed if he stayed. And none of them cared. The silence that followed was suffocating. None of them knew how to respond, their guilt and regret hanging in the air like a dark cloud. Before anyone could say anything else, the door to the classroom slid open, and Aizawa-sensei walked in, his expression as stern and cold as ever. "What was going on in here?" he asked, his tone low and dangerous. Izumi tried to speak up, but Aizawa held up his hand, silencing her. He thought he made it clear that they were to limit their interactions with Izuku. It seemed like none of them knew how to follow simple instructions. Katsuki gritted his teeth, about to retort, but Aizawa cut him off again. If they didn't want to get expelled, he suggested they all leave. The weight of his words hit them all at once. Shoto nodded first and started to walk out, with Shiori following behind. Katsumi hesitated for a moment, her eyes lingering on him, but she quickly turned and left as well. Izumi looked like she wanted to say something, anything, but Aizawa's glare kept her quiet. She left without another word. He stood there, still seething with anger, as the door closed behind them. Aizawa gave him a long, hard look before speaking. "He handled that better than he expected," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "But next time," he advised, "come to him before it got out of hand." He nodded, still trying to calm himself down. "They weren't worth his time," Aizawa added before turning and walking out of the room, leaving him alone with his thoughts. For the first time in years, he felt like he had finally said what he needed to say. But even so, the wounds were still there, and he knew it would take a long time before they healed. But at least, for now, he had. Meanwhile, as Izumi walked into her house, she was met with the familiar sight of her mother, 𝗂𝐭 Midoriya. Once known as the former hero 𝗕𝗏𝗏, 𝗂𝐭 had since become a stay-at-home mom, her figure now heavier from years of stress and sadness. The spark that had once defined her as a hero was long gone, replaced by a deep sorrow that stemmed from losing her son. 𝗂𝐭 looked up from the couch as Izumi entered. Her face brightened momentarily, a forced smile appearing on her lips. "Sweetie, how are you? How was your first day at school?" 𝗂𝐭 asked, her voice full of hope. Izumi wanted to say it had been amazing, that it was a good day, just to make her mother feel better. But she couldn't. No matter how hard she tried, the words wouldn't come. She could never bring herself to lie, especially about this. Her thoughts drifted back to All Might. Could he have known about Izuku? She had noticed lately that he barely spoke to her anymore, and whenever he did, it was short and dismissive. He didn't even train her like he used to, and once, he had even said she didn't deserve one for all. And to be honest, he was right. "I need to talk to Dad now," she said, her voice firm. And he needed to hear what he had to say. Before 𝗂𝐭 could respond, Hisashi Midoriya, the legendary hero Inferno, walked into the room, his face lighting up as he saw his daughter. "Hey, Izumi. How was your first day?" Hisashi asked, his voice warm and cheerful. But Izumi wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. She cut straight to the point, her face set in a frown. "Dad, did you know that Izuku was going to UA? Or even that he wasn't missing this whole time?" Hisashi's smile vanished instantly, replaced with a look of shock. Before he could respond, 𝗂𝐭 shot up from the couch, her eyes wide with panic. "Wait, Izuku? Izuku's alive." Izumi clenched her fists, her frustration mounting. Principal 𝗎𝗍 gave them a warning when he invited them to UA a few days before the start of school, but she wanted to verify it herself. And now she needed to know if he knew. "Dad, did you know Izuku was alive?" Hisashi's face fell, and he sighed deeply. 𝗂𝐭's eyes filled with tears as she took a shaky step forward, her voice breaking. She expressed her disbelief, realizing that her baby, her little Izuku, was alive and that Hisashi had known. Hisashi rubbed the back of his neck, guilt evident on his face. He explained that he had no choice but to keep it from her, fearing for her mental health after Izuku's disappearance. He couldn't risk putting her through that pain again. Izumi interjected, her voice wavering as she shared her concerns. She revealed that Izuku didn't talk to her anymore and seemed to harbor resentment towards them all, even their mother. 𝗂𝐭's hands flew to her mouth, tears spilling as she sank back onto the couch, heartbroken by the thought that her son might hate her. Hisashi stepped forward, shoulders slumping in defeat. He explained that Izuku had endured something horrible, something he couldn't fully articulate. Izuku was not the same boy they remembered. He had changed profoundly, and that was why Hisashi had hesitated to tell 𝗏𝗏. Izumi's voice grew firmer as she continued, expressing her feelings of isolation. She noted that All Might barely spoke to her now, and she believed it was because of Izuku's situation. Hisashi looked at her with tired eyes, acknowledging the heavy burden she carried. He reminded her that they all had failed Izuku, and now they had to live with the consequences. 𝗏𝗏 looked up at Hisashi, desperation etched on her tear-streaked face. She clung to the hope that they could fix things, that they could help Izuku. Hisashi's expression darkened as he sighed, admitting that he didn't know if they could reach him. Izuku was a different person now, and forgiveness might be a distant hope. The room fell into a heavy silence as 𝗏𝗏 buried her face in her hands, sobbing quietly. Izumi stood with clenched fists, the weight of her guilt pressing down on her. Hisashi, once a proud hero, now felt like a broken man, unable to mend the shattered family. Finally, Izumi spoke, her voice barely a whisper. She resolved to make things right, to apologize to Izuku for everything she had done. Hisashi shook his head sadly, cautioning her that an apology might not be enough. Izuku had been through more than they could imagine, and he might reject her. Izumi understood the risks but felt compelled to try. Hisashi looked at her with a mix of pride and sorrow, encouraging her to approach Izuku, but warned her not to expect an easy reconciliation. 𝗏𝗏, her voice trembling, asked if she could see him. Hisashi sighed, unsure if that was a good idea, as Izuku was still angry. 𝗏𝗏 nodded, her heart breaking at the thought of not being able to reach her son. They all felt the weight of their broken family settle in the silence. Izumi clenched her fists again, her resolve strengthening. She didn't know if Izuku would ever forgive her, but she owed it to him to try. As Izuku entered his room, he was surprised to find something different. On his desk sat a brand new mobile phone and laptop. He approached them, noting the sleek design of the Samsung Galaxy S23 and the high-end Asus ROG Zephyrus laptop, both appearing fresh out of the box. Before he could ponder further, he heard a familiar voice behind him, one that always sent a shiver down his spine. Nemuri, known as Midnight, leaned against the doorframe with a teasing smile. His cheeks flushed as he met her gaze. She playfully called him her little cinnamon roll, and despite his embarrassment, he couldn't help but smile at her affection. She approached him, leaning in for a soft kiss that made all his worries fade away, if only for a moment. After pulling away, she brushed her fingers through his messy green hair and asked about his first day at school. Izuku scratched the back of his head, feeling flustered as he described his new friends. He mentioned Ida, who was serious but well-meaning, Achiko, who was friendly and endearingly clumsy, and Kirishima, who was easy to talk to and straightforward. Nemuri smiled at him, her eyes softening as she listened to his stories. She felt proud of the connections he was making, hopeful for his future. She expressed pride in him for putting himself out there, her voice warm. He gave a small nod, but his expression darkened slightly. He mentioned that he had run into some old friends, if they could be called that. Her smile faded for a moment, replaced by concern. She sighed softly and pulled him into a tighter hug, her arms wrapping around him protectively. In her embrace, he felt safe, as if nothing from his past could hurt him anymore. She whispered that it was okay, stroking his hair gently. She had heard from Aizawa that he handled the situation better than expected. She understood that seeing them must have brought up a lot, but she hoped he hadn't let them get to him. He sighed, burying his face in her shoulder for a moment. He had a goal to complete and wouldn't let people like them or his past stand in his way anymore. She pulled back slightly to look at him, her eyes filled with pride. She remarked that this determination was one of the many things she liked about him, that he didn't let the bad stuff define him. He smiled weakly, her words easing some of the tension he had been feeling. Still, he couldn't help but be curious about the new gadgets on his desk. He gestured toward the phone and laptop, raising an eyebrow, asking about them since he hadn't had them the day before. She grinned sheepishly and explained that the only things he did there were sleep and read books. As a teenager, he needed to relax a little and have some semblance of normalcy. She had talked to Nezu about it, and he agreed that Izuku should have access to more modern conveniences. He deserved it. He narrowed his eyes slightly, questioning the catch. She chuckled softly, pulling away and leaning against the desk casually. She explained that there were a few limitations. The phone and laptop were both monitored, with safeguards installed by the tech team. He could use the phone for calls, but only certain pre-approved numbers could contact him, and they would know if someone suspicious tried to reach out. The same went for texts. Everything was tracked for his safety. He could access the internet, but not all parts of it, as certain sites were blocked, including anything that might be a bad influence. His face heated up at the implication, and she smirked at his reaction. She continued that the laptop was primarily for schoolwork, but he could use it for games and entertainment too. It had a list of approved games he could download, so he wouldn't be completely bored. However, he shouldn't expect to hack into anything or access sites he wasn't supposed to. He blinked, processing what she was saying, realizing that he could use the internet and play games, but everything was being watched. She confirmed this with a shrug, encouraging him not to think of it as a bad thing. It was just a precaution to ensure his safety, especially after everything that had happened. He sighed, looking down at the phone in his hand. He understood the need for these measures, given everything he had been through, but it still felt it